Hey there, gorgeous gays! Version 2 here with Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. Today is 6.45. Yes, I'm trying to actually remember which one it is. It is 6.45, which, alongside our normal point X5 things, you know, your stuff like your Hildibrands, your relics that come from Hildibrands for some reason, your Splendorous tools that you gotta upgrade, our normal Island Sanctuary and Society quests that we're gonna do, and custom deliveries. The big thing on today's docket is another variant dungeon. We experienced our first variant dungeon back in, I think, 6.25, and it was fucking awesome. It was a brand new concept for the game of, here's a dungeon that feels like you're actually exploring it, interacting with it, learning different pathways, deciphering clues based on the environment and on lore, and combining it all together to solve a bunch of puzzles. And it was really awesome. It was so cool. It, like, the way you went through the past, you got in different bosses, even the different things you did on those paths would, like, change the mechanics of the bosses. If you got the super secret path, you got, like, a super unique boss at the end. The actual story and lore that we got was also pretty damn interesting about the history of Uldar, and, like, Nanamo's, like, quest to, like, try and like improve relations with the Outer Malja and everything like that. So we have another one of those. The bar is set high. The bar is set quite high for variant. The big thing that I said, the first variant dungeon was very good. Here's the thing. There's something that people are aware of about Final Fantasy XIV is that it is somewhat limited when it comes to how you can interact with things and how you can interact with the environment around you. Do they have enough ideas in the tank to continue doing more variant dungeons? Like, did they get to the various puzzles for the Sildi Subterrane? And are they out of ideas? Do they have more ideas? Will it feel like most of the similar ideas, but just slightly differently, like, presented or executed? This is the big thing. Like, the first one ruled, and the first one's amazing. And that's everything like that. That's everything about that. The big thing is, do they have enough ideas to keep doing this? That is the big question. It's the type of stuff where you like the gameplay, but don't like it for personal preference. Oh, don't buy Reddit already. Yeah, but just because someone else likes it for gameplay, that doesn't change my judge of it. You might like it for gameplay reasons, and then I do it, and I'm just like, this does feel the same as the first one. It could be. We have similar opinions on a lot of things, you and me, Crafts. If anything, I'm usually more positive towards the things in this game than you, but I think that's because I'm one of the most positive people towards this game out of everyone I know. But it could be different. I have no idea. We go down to the harbor there, I believe, for this. I believe that's where we go. Oh, also, if my voice seems a little lower in volume, a little lower in energy, if I don't seem as bombastic, Bemro, no! If I don't seem as bombastic, if I don't seem as over the top, if I don't seem as loud, I'm currently sick. I spent the last couple of days recovering from sick. Like, I started getting sick on Thursday, which we started Disco Elysium, so that was a great start to that. That was like, oh, my tonsils are an issue. That's the only thing that I felt. Tonsils were a canary in the coal mine for my body. The next day, I was sick enough that I didn't go to work. But I still streamed Kirby Air Rider because it has a time-limited event. That didn't go well. I streamed for like 2 hours and I had to cancel it. The rest of it. Well, I did the time-limited event, but just like, I'd normally go for a couple more hours, but I'm stopping here. And then I spent pretty much the rest of that day and the rest of yesterday doing nothing but sleeping. So I'm still on the recovery for it, I feel like, already. This is the issue. I talk a lot. Fuck. I talk a lot. And what I can tell is the more I talk without stopping, I can, like, feel it build up in my throat. The need to cough. So I have to get to a point where I can feel it, and I'm just like, stop, and shut up for a bit, or stop, and have a sip. I do have lozenges, so those will be my throat. So yeah, don't be surprised if this stream gets split up into multiple streams, especially with all just the extra stuff after the variant we're gonna do. But I still want to stream. I still want to stream. I still want to do this. Could I be a professional and wait until I feel better to do this? I could. I'm not going to though. I'm not going to though. Mononoke. Well, first we have to speak to Shallow more. Which, if there's one thing that Charlian does right, it's like Limson that it has a lot of ephemeras. Mononoke aware. Shallow Moore wishes a word with her favorite well-traveled adventurer. Princess Mononoke? Your timing is impeccable, Manifest. How do you manage that? An intriguing job has been laid at our feet, and the client insists you be the one to take it up. You've had this job ready for me for several months. Was that a sarcasm about just on time? I understand the reference besides Princess Mononoke. Neither do I. I just know that the phrase Princess Mononoke is a thing. I don't even know what Princess Mononoke is. Is it a Ghibli thing? Sounds like it could be a Ghibli thing. That client? Why none other than the East? Oh, why? Why? Why are we dealing with the Isaldna Trading Company again? Correct reaction. The missing was dispatched from the Kagan. Oh no. Oh, for fuck's sakes. We're not gonna run through this with fucking Hancock, are we? We're not gonna run through a variant with Hancock as our NPC, are we? The message was dispatched from the Kagane branch rather than Lord Lottery's officers, but nevertheless carries the piquant scent of moneyed interest. Care to give it a read? Not particularly. I already had to deal with Hancock in this expansion. One of Tataru's quests dealt with him. I already had to deal with him. Come on. Come on. God damn it. Dear Manifest, in the self-same spirit of friendship which has defined our every interaction to date, it is my pleasure to extend you a humble invitation. It is because of your endearing efforts to save this star that we may benefit from this rarest of opportunities. Rules in service to your noble quest to build the good ship Ragnarok, but was able to forge a fruitful bond between myself and another of Hingashi's elites. This Lord has seen fit to grant me, and the guests of my choosing, leave to go where few Ijin have tread, beyond the bounds of Kagane, to the sacred slopes of Mount Rokkon itself. I can overstate the significance of this gesture, nor the allure of sights heretofore unseen by Western eyes. Nor is it an exaggeration to say that no one is more deserving of this boon than your magnanimous self. I only await our reunion at the gates of the Cairo Inn. Ever your faithful servant, Hancock Fitzgerald. There's flattery, and there's this. Yeah, we're actually going somewhere in Hingashi that isn't just Hingashi. Let's get that one guy who ships his world and got plenty of fuel, let me tell you. Seems there's a holy mountain in Hingashi that needs climbing. I mean, this is actually dealing with Hingashi more than just Kugane. But also, everything that we've learned about Hingashi is that it's feudal Japan. And for some reason, the developers of this game don't want to turn around and try to say that feudal Japan needs fixing. Never thought the Hingods would crack open those gates. Kill talks, that's for damn sure. Yeah, but a Kagane, then I take it. Perfect. I'll send word that you're on your way. Don't wink at me, Shalom. I'm susceptible. Fair fortune and safe travels. We just come out with plenty of stories to tell you here. Ba, 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 da, ba. Okay, I guess it's the different. Yeah, I can't small talk to you about it because you got another quest active. All right, Kugini. We might be able to catch a boat from here over there. I'm just using a throat ticket. I am lazy. For Endwalker, I have Emelians and Anden. Which today, and by today I mean this episode, may not happen today, depending on how long I stream for, we should finish Anden today. There's usually 3 per expansion since some previous expansion. I can't remember which one. But it's been 3 since I've been waiting for another one. I'm doing when I'm not sewing stuff for miscellaneous bodied bush. I believe there's because I got the list from Deck of like everything that happens here. I know there's another custom delivery. I don't think we unlock it until like 6.5 though. Yeah, 6.51. Or 6.50/6.51. When we in the same stream as we finish the Alliance raids. According to Deku's list, the last custom delivery is in 6. Only Evanswood had 1 client, all the others have 3, yeah. According to Deku, the final custom delivery client is 6.5. 6 point, like, either 5.0 or 5.1. 5.0 and 5.1 got basically combined. Oh no, I think it is O because Variant Dungeon is 5.1. But yeah, I have it here that the next custom delivery is like the same episode that we finish the Alliance raids. Which does mean we won't be able to finish it before we start Dawn Trail. There's just not enough weeks. But it should be fun. It should be fun. We can finish off a couple while we do MSQ for Dawn Trail. Just like at the end of the, I mean, at the end of like Dawn Trail MSQ episodes, we're gonna be going back to the fucking Island Sanctuary anyways. So the main thing was the Society quest, which we will get done now, thanks to doing the other bit early. It makes you feel better. It's my least favorite one. Ah, my dear Manifest. I would have thought that the spinner would see us reunited so soon. Will you please hear that no other charlatans attempted to masquerade as Tencent's progeny in the interim? Hey! As I've said, it really does feel like Endwalker was the perfect time for us to start doing everything patch by patch. Because there has been so much dialogue in Endwalker that feels built around it being done patch by patch. Way more than previous expansions. No, this is a specific reference to a Tataru thing from that we did before. You seem more armored than usual? Hello! Dressed like an adventurer, I see. As you can see, preparations for our journey are well underway. Partial though I am to traditional Hingan kimono, if we had to climb a mountain, it would be prudent to do so in comfort as well as style. But I assume you would rather discuss matters of greater import than my attire. Fear not, my gamble associates are ready and eager to brief you on the challenge ahead. Is that the Diamond Restoration top? The arms don't look like that, but the top of it does. Although I think the top has stripes on it. I could be wrong on that. We reserve the finest chambers at the inn for the occasion. So let's reconvene away from all the hustle and bustle, shall we? Oh, this might be the Gold Saucer one. Master Hancock, Mistress Manifest. We are most grateful for your aid in this matter. I'm Tsubaki, and my Onyoji companion is called Tokimori. We have come to Kigane on behalf of Lord Uzumibi, who presides over Mount Rokkon and the surrounding lands. His lordship is the one I mentioned in my missive. Hearing of my interest in Far Eastern treasures, he knew at once I would find the lure of the Sacred Peak irresistible. Ah, but I forget that you're not as familiar with these lands as I. Let us begin with the basics and expand upon the finer points as we go. Actual Hingashi lore. Hey, we introduced Hingashi in Stormblood and did nothing with it. Other than their corrupt cops are bad, but doing anything to stop them being corrupt is only even worse. To orient that destination in mind's eye, we must first review Hingashi's geography. Re? Hancock, what the fuck is this re-business? Of the many islands which comprise this nation, it is here on the western coast of Shishu, where Kugane serves as our shining beacon of commerce. Mount Rokkon, meanwhile, can be found far from our beloved city of trade. Here, in the northeastern corner of the isle. So we're still not even going to the mainland. Mount Rokkon is still on this island. We're still not even actually at the mainland of Hingashi yet. Upon the slopes of the sacred mountain sits Shoujo Temple, a monastery where monks gather to train their bodies and souls. Alas, in defiance of this holy purpose, a horde of otherworldly demons have claimed the temple as their own. His lordship suspects that a collection of accursed treasures is to blame for this infestation. In the far east, you see, it is believed that well-preserved objects may come to possess living souls after a time. These vessels turned kami are known as Tsukumogami. We've dealt with this before. We have physically dealt with this before. I did my Koshin Society quest, thank you very much. I'm pretty sure it's the Tsukumogami that, like, the thing's name was literally called Tsukumo. For the kami that we were speaking to during that. A Tsukumogami in turn may attract, or even beget, other spirits. These Mononoke clearly have no regard for the sanctity of the mount. And so Lord Uzumibi desires a swift resolution. Compassionate soul that I am, I could not bear to stand idly by. But as men of wealth and influence, base altruism is beneath us both. So I offer to aid his lordship in a manner befitting our stations, by brokering a mutually beneficial arrangement. I'd love to do it out of the goodness of my heart. But as a businessman, I can't be seen doing altruism. Simply put, should I find a way to raid the mountain of Mononoke, I may lay claim to any accursed treasures that I find. One man's trash is another man's Takara Money. That's Hingan for treasure, by the way. Fucking weeb. And here, my friend, is where you come in. During our jaunts to the mountain, you will serve as my bodyguard and slay any monstrous Mononoke we encounter. In exchange, you shall become one of the blessed few to bear witness to the wonders and terrors of Mount Rokkon. A fair deal, yes? All according to Keikaku. Translators note, Keikaku means Mononoke. I've always wanted to explore more of Hingashi. It's minor fish, you don't want to explore everywhere. That's our warrior of light. I knew you wouldn't disappoint. Now that matter of manifest participation is settled, might inquire the current owner of these items, Mr. Sabaki. The treasures were brought into the temple at the behest of Gorai, the head monk. Those disciples doubt not that his intentions were pure. His actions have brought them great misfortune. Like you must, Hancock, Gorai was an avid collector of antiques, and claims that a Tsukumogami who dwell within them ought to be worshipped. Driven by this fervent belief, he purchased all manner of items he deemed worthy of veneration. Oh, Jesus. But his collection grew so too did certain troubling phenomena. An unholy shadow began to loom over the sacred mountain, and under this wicked veil were the Mononoke emboldened to break their fetters. Fearing for their lives, the monks had no choice but to flee, their home defiled by demons. Could not allow the scourge to spread further, and sent our strongest warriors to slay the fiends, but few returned. Knowing that victory could not be attained by our forces alone, my lord bade us employ magics to contain the threat. Tokamori is one of valiant few who returned from the temple. It is thanks to his diligent reports that we know aught of Mount Rokkon's present state. Our orders were to find Gorai and convince him to part ways with his treasures, but our pleas fell on deaf ears. He was like unto an animal. I suspect any semblance of reason has left him. Though the seal we place upon the mountain endures, the Mononoke have an ample time to corrupt the souls of those who cannot make good their escape. Should you encounter any survivors, do not show them a modicum of mercy. 'Tis too late. We prepared our strongest falcons. The keeper shall await you by the Bokaisen hot springs, and will summon the birds once your preparations are complete. A word of caution. These falcons fear the Mononoke and will refuse to fly close to the temple. They shall bring you to the foot of the mountain, but no further. Beyond that point, you will have to climb. So the threat is much more dire and serious here than the last one. The last one was like explicitly just, oh shit, we can now explore this. Let's do that. This one's, oh shit, people are dying. Let's try Porksy. Porksy solve all of life's issues. Many thanks, my friends. Now then, if we had to part soon, I think it best we feast to our heart's content. One cannot slay demons on an empty stomach. Nom 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 nom. Food. A lot of fish there, so not very nom 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 for me. Yo, falcons! Falcons! They're the Lanners! Mount Rokkon is right for dangers. Do not underestimate your enemies. You adventure with us, I presume. It's an honor privilege. My venture will be to Mount Rokkon's base. Go on, my friends. I may the karma keep you. Hair on my face. My hair's terrible today. Me being sick means I haven't showered, so my hair's terrible. See, this is the real shit, right? Oh, I'm not showered, my hair looks shit, my skin's probably bad, I sound like shit, I'm sick. Why am I streaming today? Because I'm honest. I'm an honest streamer. You get to see me at my highs and my lows. I'm brave and honest. That's what it is. And not unwilling to delay playing more Final Fantasy XIV for a single week. My thanks once again for your assistance, Mistress Manifest. Must Hancock got some business matters to attend to before your expedition. Once you're ready, I shall summon him. I feel compelled to warn you. Even in times of peace, the climb up Mount Rokkon is not for the faint of heart. As yet, you should procure sufficient provisions if you've not yet done so, and ensure that your equipment is in working order. Tokumora's disciples have been tasked with maintaining the mountain's wards. They'll open the way for you upon your arrival. Speak of that Falconer when you wish to depart. Though we must remain here, I shall be praying for your success. Mount Rokkon now accessible. Alexa Play Unreal by Jennifer Lopez. You will only do so when you're ready to face the dangers. Do I have any stalwart companions who wish to join me on this journey up a mountain? I have stalwart companions willing to join me on the adventure. How do I fucking set actions? I still have, yeah, Spirit Dogs. That's the one. That's the one I need. Spirit Dog. I gotta remember uptime on Spirit Dog. Athesha is also here. I saw her by the Aether. Right? Oh, Harushio! Hi, welcome. Hello. You know how unfair it is that that other races don't get to wear those leggings? You know how unfair it is that only Vieras get those? Hello. So unfair. Hello. I once again see Artesia. I once again see Artesia wearing a different hairstyle. This one has no white on it. There's no white on this hairstyle. There's normally a little bit of white. Oh wait, no, I see tiny little bits of it at the back there. There's like tiny little bits. There's a little bit that, yeah, there it is. There it is. There we are. I found the white on this hairstyle. Oh, isn't the that you can't see because I'm tall? Hello. Why don't I dress appropriately? I don't have any weeb glams. I don't have weeb glams. Manifest isn't a weeb. If I have to switch to Scholar, alright. This is even further away from being a weeb. Alright, all healer run, we ready to do this? Do we really want to try the all healer run? For that known for their ability to have massive damage output. Oh, you got Carby ears on your summoner. That makes a lot of sense. Hell yeah, Carby ears. Your Sinian's going nuts over there. Oh, so many outfits. So many outfits. Go, Sinian, go. All right. I was looking for Disney Eastern Land, but wait. Have you got an idea? I'm from Doma. Every glam's an Eastern glam. So like even my samurai and my ninja. Even my samurai and ninja are like aggressively pirate themed. Sorry, I meant to mask. I had a brain fart. Like this would be the closest, and it's only because of the boots, really. This is my closest Eastern one right now. This is the martial artist gear, yeah. Although that is a sick glaive. I didn't realize dragoons could get glaives like that. That's pretty badass. My samurai is burned up. Burr, 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 burr. It's not Eastern in the slightest, and it's still the closest that I have. And this is still the closest that I have. It not being Eastern in the slightest doesn't change that it's the closest I have. This is why it's Eastern. Because I have a samurai sword. Oh, you got a yokai minion. There we go. There we go. We fulfilled the requirements. Alrighty. Into Mount Rokkon. Mount Rokkon. Mount Rokkon. Mount Rokkon. Mount party on, dudes. Thank you, Falcons. I remember nothing of this dungeon. Perfect, we can solve the puzzles together. Mount Rokkon. So we have to choose which one of our ward gates we want to go through first. There's some miles that have actually finished it. Perfect time to do that. 3 paths to unseal it up a hest. With her shall we walk? Will I remember to use Spirit Dart? Neither will I. Neither will I. Hancock, you're wrong. We are doing I'm gonna go by the same rule that I always went by in the previous one. Unless I'm choosing something where I actively know I can do something there, we work left to right so we don't get confused. Your roll actions are skewed. Ah, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Left to right if there's like if we're just like picking directions. Just a different path. I shall place my trust in your intuition. There's the extra rewards. The extra rewards. The portal, if you would, good sir. Seal of Shadow, reveal thy path. Oh, we're like, okay. He doesn't want to listen to Hancock. I don't care about the extra, like, couple of glamour prisms we get for following him. Ground's Gate. What lies beyond, I wonder. Yeah, this is just a remix of, like, the Kugane theme. Demons already. Hidaramas and Yaomoros. Explode. Explode. Do multiple spirit darts even stack? They do, okay. I couldn't remember if multiple spirit darts stacked. They do. They do. That looks like a path. I aspire most promising pagoda. Let us make to our destination. This is pretty. Doesn't look much like a mountain. I feel like we've got a lot of climbing to do. Considering this doesn't look like a mountain just yet. I don't see where it goes up. It's a pretty forest. Like, as a forest, it is pretty. I'm just not seeing the, you know, the mountain part. Path goes away. No, my climbing attire is soaked! I have to wonder if this... What curious creatures must have been emboldened by these terrible torrents? I feel like this rain might be one of those random events. This rain might be one of those random events where just sometimes shit happens. Like the sewer pipes bursting in the right-hand route and the other one. Boom. Man, weather is want to change on a whim, but 'tis not nature's whims at work here. Yozakura the Fleeting. Oh, so these are the people who are possessed. These are the people who are possessed. Oh no. Oh no. Shall be mine, I said. You cannot have it. Judging by the supernatural size demons are already taking hold of Shinobi. Oh, whoops. Must be in the role of a treasure. Promising lead at an unfortunate cost. Dance of 1,000 petals begins with just a single blossom. Pretty raid wide. Wayward flowers, bend to my will. Also, fucking Stormblood boss music. Oh, okay. She said spring has come, so I went to the one that looks like spring. My shadow is my strength. Oh! Okay, I feel like I was out of that, but okay. Dance of that mega petals. This is the raid wagon, I think. Well, there must be a chance to keep a watchful eye on them. So lightning was a storm? Oh, okay. Okay, lightning is the... Okay. Okay, so fire... Okay, so fire and wind is in and out. And then storm and water are different variations of just, like, the four-way cones. One's on cardinals, one's on intercardinals. Muttering gross. coming. The rains have ceased, and we have been graced with another beautiful day. That's gonna be the first boss for like every route. Planted Toro Latin, Okuro Chochin. You got minions from this already? I didn't get minions. You didn't get any minions? Yeah, that's gonna be the boss that we do at like the beginning of each round. It's gonna be a case of just like learning what his things do. Took a bit like this for the other like first guy, where it's like, yeah, it's the kind of thing where like they expect you to just eventually know it because you're gonna be fighting it so many times. And then just seeing this little differences, like, as it is. If I had to wager a guess, there's also the temple stores. Rather spacious, aren't they? Look at I say, these look like enemies. These do indeed look like enemies. Explosions! Yeah. Right, treasure curse tonight. I imagine I'll buy within these walls, but where? Just having a look around. Try to get a feel for the place before, like... Well, there's a lot of space here. A lot of space and not many lights on. Trying to get a feel for the place. Just like... For the future of just like, what paths will there be to take? Try to get some vibes in the area first. Don't try to like look for immediate side paths and, like as our first thing. If it's anything like the first one, we'll get it. Hands. Fuck, I love baskets. Ah, a double statue thing. Under the auspices of two auspices, as it were. Curious. Suzaku and Seiryu. I mean, left. Yeah, again, always gotta go left, but Suzaku. Oh. This isn't a choice of two. It's a do you get it right or wrong? They're gonna face each other. Glasses serves a magic doorknob of sorts. Looks so clearly inventive. Now kissy kiss! Suzaku would hate that. She wants to kiss Tenzin. So I'm already seeing like other pathways that exist. Like on the map, I can see like other sections. Cut down! Fucking spirit dog. Well, he's dead. You two aren't gonna survive the maps, I trust. Travel with charming other four lords show the ruling cardinal directions. So there's another section like over there that has a different fog gate on it. Does another path lead to the same store entirely, I wonder? Because that's a fog gate, like over there, like we saw for before. Curious. Hiding in the corner. Curious. The Tengus, the Damas. Remember Spirit Dart. Spirit Dart emote when, so everyone can spam it, so everyone can remember it exists. You're just opening shit immediately? My guy, what are you doing? Shall we leave it open or shall we close it? Totally not Tsukiyomi, son. Oh, the wicked presence is no more. Let's get that wicked presence out of here. Don't touch the obviously cursed artifacts. I didn't start it. Hancock started it. Hancock started it. On the EB. See, there is like multiple pathways that lead up to you. Let him get cursed in peace. Yeah, there's multiple pathways through this storeroom. Curious. Strokes chin thoughtfully. Hall of the Unseen. Shit, we touched the cursed sword. We touched the cursed sword, we may have awoken up the cursed samurai armor. Mononoke! Moko the Restless. It's trailer song from the trailer! Moko at the grass. Moko grass! You're like a level 2 crafting item. Get out of here, loser. Face me, and I shall grant you an honorable death. So the clockwork mechanisms. When asked to calm him Mononoke in our hands. Kenki release. Thy blade thirsts for mortal blood. Ayaka Sumigiri. Oh, those lines there. Rotate to the side, yeah, okay. Can't strike everywhere at once. Oh. That's like... I was there. I was fine. To be my warriors, your lord has need of you. Okay, they just fight arrows. Oh, Jesus. Oh, this is gonna suck. Hey! Hey! I gotta think of a mechanic like this in 14. Where is it? They just all things just run forward like that at different speeds. Get away from shitloads of arrows. Oh, middle was safe. Kenki release. Course of steel rings eternal. Oh, he goes from one to the next one, okay. Bam! Okay, double to it and double to the right. I misread that. See, we just did Golbez. I know how to do this. We just did Golbez. I've got your shit. I feel like being the tank makes that specific mechanic harder. Because where I'm looking, I'm just like, I might accidentally do what I did last time and look at it reverse. War is a sea of sorrow and you shall drown! I don't trust that it's still there. You're gonna explode again. Oh god, it's one of these. Oh, way slower, okay. There we go. Cut above the wrestlers. There we go. Excellent work, Manifest. Ready from the first. You would emerge, Victor. Yo, I got a card. What? Pray tell. Is that look for? Card. Yo. Oh, actually, that reminds me. Yeah, you got Triple Decker 6. I did recently, and by that I mean like yesterday. I got Triple Decker for 344 cards. I did get this yesterday. I do have 344 now. I got the Xenos card for it. Your faith and my faith in you aside. But to know that I recognize the detailing on this summer. Once belonged to a renowned warrior. Could this be an accursed treasure, I wonder? The blade in the box we encountered was rather suspicious as well. And then my falcon had the freight capacity of a barge. Alas, I must choose which artifacts to leave behind. For now. We're going to put the bonus chest in this and the other one later on to stop people just resetting it like the bonus chest like still there. Okay. There we go, I did it! Mistress Manifest. Full command to see you, hail and whole. I spied Master Hancock's falcon in the distance, but its movement speed awfully erratic. Cannot hope they land safely. We did it! Yeah, some obvious stuff I saw in that route. The rain that affecting, like, the random rain, leaving the sword box. But there was multiple pathways through the storeroom, which makes me stroke chin thoughtfully. Don't be sorry to catch you all waiting. Our souvenir was a tad more cumbersome than I realized. But as you can see, we are none the worse for my misjudgments. Indeed, you are not Master Hancock. I would be pleased to hear of your return. And your success, I presume. So it was mine of his victory as much as my own. As much? Fuck you. But then I knew a few demons would be no match for a slayer of gods such as she. Honestly, for all its perils, I've had the journey quite invigorating. And the pagoda's architecture is nothing short of divine. A masterpiece wrought from timber of the ancient forest within which it stands. A treasure unto itself. Makes me feel like this wasn't the mountain. Like, one path is the mountain, the other ones are just, like, stuff around it. Gridanian works may possess a similar charm, but even old Darn, such as myself, can see those in a class of its own. In any case, people as Shishu can rest easy. Know that a great monarch has been consigned to oblivion. But we, my friend, have moms to go before we sleep. There are several paths we eschewed, were there not? The mind race to imagine what other delights we may yet behold. Indeed, number of treasures remain unaccounted for, and the demons are like to linger until their masters are slain. Precisely. But take out, Mr. Sabaki. Fine, shall not rest until these villains trouble the small folk no longer. She shall sally forth again and again until the treasures which drew them thither have been secured. And my new collection is complete. God damn it, Hancock. Alas, time waits for no man and business for no merchant. I must away, but when you next wish to take Mount Rokkon by storm, you need only say the word. Wait over, you might consider sharing the tale of exploits with Mr. Shalamore. Mrs. I've received indicate a rather strong preference in that regard. Sam Land goes 200 gil. Let me put that shit in my retained inventory. Shall we go back to Shalamore now? We're in your debt. We'll give our regards to Shalamore as well. You're a triple triad, of course. Just so it's not on my screen, I'll go there now and hand it in. And then we're gonna teleport right back. I can definitely tell my throat is doing a lot better today than it was during the Mario Kart stream. It's almost like a day of rest, a day or two of rest was actually a good idea. Weird. There is glams. I also do get to look at Shallow more. I was wondering when you'd be back. How's the adventure in the Far East? Everything go well with Hancock? I don't know if go well against demons, but I do like the sound of that mount. Green as far as the eye can see, ripe for the gleaning. Without an assignment like that. Bah, not even mind my your presence. I suspect Oswald's been awaiting your return more eagerly than I. Go on and tell him of your tales. I guarantee he'll love every word of it. Alright, that's the unlock for the hard and harder versions, which is still very confusing. Man, Rokkon Exorcism record unlocked. Would you like to? I'll share my journeys in Mount Rokkon. And somehow you're going to come up with ideas for boss fights that I've not even fought yet. It's a home place known as the Shoujo Temple, is it not? It sure is. So the rumors were true. A few of my fellow gleaners have mentioned it before. Fortunately, not to mention, tend to be paired with copious helpings of complaints. Past the guild ship would often assign gleaners to Kagane, though we might like getting close valuable forests and antiques. Yet every attempt to purchase these items ended in failure, for an unknown buyer outbid us at every turn. Baffled by this buyer's seemingly bottomless coin purse, the gleaners conducted an investigation of their own. Eventually discovered their rival's identity, Shoujo Temple's head monk. To my knowledge, Shalom also had the displeasure of bidding against the man. Perhaps that is the best. You must also need our trading company, yes? Were you privy to some manner of dealings with the head monk? Yeah, the head monk was the one who got all the treasures and like started the attacks on the place. To think such a fate could befall the temple. I am passing familiar with the concept of Tsukumagami, but I realized that the mist surrounding them would bleed into reality. Having been a place of worship for much of its history, the mountain and its surrounding environs were likely rich in aether. And if such the case, those so-called accursed treasures were not unlike kindling to a burgeoning flame. Shame indeed that the whole mountain had to suffer for one man's avarice. But this tragic tale must be told in writing. You can almost picture it. The lush greenery, the silence of the mountain mud, the unholy sight of demons. Yes, it's all coming together. Remember, Tsukumagami manifest themselves with a singular purpose in mind. Yeah, as their long-awaited goals slowly come to fruition, their powers begin to wane. Not ideal for stirring hearts and raising the literary stakes of them, to be honest. Whatever the great auspices, their power grew over the centuries. Being events over already, give the players a chance to do more than 100 for tomes. It was a very dumb time to bring it back. It was a very stupid time to bring it back, yes. Would have made sense if they brought it back and put tomes in it at the same time at the very least, but they didn't. But to be even more fearsome than one could imagine. More terrifying than the horrors you have faced. I can't believe that grain would be my splendid thread for the tale I plan to weave. Another Mount Rokkon now accessible. And do it again and you get an even harder of a version. I still don't understand why they put 2 hard versions in this. I still don't understand why Variant Dungeons got 2 hard versions. It still makes no sense to me. I still don't get that. What can I get from the other one? I'm not actually bothered with any of this. I haven't gone back and, like, grinded to get any of this stuff. Oh yeah, this was the noir stuff. And then the Sildir earring, which is, like, the one I should probably bother getting because it's a unique thing. And then they had the Wowie. And then the silver was... Yeah, this is the Framers kit. Yeah. This is for the harder versions. Right. Right, and this is... Yeah. If we ever have the ability to do the harder versions at some point, we can try and get this, but... Rokkon Savage is even worse, it doesn't even have an earring, just furniture piece, which you can get slightly different version of elsewhere. Wait, which one? No, the earring is from the normal version. The earring for Sildir is the normal version. The criterion for Sildir is a Framer's kit and a mount and a orchestrion. There's an earring from Still Dear Savage as well. Where? Where? I don't see it. Like Still Dear Savage, so I don't have shop. Oh, is it a thing above the silver? Oh, okay. It goes Savage on Criterion. Okay. So that's just a lot of stuff I just have to accept I'm never gonna get. That's a lot of rewards to accept I'm just never gonna get from this shop. Because I doubt I'll ever have people to do Criterion, let alone Criterion Savage. Oh, this is what he's wearing. No, it's not. Actually, no, it's not. I thought this was what he's wearing. No, it's not. This is something different. This hat is kind of given Smurfs. We ran into a character in Yakuza 5 who was wearing one of these. None of it's manifest. None of it's manifest. This is the reference emote, a new hairstyle, new music, and one of those. And again, frame a kit, and then mount, and then music. There's got one Vieira headpiece at the time. Oh, the headpiece there. Yeah, you are wearing that one. There you are. I didn't even notice that. Yeah, again, it's all the type of stuff that it's just like, it can look nice. It's just not going to be like for Minifest at all. So it's just like, it looks nice. My character will never wear it. But there's a lot of stuff in the game that's like that. There's a lot of stuff in the game that's like, yeah, it looks nice. My character's never going to wear it, but I'm glad it's there for the people who want it. Of course, the Leaf End minion doesn't move. Don't bully my Leaf End minion. No bully. So are we ready for some more pathways? Ah, now you've appeared. Does everyone have to be here for this to work? I forget. Actually, I gotta read. I have to read first. I forgot about that part. Gift of the Onmyoji. Once upon a time, there lived a brilliant Onmyoji. His enchantments were famed far and wide. Yet the man was cursed with a poor memory, and of the misplaced the tools he'd imbued with such awesome power. Well aware of his foibles, the Onmyoji resolved to never let his pieces escape him again, and wrought enchanted strongboxes to safely store them. Strategy was put to the test when, one evening, a thief attempted to steal his most valuable tools away, boxes and all. Alas, though the vessels faithfully returned to the Onmyoshi's side, poor man was distraught to discover that none of the works within had done the same. Wait, so wait. Oh, so you put, yeah, so, okay, so he put an enchantment on the box. But not the things inside the box. Okay. Tokimori tells me that several such strong boxes were once present at Shoujo Temple. The magics inhabited the spiritual powers of the objects sealed within. Objects including a bloodthirsty sword and a dog figurine. I myself managed to claim the box with the aforementioned sword, though the dog must have been lost in the chaos that claimed the mountain. While bloodthirsty sword rather speaks for itself, I was curious as to why a simple clay figurine should need to be stored away. I don't surprise that the dog too is a powerful tool. Once used to ensure the temple's sacred trees flourish. Through the simple ritual bound before a small shrine, and placing the dog on the altar within. Opens up a new document. Opens up new document. Go to narrow margins. Normal margins are too ugly. Okay. Okay, bowing before a small shrine and placing a doggo within. The monks could coax it into enlivening the surrounding greenery. Similarly, disregard for its care may prompt the doggo to wreak havoc on its environment. In which case, maybe also enshrine any doggo we encounter. Oh, breed is the doggo. What breed is doggo? Doggo breed. We already have a hint at something in the future when we see a doggo. No neck crack, come on. There we go. Tiniest neck crack ever. Tiny pathetic neck crack. Also, did you say you can bully you can bully the leaf man however much you want if it's in an endless prison? The doggo menu, which is relatively cheap, which means Averill's still here. Oh, you're the one who said yes? I have no idea who said no then. Alright. Hancock, choose middle. I'm going middle this time. We go left, right, we go left, right, we go left, middle, right. What do we have to do for this? Oh, okay, okay. You have to do it 6 times. Okay. I was wondering what the completion for this was. Ultimog appeared as a part of this today. Fuck you, I'm gonna burn until it loses an ear. Aww. Yeah, I saw that it was a variant dungeon for this, which apparently the last Ultimog was also a variant dungeon. Ooh, bamboo everywhere. And people said, yeah, it's on that we're going to do during the event. So, perfect. I get Mog Tomes for doing that today. I was wondering what the collision was. Let's do it 6 times. How pleasantly picturesque. I mean, no demons to slay. I'd suggest some whole leisurely stroll. Demons to slay, no. Ow. Ow. Demons to slay. Demons to slay. Slaying the demons. The martial matters. Of course, the one rapper that Hancock's into is the white one. Of course, the one rapper Hancock's into is the white one. Try to think of the chaos should those creatures find their way to civilization. I spy a structure in the distance. Do you spy the little cogas in the middle before it? Koga! Several cogas. Little cogas everywhere. The Kugane remix theme here is cute. Ah! That, like, you can see there's like a pathway up. Oh, that is the pathway that we're going. Suppose we're obliged to take the scenic route, because there's also like sections over there. But like, we don't go over there. We just look around. We just look around at the cuteness. So many horrors, so little time. That door is permalocked. Yeah, I'm looking at the map. Because at least in the other place you could see, pardon me, if it was a place you could go to eventually, it was at least marked on the map. But we must go this way. And so now the music gets amped up a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. It's not like the most intense battle music, but also these aren't the most intense battles, so. That is Shoujo Temple, home to Gorai and his accursed collection. So I guess the idea is once we take one of the 3 paths, we've gone up quite a bit of the mountain. Or maybe the mountain's just very, very wide, so it doesn't seem as steep. Plenty of time for typical ablutions. But proper pilgrimage must wait for another day. Vulpix! There's a lot to explore here, wow. This is big. I feel like this courtyard has got to be a place that people love G-posing in. Just the courtyard alone. Bing bong. We got dog statues going around. Yeah, I feel like this courtyard itself is a place that people would choose to G-pose a lot. Woven rope or the entrance? Do I pull on the rope? You have to pull the rope. It definitely did something. Yeah, I was tempted to pull it as well, but we have no idea what it was gonna do. So why'd you do it? It's gonna modify how Yuzakura fights. Again, this is like the one thing I kind of wish the first boss was different each route. Because you do end up fighting the one boss, like this one boss, a lot of times. I do kind of wish it was different. But also, like, adding 2 entire new bosses is a lot of work on top of a dungeon that already has clearly a lot put into it, so... It shall be mine! Mine, I say! You cannot have it! Why is she so big? Because she's possessed by demons. Yeah, the demons have taken the poor Shinobi. And a thrall of treasure from a single lady at unfortunate cost. Dance of 1,000 Petals begins with a single blossom! This is the raid wide. The fact that it does a giant, like, blossom tree is very pretty. So yeah, wind is in and water is into cardinals? Yes, okay. Wind is in, water's into cardinals. Beguile mine enemies! Where are your friends? No! It's doggies! Look at the dogs! Out of the fluff! Dogs go! Adorable! I pat their fluffy little heads, but a whole Dreambot will go to great lengths to protect its master. Puppies! Puppies! Incredible boss modifier. Incredible boss modifier. It adds puppies to the fight. We won't be outfluffed by them. We will beat them on the fluffiness hierarchy. Okay, into Cardinal into Cardinals, you could say. And now it will be out on the Cardinals. There we go. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, learning the effects of that is just you do it once and then you know what it is for all the future ones that you do. Potsherds. Well, it's because they make you not look at the cute dogs. Ooh. Statues keep silent vigil in their master's absence, but they are not the treasures we seek. Onward! But look at them. But look at it. Once again, multiple pathways. Multiple pathways. Don't even get a choice. Temple treasures on even further. Step lively manifest, but plain to explore. Looks Buddhist more than Shinto. I am not familiar enough with these things to do that. See, this could be a random thing for this. It could also be based on me pulling that rope that it changes this. Just because the first one, like nothing in Sealed Deer, nothing you did in the first path could affect the second path. Japan has a big mix of religions. I mean, yeah, even like this, you know, like you shove some Christianity in parts of it too. And like even that, like, is there different sects of Buddhism? Is there different sects of Shintoism? Possible map for that bit is still below. Yeah, I guess it could be an odd thing. Sometimes you do that. Well, it goes one way. Sometimes it goes the other way. It could be because I pulled the rope. Just again, in Sealed Deer, nothing you did in the first half, like nothing you did before the first boss, affected the second path. There's no guarantee the later ones don't do that. Even the same time as plagued with demons. Anything remaining that survived would be nothing short of a miracle. Yeah, because if you go up that pathway, that goes over to that building there. Because it could be maybe the first one. Nothing in the first path affects the second path. As a result of like, oh, we're introducing the player to it. Maybe part of stepping up the complexity in this is the addition of choices in the first path the first half can affect the second half. Like just because it was that way in the first one doesn't mean it has to be that way this one. This is the type of thing where making assumptions is there. Buddhism lots of sects and schools, but there's 3 main branches. Left, right, and middle. Majestic Tiger depicts the paint. Yo! Yo! This was like one of the first events that I was like, one of the first like seasonal events that I did in the game. You go outside Limbs of Laminsa and they summon this painting, and then the tiger comes out of it. It was the Heaven's Turn, like not long after I started playing. I don't think it was the very first event that I was a part of, because I think it was... Sorry, she's AFK. I mean, that'd be the end of me. Oh, there's a lot to explore here. Precarious Power Paths is a mountain unto itself. I hope that means what I think it means. The tiger poster. Okay, this does also just lead over to here. Huh. Huh. Yeah. I have a suspicion. I have suspicions. I have suspicions as well. He mentions the Palaka boxes. See, that also goes through there. I can see a rope up there. Oh, absolutely. Do you have a suspicion? Yeah! Let's go! I mentioned this in the fucking... I mentioned this as a part of Sealed Deer. By the Kami Manifest, how'd you get up there? I mentioned this in Sealed Deer. If one of these didn't have a parkour puzzle, I was gonna be very disappointed. Let's go! Adventurers in there climbing. But it's the other day in the Kagane Tower. But perhaps this is a tale for another time. I like how Hancock's just like, yeah, I saw these people in Kagane Tower the other day. So we have a rope, and we also just have the ability to walk through. You have to pull the rope. Sound promising. If you only hear my winsome wailing, you'd better come running. Mount Rokkon speed, rope percent. A secret stairwell, how very convenient. Oh! Oh! We can leave him behind. Or we can help him up. Okay, Bull Norbis is how he gets up here and goes through that door. Okay. I'm so glad there's a parkour solution. I'm so fucking happy there's a parkour solution. That was like the one thing I wanted from Sildir when we did it. The one thing I said from Sildir, it was just like, I kind of wish one of them was a parkour solution. And I'm so happy we got that here. The moment that he said the mountain of boxes, I'm just like, that sounds like I'm about to climb. The moment he said that, I'm just like, it feels like I'm about to climb. And I was right. She's so cha-chins. More like she should dead chins. I see no one else of note here. The inner sanctum awaits. I guess if you go around the other way, that's just like, it all leads to here. This will all lead to the boss here. Big open wheat fields. Is this wheat or is this rice or is this just generic balloons? Fire Emblem, Sacred Stone. See, might be rice. I was thinking the beginning of Sekiro. I was thinking the beginning of Sekiro. That's the immediate vibes I got from this. This is rice? Okay. I think I've actually seen like rice, like plants bloom. Oh yeah, because you go through and like all of these branches have like the little like things on them. Rice is incredible and rice is like one of the best staple foods to exist. The actual like process of farming rice though seems like one of the most gloriously inefficient things. Yo! 7-Tailed Fox. Ghost of Tsushima title drop. I think it's the beginning of Sekiro. You're fighting in a field like this where you lose the arm. Turn the camera around, seeing it appear and disappear. Open up. There we go. All right, what do we got in here? Ghost of Tsushima, generally gorgeous game. Looking forward to a sale on the sequel. Again, from what I've heard, it's like Ghost of Tsushima is one of the games where it's like it's open world and it has like a lot of the current mod trappings, but it does it way better. Gorai the Uncaged! Well, I don't think we can help Gorai at this point. I don't know if we can help Gorai and convince him to give up his treasures. Master Splinter. I really like this like final boss music they've got for this dungeon. This is really cool. Does your soundboard have the Germa rat song? Not only does my soundboard have currently no sounds on it because I'm lazy, I don't even know what the Germa rat song is. What instrument is he holding? Because it looks like a combination of a couple different things I'm thinking of. I'm the giant rat that makes all the rules. I have no idea what that is. I don't know Germa. I know one thing of Germa, and that's the Thanksgiving video. It's the only thing of Germa that I've actually seen. Oh, and the American Century of Humiliation, to like the Chinese century. Clearly hunting one. I've also seen that edit. Shamisen probably. Here we go. Treasures are mine! Oh, mine! You shall not sully their brilliance. The head monk, I take it. I'm bearing a horn befitting his proclivities. On enlightenment. Raid wide or tank buster? Raid wide! Flickering flame. Spirit darts. Okay. So Shamisen to top. Okay. So we did Shamisen attacks. And his shamisen made the shamisen attacks bigger. Okay. Okay, triangles around them though this time? Oh, it's okay. Oh, sorry, biwa. It's a biwa. Sulfuric stone. Okay, so circle will make everything bigger. Right? Yeah. Circle makes things bigger, triangle splits them. Okay. I guess it's like, oh, triangle's like a prism. So like it goes through it prisms. So which direction do they split in? They become donuts. That makes sense. I drink to fuel the fires of my fury. How big? These are huge hitboxes for a rotating one. Biwa Breaker! The libations! We have multiple debuffs with timers on them. I have no idea what to do for that mechanic. Is it just you have to be in every tower, and if you're not, you're rodented? You have to be in all of them? Seemed like that was the idea. Each one right now has a tower hit, so you have to be in all of them. If you're not in all of them, you don't get the buffs. I think. Yeah, that's all. Okay. I will say these feel like the bosses here feel way more complicated than Sildir. Like in a good way. I think Dead Center? Yeah. These bosses definitely feel much more complex than what Sildir's did. Yay! Riding the Engaged. And was always manifest. You would be so keen to best down a rat of that size. To say not to be his unusual sousing. When the unholy draw touched his lips, I fear his fury would consume the entire temple. So I don't know precisely what baleful influence was wrought upon the drink, but not enough to test it myself. Now, you were talking about the libations, how much they fucked them up. They must bring back a less volatile artifact of our endeavors. It's that scene from Indiana Jones where you gotta like pick the right Holy Grail cup. The living lanterns. Josh and his thing I'd say. Well, particularly fascinating, were they not? I can put that up my ass. Too many edges, too many vertices. Now return the original form by safely seek to learn more of the spirits they once harbored. Let's add them to the collection and go forthwith. So you're taking the Shoshins with you? Okay. Have fun with that. Decide at the Choshins. Alright. Yeah, that's what he's added. That's what he decided. Rat song in Discord, by the way. Rats, we're the rats. It was a moonless and cloudy night. A small patrol of samurai were treading a shadowed path when, in the distance, they sighted the warm glow of a lantern. Knowing no honest man would be skulking about at this hour, they approached with caution, to find no man at all but a single lantern, lying lonely and unattended. With some thoughts of preventing a fire, one of the samurai reached down to claim it. In an instant, the samurai was surrounded. A crowd of cold, otherworldly flames hovered just out of arm's reach, as if taunting. Fiendish laughter echoed in the distance, then closer. Yet a mere moments later, the flames disappeared as though nothing had ever transpired. Darkness enveloped the path once again. There are few in Hingashi who have not heard the tales of the Bake Choshin. Though these haunting lanterns simply seek out only to play tricks on those who wander too close. The ones we encountered on Rokkon clearly had a mind to give chase. Gono Tokimori, generations of head monk at Shoujo Temple, carried a lantern of identical appearance on their nightly strolls. So perhaps the Bake Shoshin sought merely to protect their master's home, albeit in a unique way. The lantern now in my possession bears the following words. Advice and calligraphy. If fortune you seek, know that our light glows brightest within twilight's reach, and 'tis the kami of fire the celebration entreats. Don't know precisely what this poem calls one its reader to do, but it's a word to occupy my thoughts nonetheless. I will also write this down. Okay. Light brightest at twilight reach. Kami of fire. Celebration entreats. Which could also be an emo. Bio breaking getting a monster. Oh, everyone's running away. Everyone's running away. I mean, I could also do that. I could also just, like, go to bathroom. I also have a monster to grab. Honestly, a break probably, like, every 2 hours is probably not a bad idea for my throat, just in of itself, just to stop talking a little bit. So fuck it, I will also go for a break. If we're all going for a break, I'll go for a break as well. It's not far into the stream, but fuck it, that's all we're doing. I started late, so just, whatever, that's what it is. So we will, well, I don't know, we'll all return. I don't know where Horatio's gone. I don't know where Pi is, but I, at the very least, shall return. Got all my cards. Was the person you were complaining about last week Rusinald? Crafts, was the person you were complaining about last week Rusinald for Triple Triad? There was someone you were going the fuck off at. Because if it was Rusinald, I get it. I ended up getting a good rule set of, like, Fallen Ace that appeared that day. The guy gives out Themis, yeah. I ended up getting a good rule set. I had Fallen Ace. And both of Rusinald's aces are in the same spot, so I had a card that counted both of them. And I won a lot. And it took like 50 fucking wins to get Themis. I got, I think, 6 Proto Carbuncles before I got 1 Themis. And I was just like, just refused to fucking drop the Themis card. It was an absolute nightmare. Absolute nightmare. By the way, I'm just gonna do this. Welcome back. Editing self reminds to put the rant about Rusinald and Themis into the edited video. You don't have to include the part about how we're the rats, but at least include the part about me bitching about Rusinald not dropping the fucking Themis card. Yeah, I had the rule set that I had was Fallen Ace, and both of Rusinald's aces on the bottom, so I had Hilda, who has the one on the top, to do that. I didn't lose that many matches, but it just took fucking forever to drop Themis. Oh my god. I think it's the worst drop rate I've had for an NPC for the Triple Triad cards. Eloise in, like, fucking the Jeweled Crozier in, Ishgard. She was horrible with it as well. Oh, actually, no, the guy who drops the hand card in Dome and Enclave. I think he might actually still win. That was, I completely and utterly lost count how many fucking attempts that took. That was fucking forever though, holy shit. Anyway, we're back. I have some pipeline punch. Gridania Adder guy sucks for me. I've seen a lot of people hate the Diamond Enclave guy. Gavin. Oh, Gavin's the only guy the adders I remember. I don't know if that's the guy I've got to fight for the cards. Oh, that person too. I think most people hate the Diamond Enclave guy. Because his deck actually cheats. He's got like 4 or 5 fucking level 4 cards. It's ridiculous. He actually cheats. I was in the 7-Eleven this morning trying to decide, because they had Monster. It was 2 for $8. Which like isn't a bargain. But 7-Eleven normally sells energy drinks for $6, so... I'll buy drinks there because they've got way more variety and flavors than anywhere else I know. But I'll only buy whatever's on special, because then that brings it down to the price that everyone else sells it. So I was in there looking at the flavors of Monster. And just being like, 2 for $8. Alright, what 2 flavors do I want? I ended up just buying 2 cans of Pipeline Punch. I don't know, I've gone off a lot of Monster flavors lately. Most flavors of Monster I've not been as big of a fan of lately. I very much go through rotations of like which, like, energy drinks are one of those things where if I have the same one too much, I do end up burning myself on it. Fucked by auto umbrella. Yeah, I end up burning myself on flavors, burning out on flavors of energy drinks if I have them too much. The exception is Pipeline Punch. This one I don't get sick of no matter how much I have for it. Well, like, even mango, I used to fucking love mango Monster, but I just had too much of it. Now I'm just like, I want something else for a while. Though I've been trying to cut down my energy drink consumption. I'm trying to cut it down so the only day I allow myself to have energy drinks is during these 14 streams. I have cut myself off from having energy drinks during the week. Having even one each day is just like, nope, my heart should not be doing that. Aussie Lemonade, because it's not sweet. Aussie Lemonade, I probably won't get sick of either. That is true. I probably won't get sick of Aussie Lemonade. You know what's so annoying? This American company comes up with a flavor for their energy drinks called Aussie-style lemonade. And it's better than all the lemonades they actually sell here. If Australian lemonade was actually like what Monster says Australian lemonade is, it would be so good. That would be so good. But it's not. If you've not had Monster Aussie lemonade, the big difference is like, you know, American style lemonade, or as Australia would call it, country style lemonade, is very sour and also quite sweet at the same time. But it's like focusing on the sour and the sweetness. Whereas the Aussie style lemonade, not real Aussie style lemonade, but just the Monster version of it, it's incredibly tart. That's the difference. And it's really nice. It's a good, like, variation on a lemonade. But that's not what Australian lemonade is like. Australian lemonade is Sprite without the lime. Any brand of Australian lemonade is Sprite minus lime. So it's a bit different. It's a bit different. Because, like, I still like actual Australian lemonade. Sprite minus lime. It's good if you want a bubbly drink, but you don't want it to be too bubbly and you don't want it to be too sweet. It's basically like, if you want water plus, it's good for that. Hancock, you're never going to choose the right way. Tried to AoE Lily. It's a bit hard to do that on Picto. Something I have been thinking about recently, given that that's not if we're gonna get the bonus Hancock chest. Well, to be fair, like outside of doing this, I don't know of an immediate thing to do next. Like pulling the rope and not pulling the rope is my main thing. Only Australian brand drink that I know sells root beer brand called Bundaberg. Bundaberg is pretty much our best drinks, our best soft drinks that we have. Bundaberg is basically the best soft drinks in Australia. Path straight up the Holy Mountains, is it? How refreshingly dangerous. Oh, this is the mountain path. This is the actual mountain path. Ah! Oh, just say it again. Yeah, but Bundaberg is goated. Bundaberg also do rum. That's like most of the rum that I have is Bundaberg. And their variations. But Bundaberg also do incredible soft drinks. Their ginger beer is straight up the best ginger beer. Fucking fight me. The big thing with Bundaberg and their soft drinks is that they're all brewed soft drinks. So you know how, like, you know, it's the thing I mentioned before about just like, oh, carbonization is like an actual natural process of just things like that. That's what Bundaberg soft drinks are. Bundaberg's soft drinks aren't just like, here's a drink and here is being carbonated by a thing after the fact. Bundaberg soft drinks are carbonated by fermentation. Go switch my headset because the Bluetooth one's starting to give me a headache. Fair. So yeah, Bundaberg soft drinks are absolutely incredible. At least comparative to what maybe there's probably other places that do a lot more brewed soft drinks, like natural fermentation for natural like carbonation in it. There's probably other places that do that, but for Australia, they're too big. But I can feel that. I can feel that. Hats is the thing that I struggle to wear because of the size of my head. But yeah, at least for Australia, pretty much the only like naturally carbonated fermented soft drinks you get is Bundaberg. And they're all like incredible flavors. They're all so good. I don't want to take sponsors because like I don't like the idea of taking sponsorships because I don't need this for my job. Like I don't need to like I'm not criticizing people who take sponsorships because I'm aware of what the online economy is like. For a lot of content creators, streamers, various things, pretty much the only way, like YouTubers, pretty much the only way to stay alive is to take sponsorships. I ain't criticizing that. Search for moms. I'm not alive with the sound of demons. This is pretty. Hey, you can actually like see that's the actual other path. You can actually see it from here. That's really nice. So I guess, yeah, the other ones didn't go up the pathways. But as someone who doesn't require this for their job, as someone who works an actual full-time job outside of this, I don't need this for money. So for me, I'm in the position where I'm just like, I don't want to take sponsorships because I want my opinions to always come across as honest, and I don't need to take sponsorships to survive, so I'm privileged enough to not need to, so I can just decide fuck sponsorships. If Bundaberg ever want to sponsor me though, I'll take that in a heartbeat. If Bundy ever want to sponsor me, I'll absolutely take it. Because I don't need to lie about my opinion. That is like capitalism bad, etc, etc, etc. I will whore myself out for Bundaberg Company. I love everything they do. You can call these for Dogu! Dogu! It's the Dogu! It's the Dogu. What was the thing that the Dogu said? Oh no, so when I say I love everything they do, don't look up like any hideous crimes or anything that they do and say, oh, so you love that they like underpay their workers. When it comes to the products they put out, I love everything that Bundy do for that. Don't read into it further than that. I'm still willing to take their sponsorships though. Bow before a small shrine and place it. Oh, bow before a small shrine and place a Dogu within. So do we just... Oh, we take the Dogu with us. Okay. The Dogu turns on us. Examination shall be your responsibility. I hope you know. Okay, so we find... Okay, bow before a shrine and then place it within. But, more importantly, hot springs. Hot springs. Untouched spring. We have now touched it. This place is a Jeep. I mean, the previous one was as well. The previous one had a lot of it as well. But they love just chucking in G-posing spots into these variant dungeons. They love just making them pretty places. Again, it's one of the big things that I really like about this. So you love a company who had evidence of human remains found in an LA home they sold in 2014? This is a toy reference. I was gonna say, it's probably nothing to do with Bundy, because Bundy is a company in Australia. They're called Bundaberg because the company is in Bundaberg, Queensland. The one good thing that comes from Queensland. Sorry, I'm from New South Wales. I have to hang shit on Queensland whenever I get the opportunity to. Right, guys? I think our teacher may be drowning. This ain't about her. I think it's about the fact that Horatio took his shirt off. Oh, right, we're meant to be adventurers or something, aren't we? Oh, right, we're meant to be adventuring. But yeah, I really love this aspect of variant dungeons. That they are just willing to make them feel so much more like places by doing shit like this. Again, we had a similar thing in Sildir where it's just, you can go through, here's the bedrooms, here's the throne rooms, here's like the dining halls and stuff like that. Just a lot of areas that they put to just make it feel way more like a place. Little extra incentives of exploration that aren't specifically about, oh, here's like the lore docs, here's the treasure chests, here's like solutions towards some of the puzzles. Just extra stuff of like that feeling of exploration by just seeing new things about a place. Like all of the vibes of exploration that the variant dungeon gives isn't just strictly about finding alternate pathways. It's about actually exploring the place and seeing what it's like and everything like that. Stretched my wrist and felt a tiff of pain. That is concerning. that is concerning. My hands ever go, I'm fucked because of all of this. Sharp in mind, you cannot have it. Bust in the thrall of treasure. Promising lead. Yeah, so she shows off there. This is my wind attack. And some of seasons of fleeting. Oh, okay. Okay. So then it goes into this one. I was pixels away from being in a bad there. That's raid wide. Yeah, because some of these changes will just be based on the fact that we're on path 1, 2, or 3. And then some of these will be based on what we changed before that. I mean, with this one, I imagine it's because of this path, because there are lines on the floor. Water? Water's here. Step. Solitary leaves, I call upon you, fly at the mercy of the storm that is approaching. I thought it was gonna be like the cleaning mops of like Matoya's relics. Not Matoya's relics. No, who was the cleaning? Arm's length didn't negate that. Grand Cosmos, that's what I'm thinking. Grand Cosmos. I was thinking Grand Cosmos where the things go across and when they hit something dirty, they like clean it and cause a big AoE. I was thinking of that. Oh god. That is so fast, the Fire Blossom. Fire Blossom is so fast. Bam. Seems to be pretty consistent. That's like at this 4 spawn is when like we win. So okay, wind water. This is just the same. Yeah, this is the basic one. There we go. You're dead. Stop. Stop mootering. Few things will bring then autumnal leaves if they're out of season. The influence of a treasure, I suspect. Hancock, we just murdered a woman possessed by treasure. Oh, breathtaking. Oh, you said breathtaking. Oh, my bad, sorry. Once again, alternate pathways. Once again, alternate pathways that we just aren't taking. He said breathtaking then autumnal leaves. I thought he was like depressing, and I'm just like, we just murdered a woman. What do you mean the autumn leaves are depressing? Alright, Shushi Pengus. Pingus? Yo, I love Pingu. Just the gentle music in the background. And they would have given up by now. Whee! Bye, leaves. Yeah, this one's the actual mountain climb. I like this pathway where it's just the actual mountain. Again, the fact that it's like different between all of them is nice. Rickety fence. Is this an actual pathway? I don't... Hancock, slow down on my knees. Does it not feel like we should be able to go this way? Yeah, I see a small shrine, but I can't... If I just bow before... Like, if I just bow here... Maybe it's an even more hidden secret by not being targetable. You just have to bow, and then it does a thing. Because often for like emote stuff like this, you have to target it and then do it. But I can't target this. Oh, what am I doing? I'm an idiot. We're in Hingashi. Why am I doing a normal bow? An Eastern bow. Of course the normal bow's not gonna work. We're in Hingashi. Do an Eastern one. My shrine is built without purpose, also I've heard. Best case, well, this one before. That's really clever. That's really clever. This adds a lot to the puzzle element of having stuff that you have to emote in front of that isn't like a highlighted targetable. That's really nice. Because then that means you just have to examine the environment rather than just like look at the thing that you have to do. That's really cool. Definitely. Yeah! I knew from the first that the dog was meant for something greater. There we go. Hell yeah. Yeah, the combination of... Same with the parkour. Yeah, true, yeah. The parkour is not something you target, you just... yeah. Having moments like this, where you have to just analyze the environment and just do a thing in the right spot rather than target something specific. This absolutely, like, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Because I think the moments you had to emote in the previous one, you had to specifically target it. Because it was the, like, the big, altar at the end. Like, it was the big coffin at the end. And you had to, like, target the coffin and do the series of emotes. And have some knowledge of the culture. Yeah, I was just trying a normal bow, and I'm just like, oh, and I'm just doing a normal bow, maybe it doesn't... I'm in Hingashi, of course I have to do an Eastern bow. A normal bow's not going to do it. I'm in Hingashi, I need to do an Eastern one. I have one of naught but respect for our dear clay comrade. Do you think it can hear us? Yeah, that immediately takes it as like one of my favorite puzzles that we've done in like all of the variants. Like, I mean, all the variant paths. We've done 2 variants, but like, you know. There's just a combination of a lot of elements there. Combination of a lot of elements. Untargetable stuff requires you to do something earlier for it to even work. Requires you to understand the difference between a normal bow and an Eastern bow. Yeah. There's a lot of things that come together to make sure you actually get the puzzle right. Again, it's not like frustratingly difficult, impossible, or puzzle or anything like that. But you know, you still feel clever. And that's the important thing. A puzzle doesn't have to be a result of a landslide, perhaps. Oh, right. Well, there's actually 2 pathways on this. So this is another section where there's going to be multiple things. So we want to knock down the tree and cross that, or do we want to be a boulder-punching asshole? Well, we have no idea which of these do different things. So as always, stick to the left first. One cannot go wrong with a rustic log bridge. Assuming the trunk is free of anger spirits, of course. What is that? Oh, big statue here. Big statue. Stone silence. Channel your inner Crest Redfield. Yo! Monarchy! Shishio. Yo. Ah. I remember this one giving me problems. We'll be fine. We're awesome gamers. We can kill anything. If it bleeds, we can kill it. Alright, how much mode are we gonna do? I need to be nuzzled betwixt Chris's boobs. I didn't think Chris would be your type. I'll be honest, I didn't think Chris would be your type. Gods be good! How about the statue is awakened? And it did not wake on the right side of the proverbial bed. Just a moment, I've read this before. I'm thinking there's Mononeki of Shishio, king among you! Okay, Enkyo is red wide. Stormcloud summons. Smoke Eater. Oh god. Okay, the lines, what are they gonna do? Okay. Got a fucking pattern, I see. Oh no. Stormcloud summons once more. Spirit Dot! Smoke Eater. Oh no. Oh, the huge one. Okay, that was pretty huge ones. Okay. Ow. This is gonna suck really soon if these don't stop. Okay, that is, ooh, that's scary, that one. That's a scary one. Okay, Enkyo's the red wide. Stormcloud summons. I can always appreciate a good random bullshit go mechanic if your random bullshit go mechanic is gonna be absolutely fucking shitloads. I'm normally not the biggest fan of random bullshit go because it's normally too simple for a random bullshit go-esque mechanic. When it's that many of them, I'm okay with it. Because most mechanics in this game are just like learning the patterns and just like standing there before everything goes off. Random bullshit goes off is kind of the only time that we get a chance of just like, it's about a test of your reflexes. It's kind of only in those situations that they give you a chance of just, you can't predict what this is going to be, you just need to react quickly. And that's why I'm usually on the okay with random bullshit go mechanics if there's a lot of it, because you need a lot of it to make that level of like quick reaction to it like super worthwhile. Ankyo, it doesn't matter, we're gonna kill you! The Lion King Slayer. A harrowing display. Such ferocity I've rarely seen. I am the backbreaker. I am the King Slayer. And Shishui was quite fearsome as well. Puts in the mind of the Western Chimera. Goes in not twig. but that thing I referenced was from Incarnation, not this album. This is not even an album, it's a song. The all that I have seen today, I must sing with the Dogu. I mean, I have my doubts, but to restore life to nature is no common feat. Shall I take it back to Kagane? On the off chance it is sentient, I must hope it seems fit to give my early misgivings. Whereas this far paid off fine dividends, and I thank you for it. I must take back this thing. She sure is the man from Criterion? Of course, of course. I'd love to get all the rewards from the Criterion and stuff like that. It's just based on how hard people said it's gonna be. That's the type of thing where it's like, I still only have one card. Based on how hard people have said that it is, I don't know if I'd have a group of people from here who'd be like super willing to do it. 1 to 7 Chris on my type, Village Chris I need to okay, Village Chris I can understand. Chris has gone through a lot of redesign, so yeah, Village Chris I can understand being the type. That I can understand. Oh, Yosakura with a puppy. Considering the puppy was on another album, this is this one. Seasons of the Fleeting. Long ago and far away, Onmyoji found himself bereft of his beloved wife. Years upon years passed, the cherry tree they planted to celebrate their union bearing pure blossoms every spring. Yet still, the grief of her passing remained fresh. Though left with little hope for himself, the Onmyoji prayed the tree, at least, to his great surprise, these prayers were answered by his wife herself. For her life, she too had been Onmyoji, and had left behind a finely made daughter. At his plea, it began to shine with the power of life itself, reviving the trees with their boughs in an instant. Understanding now that their love was everlasting, no matter how fleeting their time together, the Onmyoji too was still the newfound vigor, and happily devoted himself to caring for the resplendent cherry tree for the rest of his days. How painful and how beautiful that life should be so ephemeral. Upon our return from Mount Rokkon, I could not help but inquire with Mistress Tsubaki as to the nature of Mistress Yosakura, whom we encountered under such inauspicious circumstances. Shame she was the heir of the Hanagakure style of ninjutsu, thus her way with flowers, was in service of Lord Uzumibu at the time of her death. Tokimori added that she had been aiding in the evacuation of those trapped in Shoujo Temple, and lost her life to a Mononoke while pulling a child to safety. Aww. Aww. I don't know if any of this is hints to anything, but it's just like, oh, sad. Turtlenecks are incredibly slutty. Okay. Yeah, don't know if that one strictly has any hints to anything, but very adorable. Alrighty. I still don't get why they decided to make Criterion 2 levels of hard. I still don't understand that. I still don't get why it's Criterion and then Criterion Savage. It's like the design, like why make 2 high difficulty ones? Like this is the because it's just like this is the this is the issue that everyone has with this game, and like apparently Endwalker just absolutely exasperated it, and I don't know how if Dawn Trail is like making it better or worse or anything like that. But the biggest thing with Endwalker is that like Variant is casual. None of this is hard. It's, you know, puzzles, it's exploration, it's everything like that. Island Sanctuary, like literally just passive farming and everything like that. All the content is either like simplest, easy stuff, or like brutal high tier rating. And there's very little in the middle. And the stuff that is in the middle is like Bozia, which doesn't exist for Endwalker. So I find it really confusing that like, if they're willing to do 2 higher levels of difficulty for Variant Dungeons, why does it go casual, hardcore, hardcore plus? Why is there no middle grounds? I don't understand. But that, again, that doesn't just apply to this. This applies to most things in this game. Oh, you're wearing garment that covers you completely, yet it hugs every inch and curve of your body. It's very easily removable. Alright, alright. Whore. So we can follow Hancock and just go for one of the other pathways, like the rickety fence or knocking over the rock instead of the tree. Or we could go on one of the other pathways and actually try to work out other stuff. Look at all the graves. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God, there's a lot. Oh, they're... Oh my god. Are these all the people who are trying to escape from, like, when this started happening? How long has, like, Mount Rokkon been under the attack of the Mononoke? How long has it been? See, one grave, you've seen it all, really? I'm gonna go this way. I know of multiple options we have this way. Whereas I know of less for the others. This is just several years worth of them. It's just a regular degular graveyard. Seal of Shadow, reveal thy path. Yeah, so we can either take the rickety bridge, or we can take the other Dogu path. Part of me wants to take the other Dogu path just so we know that's done. This is definitely accessible, and it does take a while. I'm thinking the other Dogu path just so I don't forget it, and then we can do... Like, yeah, do the other Dogu path now so I don't forget. And then we'll, like, go through the other... just go, like, through each 3 of the routes again. Just with the things that we know we can do. Like, because the first route has the sword, we can just, like, not have the... Like, don't touch the sword, leave the box open. On the second route, we just don't parkour puzzle. Or we do I guess on the second route, there's parkour puzzle and don't hold the boat. And then there's don't do the parkour puzzle at all. So there is still multiple options there. Well, there is the statues on the first route, but I have no idea what to do with them. The statues is something like, I know there's something to do with the statues, but I'm not seeing any hints for the statues. I'm pretty sure I've asked this before. I'm pretty sure I asked this in the previous one. But obviously, like, I don't need to know exact details or anything like that. But has this concept been confirmed, or has it already happened to return in Dawn Trail? Just like the concept of variant dungeons. Obviously, like, how many? What are they about? Obviously, I don't need to know any of that. But just like, just because yeah, nice. Just because I worry this is the type of content people might complain about because it's designed to not be endlessly repeated. They've tried to add a lot of replayability to it by giving it like a lot of the potsherd rewards and stuff like that, which is kind of, I guess the idea behind that is like, oh, you got all of the routes yourself, join other people and try to help them find their remaining routes for potsherds. And then obviously Criterion is meant to run it multiple times to like get the extra one. One's coming next patch. Ah, okay, there we go. There we go. So we're gonna take the dog again. Because I would say like, because I already know Endwalker has 3. I would say so the idea doesn't burn itself out. I would say like 1 or maybe 2 per expansion going forward. I don't think we need 3 in every expansion. Like, give us a bunch now because it's a brand new idea. Crazy Outlaw taking so long between pulls my cooldown to reset. A lot of exploring, a lot of taking in the vibes. But yeah, I feel like it's kind of the idea of just like, yeah, we can have a bunch like with Endwalker because this is the first time it's been introduced. So it's like kind of playing catch up because it's gone so many expansions without any. Whereas for the future, I could see this being like a deep dungeon where it's like, oh, we get 1 of those per expansion, like from now on. We don't need several of these per expansion because then the idea might burn out. But like once per expansion, we get like, oh, here's this like bespoke one and done kind of content. Keep completely forgetting my spell. Okay, so this, move in, and then, yeah. Go. Memory check. I have memory, and I can check it. Yeah, because like, I absolutely love the concept of variant dungeons. As I mentioned, like, the variant dungeon that we did before with Sildir is like, that is some of my favorite shit that I've done in the game. Like, that was like, the stream of doing Sildir and like learning that this is in the game is like, that's one of my favorite streams I've done of the game that isn't like an MSQ. I absolutely like learning that variants in the game and seeing how well the first one was done. Like, just such a cool experience, and just being like, I am in love with this. This is so cool. But I can also see this being the type of content that people might complain about because it's not endlessly repeatable. Which is one of those things where that's more of an issue for Endwalker specifically, because Endwalker doesn't have like a lot of content that leans itself towards that. I really do feel like I'm experiencing Endwalker's like patch content in the best way, aka having access to it all at once. I like a lot of what Endwalker does with its patch content, and I'm really enjoying a lot of what it does. It's like, I'm super enjoying this like post Endwalker series. But I can absolutely see doing this like as it comes out could be a bit lackluster. Because like Island Sanctuary, once like outside like the first few levels where you're like doing a lot of stuff each day, it does come down a lot to just like, oh, it becomes another daily task that you're like checking in. There's not a lot to repeat there. You do something like this and it's like, this is really fun, but once you're doing it, you're just like repeating like very simple stuff to get extra pot shards. Get hammered, idiot. You're repeating stuff to get extra pot shards, or you're just repeating stuff to like help out other people with their routes, or you're just like repeating like the raiding levels or anything like that. Because you don't have a boss. You don't have any. There's not really many big like long-term things to work on in Endwalker. Every jump needs a giant cartoon hammer me things. So yeah, I definitely feel like I'm experiencing Endwalker in the best way possible by having access to it all at once and still like doing it patch by patch. Because if I was doing like, if we were doing this, if we were doing Endwalker as it came out, and I was doing the streams the way I'm doing them now, just as it came out, I would be guilty of that thing that we complain about other people doing. Brand new patch comes out, oh, you finished all of the content in a week. Because that is realistically what we're doing here. Like, today's stream is 6.45. What did they add in 6.45? They added this, they added Hildibrand, they added Splendorous Tools, and we're gonna, like, outside of the Splendorous Tools, because I'm not gonna bother, like, showing it to all of you on stream. But, look, we're gonna finish all of that today. I'm gonna be the person who has a brand new patch, and I finish all of the content in a day. So, yeah, I can absolutely understand that, like, doing Endwalker as it came out is definitely, like, would be a much more frustrating experience than what I'm getting out of it. Like, yeah, the stuff the stuff we're not doing in a day is, like, the rating level stuff. We're not getting to, like, the bottom floor of Eureka Orphos. We're not getting to doing the Criterion stuff. But again, that's part of the issue, is part of the issue is that the only stuff that Endwalker provides that'll take longer than a day is raiding equivalent stuff. Like, here's your Savages, here's your 2 Ultimates. You're not gonna get that stuff done in it. Like, here's your like deep dungeon getting to the max level. That's the stuff you're not gonna get done. Whereas again, for Shadowbringers, you at least had boss. Hell, even, like, you also had Ishgardian Restoration then. And that's like, we have Splendorous Tools in Endwalker, but Splendorous Tools is an incredibly solo activity. You go out, you get the materials, and then you just craft it and hand it in. Which, like, that's what Skysteel Tools are, as well in in Shadowbringers. But at least you're, like, if you're doing Shadowbringers when it came out, you had Ishgardian Restoration. You had working towards that as well. It was another big group activity. It was taking crafting more seriously by working towards the points of getting it upgraded. So you had that as well. Iwakura. There we are. Warning talismans on this boulder give me pause. Which I should have as well as any bridge, I suppose. I've heard of hells and people who spent all day crafting to get big ranking points. So yeah, like, I can go through Endwalker and I'm just like, I enjoy so much of like the post-Endwalker content. I'm having a lot of fun with it. While also recognizing that if I was doing this as it came out, it would feel lackluster. Because it would be a case of, I've done all of the stuff that isn't raiding within a week or two of it coming out. And I can absolutely understand that. 10 seconds to burst? Alright, I'll wait. Go! Bam. Seriously, king among you. Alright, Stormguard summon. So what would be different with a difference between a rock and the other one? Was there any tree-based attacks last time? So which side will this start? Tank busters. Dramatic musics. Stormguard summons. No one judge my burst. I know I'm fucking it up all over the place. Don't worry about it. Don't judge it. Oh, this is gonna be the third one. Well, we're in the right spot for it anyways. I activated my burst right before that, so, you know. That sucks. Way too... I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I saw the last explosion go off, just being like, oh yeah, it'll be safe to move in now. Oh, okay. This seems safe. Not quite. Oh, they've got like, oh, okay. They've got the arrows on the floor and the, okay, it's based on those directions. Okay. I'm gonna bow like this. I'm not gonna lie. I was trying to just like base the directions of their bodies pointing, and the way their bodies were pointing was a little awkward compared to the actual direction like their lines were facing. A lot of directions pieced together really quickly though. Like 4 different things to like give a track of all their directions and then find the safe spot between all of those. Ah, pretty rapid. Random bullshit, go! None of the random bullshit's coming towards the center, let's go! Again, I'm fine with a mechanic like this. It's not like mind clever thinking, but there's not many opportunities for the game to just like actually do a test of your reflexes outside of doing shit like that that's unpredictable. Spirit dart. Don't judge the spirit dart uptime either. The spirit dart uptime is also terrible. Don't worry about it. Thank you. As I did my burst correctly, and then I realized I had Bloodfest and actually used that. So not really. Is this 2? Yeah. Plus I'm not good. Thank yous. Spirit Dart. Come on, so to get Spirit Dart. If something's, I heard people saying that it's like the idea behind Endwalker was that, oh, this replaced the idea of like a new boss here. And I understand like the details in terms of, oh, how long it took. One monarch I felt, the legend to be believed, she shows wholly different base than Tsukoma Kami Brethren. Came out long before Gordai's time. It was sealed here by the very founder of the Shoujo Temple, in fact. I started to make wonder if that boulder we filled did not possess some greater significance. Maybe we actually accidentally unleashed it. Oops. Well, let's turn from that dark path and instead appreciate the sacred scenery before us. Breathtaking, is it not? I think we can take the scenery with us, unfortunately. So let me know if you spy any artifacts of value. I'm gonna do something to commemorate this trek. Some of the rocks, maybe? Of course, my sincerest thanks for making the perilous climb. Yeah, I remember people mentioning that the idea was that this was for, like, variants were done in place of a Bosnia, like a new exploratory zone, adventuring foray, whatever they call it. It's just the key difference is that variant dungeons, by their very nature, are like finishable content. You get the pathways and you're done. A little bit extra if you want the things, whereas adventuring forays last as long as people want them to. Working on achievements there, working on getting multiple weapons there, stuff like that, especially Bosnia. Like in Eureka, there's not that many achievements, you just work on the weapon and you work on being able to get into Bardasin Arsenal. Whereas in Bosnia, you've got all the field stuff, like the field notes to get, so you want to redo specific skirmishes, you want to just like keep going to get all of your valors, you want to, like, there's so many different, like, things there for your relics, you got your big raids, which also have, like, triple triad card drops as well. Like, there's so many things to repeat a lot in Bosnia. I mean, it is still, from my understanding, to this day, the best content the game's ever gotten. Every time a new bit of content comes out, it's going to be trying to chase the high of Bosnia, and I don't know if we'll ever get there. I mean, even if we get content that's as good as Bosnia from, like, a gameplay perspective, just from a story perspective, I don't know if it's going to ever do that for me. I've been wanting to go, as a Gunbreaker main, I've been wanting to go to Bosnia for so long. Bosnia's story is a sequel to fucking Evilist shit and has so much good shit there. There's, like, so much character stuff of all the different things that happen there, like... like, Bosnia is just the best this game has been. Bosnia's people will never get over it. We really, I mean, again, even if something gets introduced that gameplay-wise is as good as Bosnia, I don't know if the story can live up to it. I don't know if the story can live up to what Bosnia's story is. Like, Bosnia is a fucking war zone. And has so much, I mean, even, again, part of, like, what I praised Bosnia for was even just the idea that it was the first time the relics, like, felt like a very important part of the story and, like, had a big impact. Because, like, previous relics were only about the relics. You have a little bit of backstory behind the relics in ARR, and then it mainly becomes about, like, the science process and, like, of making it better. You get to Heavenswood, and the relics are just a shell for the Anima, which is, like, a good storyline. I do enjoy that, but the weapon itself doesn't mean anything. Eureka, the relics aren't part of the story at all. They're a complete side aspect that means nothing, where it's just like, oh, and I guess Geralt's here to do that. But Bosnia puts the relics front and center of the story. It's like, what you're directly there to do. You go through the, like, the entire solo instance, the badass solo instance that it starts with, to, like, learn about how to make them. When you're running around the southern front, you see other people with the, like, first stage relics that you can get and see how powerful they are on the field. They're the ones who get tempered at the end. Then you fight, like, these amalgamated forms of all of the people and their relics, like, in Delabrum. Like, we're not getting that shit again. We're not gonna get a story where the actual weapons themselves about the relics are such a majorly important part of the game and gameplay. Because you see how powerful the relics are gameplay-wise by seeing how powerful the blade, Gunhilda's, like, the resistance blades are in the southern front. You get plenty of other soldiers that help you, but when those guys come out, when one of the blades comes out, they're like doing limit breaks that you, the player, cannot do. They're doing unique shit with the power of these weapons, and it's so cool. Like, I love variant dungeons. I love the variant dungeon, and I stand by. This is still some of my favorite gameplay as well in the game. This shit makes me feel like an adventurer. This shit, like, makes me feel like I'm going through an area and, you know, doing the adventurous stuff, uncovering lost secrets, finding, like, understanding and, like, learning more about the world around me. I love what variant dungeons are. The concept that they're a replacement for adventuring forays makes no sense, though. These are bespoke, finite content that is designed to be a very fun experience that you start and then finish. It's kind of like MSQ in that sense. You start MSQ and then you finish MSQ. But even MSQ gives you, like, multiple dungeons and trials to go back to in your roulettes. You don't get this shit in roulettes. Whereas adventuring forays are designed to be almost endlessly repeatable. They're just, like... I understand, like, developer resources and, how, like, everything like that, how much it costs, time and people and money-wise to make it can be equivalent, but from a gameplay perspective, they're not, they are diametrically opposite. It is harder for them to be on two opposite ends of the spectrum of what they are. What'd you get, Artesia? What'd you get? What'd you get after my little rant? I can tell how much better I am sick-wise because I'm doing my little rants again. And I'm like, I want my lozenges and I need some drinks during it. But I can do my little rant and I don't feel like I'm gonna fucking die. Oh, the umbrella is it. Oh. Oh, the umbrella is it. You got the Shoshin. The Koshin. You got the Koshin umbrella and it's got the little tongue on it. That is disgusting. I love it. Anyway, Route 4. The Seal of Silence. Ascetics have long availed themselves of Mount Rokkon's solitude to train mind and spirits. And this day was no different. The breeze was still, the trees silent, and the monk concerned to our tale was deep in peaceful meditation when he heard the rustling of grass. Rousing from his contemplations, he opened his eyes to see who had business of such import as to interrupt his tranquility. Came face to face and said with a twisted beast. If its form left any doubt to its identity, the weapons lodged in its flesh confirmed that it was Shishio, king among Niu, and terror to the small folk. Though the thought of ending a life, much less that of a creature struggling, despite deep wounds to survive, was abhorrent, so too was the thought of letting this devourer of men go free. He raised his holy staff and struck at the Mononoke. The battle was a fierce one, but the monk had the upper hand. To draw the conflict to a close, he struck his staff into Shishio, turning it to stone. He would go on to found Shoujo Temple, that a watch might be kept over the now silent Mononoke, and its seal remain unbroken evermore. So the legends say. Holy staves such as the monk wielded are quite unlike those of Western mages. Not only do they have the particular power to purge fell magics via sound, their use of physical weapons goes far beyond unsophisticated bludgeoning. Though I sadly lack skill to make use of such awesome power, I find myself considering even more mundane applications. Any climbing Mount Rokkon, even more trained ascetics surely find themselves in need of additional support from time to time. Should we need to scale the big ones more, or should an inconvenient wall or pile of boxes stand in our way, I shall be perfectly equipped for the challenge. Inconvenient wall or pile of boxes stand in our way. Well, that gives you a hint of like how to do the other thing. Purge fell magics via sound is an interesting thing to keep in mind of. Playing around with no glam restrictions on Arena Skater topic healing, you'll be mine in about a month. I love the Arena Skater tops. They're just like, for most of the options, they're just, again, not quite Miner First. Arena Skater stuff is, like, there's a number of Arena Skater pieces that I do use. I like the tops, they're just not quite Miner First. They're like 80% of the way there. So, Purge Field Magics via sounds. We've been ringing the gongs, and it could be that. But also, scale the, like, the inconvenient wall or pile of boxes. I should be perfectly equipped for the challenge. Kasa Obake, our Japanese yoko that looks like a long umbrella with one eye and a long tongue and 1 foot. Oh! Oh, and that's a foot as well. Okay. Oh, yeah, it's even got the shoe. It's got the sand. It's got the... What's the name of this type of shoe? There's a name for this type of shoe that's like the two wooden panel, like the wooden panel, like the... Looks like a little house. There's a name for that shoe. But yeah, Geta. There we go. Geta. I've got a number of little ideas. I don't have any, like, major revelations yet. But there's also some paths that we've taken that aren't, like... There's some basic paths that we haven't taken. We've taken some of the more complicated ones. Like, we did the parkour, we did the Dogu puzzle. We haven't done the basic options on those paths yet. That might give us more hints. Like, the pile of boxes hint feels like what we had to do for the other one. Oh, yeah, I want to go this way anyways. The next 3, we'll just do one more of each of these. This will be don't touch the sword. Then we go to the other one, we don't climb the boxes. Go to that last one, just do rickety fence. Try to do some basic options on each of the 3 paths. Just to see what they have. Because again, climbing the boxes and also doing the Dogu puzzle are definitely like the more complicated ones. So they may not give us as many hints because it may be those were meant to be the end paths of getting hints from other places. Because we like the Dogu thing, we got a hint for that on another path. And then there's also just the hope that as we go through this, all of the optional pathways that will open just happen to open. Because I remember we had to, like, there was the one pathway that just never opens for a while in Sildir. Like, we opened into, like, the big open grassy area. And it just kept opening left, and then it took a while for it to actually open to the right. Because there is also the mapping achievement. And the mapping achievement also requires the optional RNG pathways, not just everything else. Again, I do something like this in this game, and I feel so bad for the people who are just like, oh, I'm just gonna look up a guide. It's an MMO, you look up guides for everything. You just let other people work out and do things, and then you just like look up a guide for that. And for a lot of things, I understand that idea behind it. Like, I feel so bad for people who just like look up guides to just solve the variant dungeons for them. I feel so bad. Because, like, the solving is so much of the fun. Ah, and now we have wind on this one. And now we have winds. There we go. Hey, this is one of the things at the end of Hell's Lid. I'm now realizing the end of Hell's Lid has the 2 lion creatures. And I think the other one that we had here was that because it was like the lightning one. I think they may both have been here. These winds could blow man away. It will if we do not tread carefully. Again, I think past this there was like 2 pathways and we just couldn't take one. I do have to wonder if the winds will change that. Shall be mine, you cannot have it! My one criticism of variants, but it's also a criticism of just being like, I get why it's hard to change it. The first boss being the same mission. For all 3 routes. I totally get why that's like... Making a different mini-boss for all of the routes would be like... Like, it's not as simple as, oh, just do it. But I absolutely do miss it. These are chickens. Yeah. There we go. Lightning pranked. That actually started with Leah. Normally it's like every other time we've done Yozakura, it started with Jesus. Every other time we did Yozakura, it started with winds. it's one of those things where it's like, I can have my criticisms about, like, parts of the game. I'm gonna get by that. It's way too slow on the upkeep there. I can have criticisms about parts of the game, but it's also an extent of need to, like, mentally be aware of just, like, how much is possible within the limits of, like, how developing an MMO works. Like, I in no capacity have, any envy for the development cycle of what an MMO must be like. Or really any games as a service thing where stuff's being constantly updated. Like the idea that you need to get stuff out so consistently as you do for an MMO or like a live service game. But also, because stuff is coming out so consistently, you need to plan stuff so far ahead of time. It sounds like a nightmare. Because, like, if you think about the devs right now, I got Atlanta. Like, the devs are, like, what right now working on the game? Like 7.4 is about to come out. So they're having to work on, like, oh, we've got to make sure everything's ready for 7.4 to come out. And also, we've got to, like, people will have, the Dante was made this by me specifically. Oh, no, this isn't the one, no, this isn't the one with 2 parts. This is the inside of the storehouse, yeah. But it's like the devs right now are just like, okay, we need to address the stuff that comes out in 7.4. We need to do that. We also, there's like player concerns or player things will happen like that. And a lot of player criticisms about the game are dumb and stupid and bad and shouldn't be listened to. But some things are reasonable and understandable. And it's like, okay, so we need to like put stuff into the game that we may not have been planning around to address player feedback. So it's like, okay, to address player feedback, we want to do this, and if we wait too long to do it, then people will just think that we're not listening. So that needs to get added into the cycle a little earlier than, like, what you'd probably be planning. So, oh shit, this needs to go in now. Something like Glamour Unlock. I don't know whether they've been planning Glamour Unlock for a long-ass time or anything like that. But it's the type of thing where it's like, oh, they're now doing Glamour Unlock. So it's like, okay, shit, they need to make sure they're prepared to do that. Like, again, Glamour Unlock feels like it in case of emergency break glass thing. It feels like that feels like a thing of just like a we need to do that right now because shit, player numbers or whatever like that. Or just there's too much negativity surrounding the game. We need to do something to address it. So, you know, something along those lines, right? But it's also, they clearly have to start, like, working on and planning stuff for 7.5, right? Like, they're obviously not going to start working on 7.5 stuff only when 7.4 comes out. So obviously 7.5 stuff's in the works. But also, 7.41, 7.45, all of that. It comes so far as I'll follow shown rule in the cardinal directions. Oh! Sorry, I'm noticing what he's saying there. How the four lords are shown ruling the cardinal directions. Is that to do with this? Is it like looking at this map and seeing where these are facing, like comparatively? Is that what those statues are? Like Suzaku is facing to the north and you're facing to the south. So you need to make those last 2 statues face to those directions based on this map? Or is it based on like, it can't be, I was about to say, was it based on like the Four Lords item, like the poster that you get at the end of the quest line, but that's probably not required for this. Four Lords just come up in general. I don't think you have to complete the Four Lords to do this. That was for the other thing you had to do for Saru. Cause that's the only, like, cause he's saying that specifically about how they're like, they show cardinal directions. It's the only thing I can think of that would like do that. Point them outwards, east and west. Well, again, it's just like looking at the map, it's Suzaku and Seiru. The map that, like, we have that we can just, like, press square to access. So Suzaku pointing to the north and Seiru pointing to the south. But is it the directions that they're facing on the map, or is it, like, where they are on the map? Because, again, looking at this... Because, because that's Genbu, and he's kind of, like, looking over there. And then that's Byako, who's over there. So, and again, like... So is it the directions they're facing? Because some of them are kind of facing the same directions. Whereas, like yeah, Seiru is on the east side of the map. Suzaku's on the south side of the map. I'll have to keep that in mind for that. Because that feels very specific. This feels specific about this. We closed it last time. So we're just gonna fucking not touch it. We're just gonna not fuck with it. Evil sword, we can't fuck with it, clearly. Even though I think not fucking with it is gonna be is gonna be the thing that fucks with us. It's gonna be open, so now the boss up here is gonna have access to the sword. Is what I would show. It's gonna happen. So many magic prisms. So many magic prisms. There we go. Moko! Alrighty. Couple seconds away from Bloodfest. Kinky release. Still not up yet. My blade thirsts for mortal blood. Yeah. I need to change my camera to what everyone else looks like for this because it always throws me off. It'll throw me off if I don't read. To me, my warriors, your lord has need of you! So last time these did arrows? Still doing arrows. Which back here is going to be safe. Ah, this is the marching soldier. This is where they start screaming at you. Such a fun mechanic, just seeing them all run at you. Soldiers of death. I'm not seeing any new mechanics here. I'm not spotting any new mechanics just yet. Thank you, release. Mine only at half health, so it could still be coming. Okay, I don't think I understand how that tell works. I don't think I understand how that tell works. Okay, well, that's definitely new. That's new. That's new. Yeah, I don't think I understand how that tell works, because it really looks like it was on the left. Scarlet Auspice. See, this was blue last time, which was like expanding out. And like cascading waves. Seems like this is just gonna be fuck off huge explosions instead. He turns when he does the strike, so the second tail has to be adjusted. I feel like I've not had to do that for the other ones. I feel like I've not had to like adjust for the other ones. Well, I feel like the first time around I didn't have to adjust based on like where he faces, but then sometimes I do. Because I can understand that concept, it just sometimes feels like I don't have to do that. He's able to appreciate while under the throat slicing and dicing. With the monks of Massey, truly have a impressive collection. I say not about most his spirits and armor. The need to do mechanics if your burst is evil enough. Yeah, the idea of, oh, he changes where he faces, so it changes, it does that. I understand that, I just feel like I didn't need to do that sometimes. Perhaps the soul of a warrior who once wore it yet lingered, waiting his chance to take a battlefield once more. Perhaps his sword was a treasure with a life of its own. Eureka strikes again! A vexing conundrum. What to bring back to Kagane, that is. Don't suppose you've space in your bag. I've only got about 50 weapons in there, I can't sacrifice any space. The Crimson Sword. Long ago in the days when war and strife played Hingashi, lived a man who built his legacy upon a mountain of enemy corpses. Fiercer than a mad tiger, Moko the Restless emerged victorious from every skirmish, but his might would be his undoing. Fearing that the warrior would rebel against him, Moko's liege ordered him slain in the dead of night. The deed was carried out with Moko's own blade, which, having cleanly severed its master's head, soon began to burn red. None can say whether the Crimson Aura was begat by the warrior's lingering fury, or the ire of his victims, but resisted all efforts to remove it. And at last, desperate and purified the sword, Lord servants carried it to a sacred peak and plunged it into holy waters, only for weapon to devour the font's spiritual energies. From that moment on, any soul who attempted to wield the blade was consumed by murderous rage. Barely joking with my Eureka thing, this does sound like Zanjitsuken. Takamori claimed that the holy waters in the town might be found on Mount Rokkon itself, where a lake of particular spiritual power lies concealed. A small shrine allegedly graces its banks. Can I but wonder if treasures hide within? Fortunately, the path is a closely guarded secret known only to the highest ranking monks, so we are left to fumble in the dark. Okay. If he strikes behind first, he doesn't have to turn to adjust. Oh, that's fair, that's why. That's why I've not had to adjust them sometimes. Because it's the ones where I've not had to adjust, he strikes, the back is safe. Yeah, because then he's not turning at all for that, is he? That makes sense. That makes sense. Much smarter than I am, Pi. Much smarter than I am. That's fair. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I understand now. I removed every bit of an outfit from my dresser, but I'm missing the shoes, so no set. No! I did manage to save a decent amount of space in my glamour dresser by turning a lot of stuff that I don't use into glamour outfits. The thing that sucks with glamour outfits is that you can't dye any of the pieces. So if I want something in my glamour dresser that's part of an outfit, but I want it dyed, then I don't have the outfit. Or if it's something I can get from the Calamity Salvager. I just have 2 copies of it in my glamour dresser, because it still saves space. So, okay, there's something here about how there's a lake of particular spiritual power which lies concealed. A small shrine graces its banks, can I but wonder if treasure lies within. So this feels like a hint of what the ultimate path is. I was gonna put, where they can put a lot of stuff into the armoire. Yeah, there's quite a bit. Anything from achievements, seasonal stuff. Yeah, there's quite a bit that can go on there. Some other random shit. I worked out how much stuff could go into the armoire by just on 14 Collect. 14 Collect shows you, like, has a collection list of everything in the armoire. So I just went through that and just go, oh, I've got this, and I pulled it all out. My glamour dresser was about 3 or 4 away from being capped at one point. semi-recently, like a couple weeks ago. It's now down to 500 and something, so I saved a lot of space. Same shoes apply to outfits. What do you mean you need 2 pairs? Fuck you. Yeah, there's some that are like that. There's like Island Sanctuary glams, where it's like the only difference is like the pants. One of the Island Sanctuary ones has like full pants, and the other Island Sanctuary one has shorts. And you need both versions of that if you want to make the full, like, thing. It's an okay concept, what they have for the Glamour Dresser, to save space, but it leaves a lot to be desired. Like, just have the whole set going there with the 2 different, like, alternate things. And also, let you dye what goes in there. Again, realistically, what we need is a Glamour catalog. We just need a Glamour catalog of here's, like, chuck every bit of glamour in there, and it's a checklist of just every bit of glam in the game. That's what we need. It's just how do they code that? Like a nice really just keeping the data ID stuff as small as possible, yeah. I understand that. It still sucks. And it's one of those things where I know they are addressing it, and I know it's like a big part of their talking point of just like the reason we don't have glamour plates is because of coding restrictions. We don't have more glamour plates right now because of coding, and so yeah, it's one of those things where it's like I understand, and I'm not like angry at them about it. But I can still comfortably say, like, what we have is insufficient. But I also understand why we don't have it improved yet. I understand that we don't have more glamour plates right now because of coding limitations. And so that's one of the things where they've got to go into the game on a base level and, like, rewrite the base code of how a lot of stuff is structured. Well, I know some people are sick of the excuse of spaghetti code. I know some people are sick of that excuse. But no, like, seriously, spaghetti code. Like, it is still an issue. Spaghetti code is an issue until the entire game is rewritten. It will continuously be an issue until the entire game is rewritten. And that's a lot to do. And that's a lot, like, not like literally the entire game, but the entire base framework. I talked about glamour plates and housing in the last live letter about how it makes CPU couldn't cry. So they find out how they have to find out how to not make it do that. Yeah, because like I know people who have no experience with game dev, no experience with computers or anything like that. Just turn around and say just fix it, and it's like it is not as simple as just fix it. And again, the stuff I was talking about, this game has a consistent schedule of like when new stuff comes out. You can't just put everything into just fix it, because some of the people who would be working on just fixing it also are the people who have to work on making new shit for the game. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's just like, I know a lot of people get angry at the devs for not doing enough, and this is like, that's so stupid, don't do that. Like, again, I can complain about stuff that I think is insufficient and stuff that I would be, like, I would prefer to be better. But it doesn't mean I'm, like, mad at anyone about it. It just means I hope that gets fixed in the future and I hope they can work it out. As a wise man once said, it just works, except in this case, it doesn't. I mean, the idea that, like, you know, a certain Hod Tower said it just works when, you know, you look at what this fucking state of Bethesda games are is very, very funny. I need this headpiece permadye. I'm gonna have to use russet dye to match my hair every time. That's why it sucks that, like, glamour stuff in the dresser can't be dyed. Because then you just have to use dye every time. Nail polish fashion accessory. Yeah, having false nails as a fashion accessory, I would really appreciate. Or using it as a slot like glasses, yeah. Yeah. That is something I do, like, wish we could do as well. Mind if it's just being able to have the purple nails, like, regardless of what she wears, would be nice. It would be nice to, for Minifest to actually have her purple nails. Canonically, that's Minifest nail color. Canonically, Minifest does her nail polish in purple. Just to highlight her eye. It's to match with her eyes. Most of Minifest's main colors are like still black and red, with some whites, grays, and browns in there. But when it comes to like little accessory things, purple is often there, just as a complement to the eyes. Add it to the aesthetic or something. That would actually, that's probably the way you'd do it, yeah. Add it to the player character, yeah. Add it to the player character thing with the aesthetician. Where you get, because like, the aesthetician can like change like face scars and like eye color. Actually, I don't know if they can change eye color. I think eye color you have to Fantasia, because I had to do that for Minifest's light damage die. But yeah, you can change face scars with the aesthetician. So yeah, I think nail polish could also be there. Again, I'm one of those people where I can acknowledge, thinking of Aura Limbering, yeah, that one you can change. Again, I'm someone where I can acknowledge, like, the weaker points of this game. And some of those points are, like, and some of those things are just, like, that should be fixed by now. Like, one of the things, like, again, there are some things where I can understand the limitations of the game and the limitations of development, so I'm not mad at anyone about it. I don't think it's like, oh, it hasn't been fixed yet, how dare they, or anything like that. But there are some things where I do think that. How long it took Alraz, like I mentioned this plenty of times, how long it took Alraz and Hrothgar's to get hats was way too fucking long. The fact that they were still adding new hats in 7.0, like, sorry, Viera's and Hrothgar's. The fact that it took so long for Viera's and Hrothgar's to get hats. I was thinking Alrox, I was thinking of the Limborings. What's a hard? Yeah, the fact that it took so long to, like, fix the hat, like, if fixing hats for Viera and Hrothgar's was meant to be part of, like, oh, we're doing that alongside the graphics update, while we are, like, redoing all of the graphics for all of the different, items. Alongside that, we will also adjust those items so they can be usable by Hrothgar and Viera. If that's what they were going to do, then that would be totally fine. But then stuff after 7.0, stuff made that doesn't need to be remade for graphics update, because it's already being made post graphics update, still wasn't usable by Hrothgar and Viera. And so that's one of those things where I'm just like, that is a case of just, your priority pipeline is wrong. And that goes, like, even the brand new Shadowbringers and Endwalker stuff, yeah. Like, even, like, stuff that came out alongside them coming out is just like, oh, we're now adding Hrothgar's and Viera's to the game in Shadowbringers, but we're gonna make stuff for Shadowbringers that doesn't work for them? That's silly. That's silly. Again, it's one of those things where it's just like, in terms of, like, I usually don't get, like, I'm not, like, annoyed at the devs for stuff that's, like, a massive coding issue. The main thing that, like, I will be, like, critical of is where I think priorities are misplaced. It's not silly, it's straight unacceptable. Again, that's one where I do agree. It's unacceptable how long it took. It's unacceptable how long it took for hats to work on 2 of the races in the game. Especially considering how much stuff was being, like, made brand new for the game once those were already out. Or stuff that was already being made, like, post-graphics update, so there's no reason to ever revisit that gear. And it still isn't being made with that. The solution they eventually decided on can be seen as a lazy solution. It has mixed bag. It's definitely a mixed bag with, like, different items. Again, you have a look at, again, like, compare it to Makoto's. So we didn't, okay, so we're gonna not ring the rope this time. Because we rang the rope last time, we're gonna not ring the rope this time. Yeah, again, like, you look at Makoto changes, and Makoto changes will, like, add in proper, like, ear slots for their ears to go into. Whereas Hrothgar and Viera's, they just clip through. And then sometimes the way they clip through looks not great, and everything like that. It's one of those things where it's just like, this should be higher on your priority list, and it was a mistake that it isn't. So that I'm willing to just be like, you fucked up there. But again, the fuck up there isn't, oh, the devs, like, did the wrong thing, or the, or anything like that. That's a case of priority pipeline. That is a priority pipeline of just, you are just like, where you are deciding your resources go, you should be having something allocated towards this. And you should have for a while. Oh, we're not got dogs this time. I think I'm safe where I am currently. Good in Aura, oh. Yo, Sakura, stop talking, I can't read. Oh, scroll my dialogue. So yeah, I'm not someone where it's just like, oh, everything the devs do is fine, like, and there's never an issue. Absolutely not. But there are some things where it's just like, I feel like people give them too little grace of just being like, expecting too much from them when like, the realities of game development also exist. Oh, that's a listen. Like, obviously a lot of it is just because, like, people are mad about Dawn Trail. And I feel like there's a lot of people who, like... Oh, no, this is gonna suck while that's going on. Oh, that's fast, too. Oh, okay, I didn't get it. When's it gonna flip? Go over here. Is the flip safe now? What time you guys shoot? Oh, I didn't see that much. Oh, okay. I didn't see how much of it was actually gonna flip. Shit. Okay, yeah, I was waiting. I didn't notice that much of it was gonna flip. Wow. Memory, huh? But yeah, like like there's obviously a lot of grifter shit around Dawn Trail. There's just a lot of grifter, like, everything about video games now is anger. It's impossible to have a new video game release where it isn't just everyone yelling about how it's the worst thing ever. And it's, like, incredibly frustrating, but, like, obviously Dawn Trail has a lot of that going on. But I feel like even a lot of people who aren't part of that just get swallowed by the overall negativity surrounding it. Okay, so do we reckon this pathway changed because I pulled the rope, or do we reckon this pathway changed because of happenstance? Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, it's one of those things where even people who don't like go for the grifters like rage baiting. Dawn Trail's just cultural bullshit. I'll die on that hill. From my I don't know anything about it. I completely agree with you though. I completely agree with you because just I know what the video game like space is like right now. Because I haven't played Dawn Trail, but I've played Monster Hunter Wilds, I've played Mario Kart World. I know what people are like right now. People are just yelling about fucking everything. So I'm gonna accept that Dawn Trail is probably the fucking same. But I feel like even people who don't like go into the culture war bullshit, even the people who don't like buy into it and don't buy into like the grifters who are trying to make out that everything's the worst it's ever been, I feel like a lot of people still get bogged down by the overall negativity and let that negativity infect them. And like, I feel like a lot of people who are negative towards 14 right now are more so just like in a community that is so constantly negative that when they think of this game, they think of the negative community, and that makes them think just negatively towards the game as a whole. I feel like a lot of people are in that space right now with 14. Where so much of like their harsh criticisms, their harsh anger towards the game aren't from how much what they actually feel about the game, but because just the community is so overwhelmingly that right now, that all of their thoughts about the game is just about how negative everything surrounds it. So, oh, the game must suck because everything is so negative. I wouldn't classify Mario vs. Sonic as culture war bullshit. Culture war bullshit is Stormblood had least and therefore bad video game. Or video game woman not hot enough, that's what I mean. No, I agree with you there. I agree with you there. But I feel like even people who don't buy into culture war bullshit, even people who don't actively participate in culture war bullshit, end up being dragged down into the negativity of cultural war bullshit to overall have more negative opinions. Because just the overall culture has so much of it that, like, it gets to them. Like, I feel like if the cultural war bullshit didn't exist around Dawn Trail, a lot more people who are currently negative towards Dawn Trail would probably be more positive towards it because the overall community would be more positive. So therefore they wouldn't be, like, thinking of their frustrations with the community whenever they think about the game, and then transplanting those thoughts onto the game itself. Because I see the exact same happen with Monster Hunter Wilds. I see some people just, like, being very harshly critical of Monster Hunter Wilds in ways that people were not of World and Rise. Or people just being like, this shit is so much worse than World or Rise, and, like, maybe go up and don't pull the rope. Is that a thing? Well, I mean, pulling the rope is how Hancock got up here. So we could just abandon him. And I'll be honest, I love the idea of abandoning Hancock. I love the idea of abandoning Hancock, so I'm super down with that. I love that there's a parkour puzzle here. But I see people saying criticisms of, like, Monster Hunter Wilds, just being like, oh my god, Monster Hunter Wilds is so bad. The title updates are so shit in Monster Hunter Wilds. They're not adding anything to the game with these title updates. And it's just like, you look at it objectively, and it's just like, you compare what the title updates in Wilds are compared to what they were in World, and there's way more. Oh, we're not allowed to go through? Oh. Oh, maybe we can't unless we pull the rope. But yeah, again, like, it's one of those things where the culture war bullshit. Let's just go, can't abandon them. What if we just go this way? Yeah, part of the culture war bullshit is that it distracts from real issues. There's so much culture war bullshit around Monster Hunter Wilds that, oh, they're casualizing the game for babies. It's just like, fucking casuals are ruining Monster Hunter Wilds. Like, how dare they, like, appeal to, like, Western noobs and shit like that, but just said by other white-ass fucking white people. Just being like, oh my god, they're ruining the game. Oh, we can't even go this way because we started climbing. Oh, shit. I mean, that, again, it was the thing we had to test. It was the thing we had to test anyways. It was the thing we had to test anyways, so it doesn't really matter. I was gonna do this anyways. I was gonna do this anyways. Ain't a big deal. We're gonna have repeat routes. We're gonna have repeat routes. There's no way to know whether this is or isn't a thing until we try it. But yeah, like, there's legitimate complaints about Wilds in terms of, I mean, like, the low rank is a bit easy, but, like, Wilds is at a point now where it is way fucking harder than World ever was in the base game outside of, like, Extreme with an Ancient Legend. It is so much harder than that, but it's still, you still get people talking about it. It's just like, Wilds is baby game for noobs, and like, it fucking sucks that they ruined the game by making it so easy. Where it's like absolutely way fucking harder than World ever was for base World. But it's like, it distracts from real issues of just like, there is real issues with Wilds where it's just, that game for some reason performs like shit on PC. It makes no sense, like, it's so bad on PC, I've seen it now. Of like what other people show when they show footage of Wilds being on PC. Yeah, that's it's honestly an unacceptable release. Wild should not perform like that on PC. It's fucking ridiculous. Oh yeah, Death Attack. Or it did a... Do I have the... What was the thing that it said about this? If fortune you seek, know that our light glows blast within twilight's reach. Just to come up fire this celebration entreats. Doesn't really help me with anything that happened there. But even with like Wild's poor performance on PC, it has poor performance on PC. Oh, is this the mount you get from this? I thought this was the mount that you got from, like, all of the combos. I thought this was the mount you got from all the combos. Because I have that. Like, all the extreme Stormblood mounts. But it's like, you'll see people where it's just like, Wild has shit performance on PC, which it absolutely does. And that translates to people, rats, we're rats! And you'll see people who just translate that now to Wild in general has poor performance. Even on console, it performs like shit. And again, it's just like, you're just wrong? Wilds performs significantly better on base PS5 than World ever performs on base PS4. Like, on performance mode, Wilds on PS5 runs at a consistent 60 outside of, like, certain areas with certain attacks going on. Whereas World on PC, like, World on base PS4 was, like, consistent 30, with drops, like, way more frequent than Wild's drops. So again, it's like, yeah, it has issues on PC. It doesn't have issues on PlayStation. It's like, you're just wrong? But because it's, like, popular to be mad about Monster Hunter Wild for everything, fucking bullshit spreads. But then it just, like, also means other people are just, like people who don't buy into that stuff still so many people still end up being way more negative towards Wilds than what they probably otherwise would be. Because, again, when you're surrounded by that many people being that negative all the time, it's so easy to just get caught up in that amount of negativity. Honestly, like, in the early days of, like, Elon Musk taking over Twitter, I saw a lot of people just being, like, mad about how Elon Musk, like, fucking encouraged so much toxicity on Twitter. I agree. It was horrible. But then I saw a lot of people just, like, actively engaging with all of that. Like, it's so shit that, that Elon Musk made Twitter so rage-baity, and everything like that. Which is true. But then those same people would, like, actively engage with the rage bait, and it's just like, do you think that helps? Do you think it helps the rage bait by just, like, going fully on board with it? Because it doesn't. I think it's a similar thing with Final Fantasy XIV at the moment. There's so much fucking drifter cultural bullshit around it that even people who don't buy into all of that just get drowned in negativity and just become more negative themselves. And it's very heartbreaking to see. It sucks. It's a thing where it's like, oh, you have anything positive to say about Final Fantasy XIV? Well, that's toxic positivity. There's no way you can possibly enjoy Final Fantasy XIV at the moment. It's a terrible shit game that's gonna die soon because it's so bad. And the only reason you disagree is because of toxic positivity on the side. We're rats, we're rats. We're rats, we're rats. Yeah, so it just means you have to stand in the tower to not get ratted. Okay. I solved the mechanic that time. Let's go. Yeah, you're rats, you're rats. Let's go. Because the thing is, like, I'm not innocent of it either. I'm not trying to necessarily be holier than thou right now. Because what am I doing right now? I'm not saying that I'm better. I'm not saying that I'm, because what am I doing right now? I'm complaining about people complaining. I'm expressing negative emotions right now about other people expressing negative emotions. I'm not exactly innocent here. I'm doing the same fucking thing. Hey, I got a Gorai card that time at least, so it was worth something. I did get the Gorai card. I think his instrument may be a modified Byakko axe. Ah, that'd be nice. That'd be clever. Alright, so let's take the middle path. We'll take the middle path again. Just so we don't get, like, confused on what we're doing. No parkour, though. No hardcore, no parkour. At all. There are to be 0 parkours in this household. I'm sorry. No, you're not. No, you don't need to be sorry, because I was gonna try that at some point, anyways. Gonna go on. No, I was gonna try it anyways, Averil. I was gonna do it anyways. I may not have done it that attempt, but if I didn't do it that attempt, I would have tried it at some point anyways. It was something I mentally had to consider of just like, we haven't tried that yet. We didn't try the other one. But always a main cast hell? Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, something I was gonna try anyways. And again, I got the card drop from it anyways, so if anything, it was meant to be. Fucking, that reminds me, I was in a fucking, Gwib Farm party. I was in a Gwib Farm party the other day. We were trying to get the Ruby Gwibber. We were fighting Ruby Weapon Extreme. We were trying to get the Ruby Gwibber drop. Fucking, I already had it, so I didn't need it. But I was in the party helping. Because I wanted the Triple Triad card from it. Fucking, we had a party of 4 people. And we got the 3 Gwibbers that we needed for the 3 people who needed their, mounts. We got the 3 Gwibbers before I got the Triple Triad card. And when everyone was just like, oh, we got all the Gwibbers, I was like, I already had it, so I don't need it. I was just here for the Triple Triad card, but I never got that. And so they said, all right, well, we can stay here for a few more minutes. Like, I've got to go soon. But I'll help you with, like, a couple more runs. And we did about, I think, 5 more runs after we got all the Gwibbers. I still didn't get the fucking card. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. Like, we were on extreme, so the drop chance was higher. And again, we got 3 mount drops before I got 1 Triple Triad card drop. And then we did extras. And I still didn't get the drop. I was so mad. So mad. The Triple Triad grind is real and subject to the whims of RNG. I mean, it's not the most RNG grind in this game because, you know, big fishing exists, but I'm like so close. I'm so close to getting the card now. I'm 10 away at this point. I'm 10 away at this point. I could get one of them right now. I'm just saving that for my second last one. And the very last one I'm saving, I'm gonna take a then break after this. Oh, good. Oh, good. But yeah, there's a very specific card in the last 10 that I'm gonna do as my last card for the card mount. And then there's one specific one which I can get right now. But I'm gonna save that as my second last one. Once I'm at the point where I have 2 left, I'm gonna get the one that I can get now. And be like, I have 1 left to get. And I'm gonna try and do that on stream. So, yeah. I have 10 outside of, like, I have 10 active things to try and get. Injuries make me exponentially hungrier. I get that. I get that. Let's not pull the rope. I'm gonna go ahead and say let's not pull the rope because I'm curious whether this affects the pathway after this. Does the rope pull affect this pathway here? Because I have no idea for that. Because it could be random. Oh, and actually looking at it, I can already see... Actually, I can't. I thought I could see which one was left off and which one wasn't. No, I actually can't. Oh, this is Tommy one. Fuck. I'm bad at this one. Okay, cool. This is the entire middle. Right as what it looks like. Okay, that would line up with pulling the rope as like the direction. That would line up with that. But again, it could be random. Sometimes it does that. Is a known trick to get the variance for it. Again, I've not had anything where the first half, like up to the first boss, affects the second round. I thought there was some of those in the Sildir. A similar thing to this, where, oh, something you do before the boss determines which route you can take after the boss, and it turned out I was completely wrong. It just so happened that every time we did something, like a particular thing, before the boss, it ended up randomly choosing a certain pathway after. And when we did the other thing, it happened to choose the other one. But then we did it one time where it wasn't that case. It's like, oh, it is just random. So it's these two. Gashi. Yay! Memory prevails me. Let's go. I didn't fuck up. Let's go. Oh, you really put yourself in Caster Hell. Oh, you went full on Black Mage Caster Hell. Oh, okay. Though this is level 90 Black Mage. It is level 90 Black Mage. I feel like there's a decent chance that level 90 Black Mage actually has less hard cost than even Red Mage. I feel like there's a chance of that between how many instants you do get and triple cost. I feel like there's a chance that you somehow still actually have less hard costs than Red Mage. Oh, okay, this bridge here seems to be not even a thing. Going out into the garden seems to be, like, a required part of this. The little section here isn't actually. Like, going on the bridge here doesn't seem to actually be a thing. At all. Because that is also partially you can, like, work out other sections here. It's just, like, looking at this. Like, we've never been out that way, so it's like, oh, wait, no, that's a second. My red mage weapon doesn't go with this claim, though. No, low battery. Don't low on my bat until I read. Explosions. Did somebody say explosions? Again, it's how you can tell I'm like low energy today because I'm sick. I'm not putting in the full voice into explosions. I'm trying to be responsible. I'm trying to be responsible and not destroy myself while I'm, like, recovering from sickness. I'm probably still technically sick. I don't know what counts as technically sick and not technically not sick. But I'd say my throat is on the recovery side of things. If I only can see the explosions I'm seeing. If I could, I wouldn't be seeing much else there. I'd love to be able to play this game with full party battle animation effects on. I'd love to be able to do that. Unfortunately, what I like more than that is the ability to see. I hold the ability to see the game and what it's doing at a slightly higher value than being able to see my party members' attacks, sadly. So, yeah. It's so bullshit that there's no pathway for abandoning Hancock there. So unfair. But the boomstick. Alright, so what do we got over this way? Temple is the pinnacle of picturesque. Yeah, there's a lake. There's a lake. So the other thing did mention something about like a purifying lake. I wonder if that water in that other section near the Dogu is like actually important. Mortals! Why is one of these not attacking? Spare me, I beg of you! I repent! Spare me, you shall have safe passage! Very well, we have a deal. Many, many thanks! That way, oh yes, that way! And off it goes. Huh. Somehow I doubt that brute has learned its lesson. Let us continue on. Oh, there. It did fade away. It did fade away, sadly. Oh, he despawned. Turns out you have to follow him there, and that's somehow the extra path. I mean, so we have another obvious option there. The more complicated ones, I'm not quite grasping yet. I mean, we already got 2 of them. In terms of, like, do the Dogu thing and do, tell I'm hungry by the syntax errors. But we already got some of the extra ones in terms of, like, the Dogu and the parkour. But in terms of, I'll use, like, other things. Well, I guess the Dogu was a hint from another one. Because of the bow stuff. Baboon statues, no Dogu, yeah. Well, again, the statues is based on if what I'm reading from the advice is right. And also, how do we apply that advice correctly? That has multiple questions to it. I have multiple questions about that. I'm kind of wanting to like clear out all the other pathways before worrying about the statues to see if any of the others mention the statues specifically. Because if not, it will be Hancock's just advice that he gives about just like, oh, we do this. Like, oh, here's the thing about just like that. Relic is so conscious that you get over the Bosnia ASAP. That is also one massive advantage that Bosnia has as content and how good it is. It's the fact that it is by far the best Relic series in the game. No other Relic series has as consistently good looking weapons as Bosnia does. Not even close. And, like, most of the Eureka ones are just straight ass. Most of the Eureka ones are straight ass, yet so much of Bosnia is so fucking good. It's so fucking clean. So these are the same viewer? Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh, we're about to hit another 2 hours actually, looking at it. We're about to hit another 2 hours from when we had our first break. This feels probably accurate. Every 2 hours, I should take a break for my throat to recover a bit more. I was about to say, if no one in all the classes have a res, I have shitloads of Phoenix Downs in my body. Ever since they made the Phoenix Down change, I've been very specific to make sure I have like a big stack of them in my inventory. Just on the off chance I ever need them. Just on the off chance I ever need them. No mercy, no mercy, no, you assholes! Oh! Oh! We've each got our own ones to kill. Wow! Bastard tricked us. But pretty cool to actually have a system of just like, oh, everyone has to do their own. Like, everyone has to DPS their own. No one can get away with just like letting other people do it for. I like. You know, like one thing that I praised, like the Nier raids for a lot, was the fact that they did have a lot of focus on like alliance-specific mechanics of just like, oh, this alliance does this alliance does this, and how, like, oh, you fight as individual parties a lot, but also what those individual parties do is actually different. Like, you get to the, I think it's Hobbs, like in Copied Factory, and just, depending which part of the alliance you're on, you get different mechanics, because the floor changes and stuff like that, so each time you, like, go in there, it does all different shit. And how that's, like, probably one of my biggest complaints. I mean, I have a lot of complaints. I have so many complaints now that I think about it. Oh, a splitting of phase. Okay, that's gonna be a little awkward. You should be fine. I have a lot of complaints about the Endwalker Alliance raids. But we've had, like, literally none of that. We've had absolutely none of that in the Alliance raids in Endwalker, which kind of sucks. But I also, like, I kind of want that to happen more in party, like in dungeon content. I kind of want more dungeon content where we all split up into our own individual people and, like, have to do our own stuff. I kind of want more of that as well. Tower Babel had the pseudo-alliance. Rip Amen dungeon ideas? Yeah. I'm trying to think of the part from Tower of Babel here. Well, I reckon you can push it further, just like, I reckon you can push it far enough to be like, oh, it's not even just each person, like, does their own DPS check. You can have it just like, oh, each person in the party has to do, like, a specific thing that lines up with their role. I got another Gorak. Like, split them, like, split both master and minion. Irascible to the last. So, Tokumoru's words ring truth. His creatures allow not for a modicum of mercy. So many Gorak cards. With your victory, may I free Mount Nagorai's influence. Delivering these treasures from his collection? No, of course. Gonna make some pass or whatever. I'll probably have another break just so I can, like, rest my voice. Any one of them may have harbored spiritual forces. Perhaps all of them. Certainly explain Gorai's impressive transformation. As which deserves a place in my collection. Gora's Pure, of course. A fine addition. Hancock's gonna turn into a boss fight at some point with all these cursed treasures. You know all these treasures that transform these people into different things? Yeah, I'm just gonna take all of them. But yeah, in terms of the idea of just, like, splitting up the party to, like, you split up the alliance and how, like, each alliance does their own different thing that, like, the mechanics change slightly. I reckon you can do that for something like a dungeon. Of just, like, oh, here's a mechanic, and, like, each person's split up. And each person has to either just, like, oh, you're split into four individual things. And each one of those individual things is different, and you're, like, randomly assigned, like, a thing you have to do there. Or you can have it just be, like, by role. Like, oh, the healer's put into a spot where they have to, like, cure something before it gets attacked and blows up. The tank has to, like, withstand a shitload of, like, unavoidable damage by just midding correctly. The DPS have to kill something before it kills them. You know, stuff like that. Like, just, oh, you have different roles, do different things. Or just have it like, oh, you're just shoved randomly into, like 4 different quadrants, and different mechanics will happen in those different quadrants, and you're just, like, randomly assigned to them. I reckon we can have more of that in a dungeon. Again, it's one of the things that people love about, like, Castrum Blackus and Dalriada, is the fact that when you go through Castrum Blackus and Dalriada, both, they have multiple pathways that groups take. So when you go there, you can do, like beginning of Castrum Blackus, you either, like, fight off the Helldivers and protect the drill at the bottom, or you go up the top and fight the Metal Gear. You go through, and, like, you're doing different hallways, so you have to fight different bosses in each of the, where the prisoners are. You go up to a Dramalik, and a Dramalik, like, changes which attacks it does each time you run it. You get to the end, and you can either be the group that helps fight Lion, or the group that stays back to fight Darwin and stuff like that. You know, just, like, that's why, like, one of the big reasons why people love Castrum Blackus so much is even how much you repeat it, it changes up little things about it. That's one of the big advantages that I think that variant dungeons have. The fact that, like, we get to the same mini-bosses, like, for the route, but they do add new mechanics because of the different route. That's a really fun thing, that even if we are fighting Gorai multiple times, it keeps Gorai fresh by constantly changing it. It's why I think the same mid-boss for every route is a bit lackluster, even if you do still get several variations of that mid-boss. But, like, I think normal, again, it's one of those things where just, I kind of wish normal dungeons could do more. I see so much content in this game that adds, like, that does more than, like, what normal dungeons do, and I just really wish we could still have normal dungeons in this game allow for that variation. Because it feels like out of all of the stuff in this game, dungeons are the ones that are, at this point, especially after Shadowbringers and Endwalker combined, and honestly, even a bit of Stormblood, they are the ones that are the most by the numbers. Because, like, Trials, yeah, they're always, like, one-on-one boss fights, but they're still, like, there's so many things you can do in a 10-minute long one-on-one boss fight that it changes a lot. Raids, like, have a look at the Pandemonium raids that we just did. Like, how different they pushed Pandemonium raids in this. You've got something like a Distus, where it's like the complete different arrangements of the arena. Something like Athena herself, which had like so many mechanics and like the floor constantly changing and falling away from you and stuff like that. We're allowed so much variation in all of that, and dungeons are just still consistently like up to one wall. Here's a trash pull. It's about the DPS and mid check and heal check. Here's another pull. It's the same. Here's the dungeon bosses, and dungeon bosses are just like, you know, low-level trial fights. So, like, I think the dungeon bosses, I think Endwalker's had quite a few good dungeon bosses. It's had quite a few stinkers as well, but like Endwalker, I think has had quite a few dungeon bosses. It's very much just the whole. There's so many things that you can do with mob pools or the in-between sections of dungeons in this game, and just they don't allow dungeons to do that, and I feel like it's one of those things where they don't allow dungeons to do that because of the daily roulettes. They don't want to make people mad by chucking them in a daily roulette where they have to do something out of the ordinary for their pulls, especially with how many of the roulettes are dungeon focused. But like, it would be more interesting to have variation in that rather than most of your dungeon roulettes being the same thing. Let's spruce them up, and they're better in Dontro, but it's still level 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 roulette. It's still very turn your brain off and put on a podcast. And Walker dungeon bosses suffer from stop making me fight Van Daniel. Sometimes the boss does pattern A first, and sometimes pattern B, such variety, yeah. Like, I think back to, there are some examples from earlier dungeons in the game that I do think they could adopt more from. Something like Wanderer's Palace. The middle section of Wanderer's Palace, I think, is really cool. Where it's like, you know, once you've got a party who knows what they're doing, then you know what to do in the middle section of Wanderer's Palace. So it alleviates the idea of just, well, what if it takes people too much time? You can learn it and then do that. But like, the middle section of Wanderer's Palace is just, it's not a case of kill all the enemies and then you can move on. You've got to work out, you've got to go to the 4 specific spots to activate the 4 specific wheels, and make sure you find all the tom berries to get the oil you need for all of the wheels. There is a pathway that just does that very quickly, but you gotta learn what that is, and you still have to do, and even now, doing Wanderer's Palace, it is not just a case of, oh, I know the correct pathway to take, so let me do that. There is still the interesting aspect of, oh, while these people fight off this, they're gonna distract these enemies so someone can grab the oil, activate the wheel, and save a bit of time by, like, diverting different tasks and everything like that. You still have that little, like, even when you repeat it, you're still having, like, a slight delineation of task of the, like, not everyone is just DPS all the enemies as fast as they can while the tanks mit and the healers heal to make sure you don't die. Even with the optimal path, you still have that little thing of just different people will do little different things here. Getting chased by Tomberries gets old if you've done it twice though. Oh, the Tomberry Stalker I don't really care. Like, I don't really care for. You have to go so slow for the Tomberry Stalker to like affect you. I mean, I like the idea of a dungeon pull just being like speed based. I do like the idea of a dungeon pull where you gotta do things fast enough to like not get killed by a thing. One of the Amdapors does that. It just does it in a very interesting thing and not in a very interesting way. One of the Amdapors does that, where, like, you're in that arena where you gotta kill all of the ads before the dungeon walls come in and, like, flatten you. And, like, a concept like that is cool. It's just, like, how do you balance that around people who might be doing it mid-eye level, where they can still make sure they do it, and people who are getting pulled in an intense gear in a roulette. I'm glad Totorak got flattened. We should build a parking lot where it once stood. I don't think... Here's my thing with Totorak. I don't think old Totorak was good. But I don't think new Totorak is good either. New Toto Rack is an example of something being streamlined way too much. Cause it's not mechanically. It's not because of the mechanics. It's because Toto Rack now doesn't have an identity as a place. Toto Rack is meant to be a prison that has been overrun by bullshit and is infested. And Toto Rack is now big open green passages. It's just, Toto Rack doesn't feel like what Toto Rack is meant to be. I'll take a boring dungeon over 15 minutes so that will have people leaving on loading half the time. Again, it's one of those things where the player base is part of the issue here. I want more interesting dungeons. I want there to be more variation in dungeons. And I think it's possible to do that without making the dungeons take longer, if people know what they're doing. But a lot of people will just like load into something that takes a little bit extra effort, or might take a little bit extra time, or might require doing something out of the most basic, ordinary dungeon pools, and decide they don't want to do it. And that fucking sucks. I understand the part of the reason we don't get more variation in dungeons is because of the player base. Like the Sunken Temple puzzle, yeah, no one does that now. You do it like once for the fucking mapping achievement, and even then, I bet a lot of sprouts don't get the mapping achievement for Sunken Temple Rokkon. Again, it's one of those things where I wish we could have more variation in dungeons. And there's a lot of things that I see in other content in this game that I'm just like, I wish normal dungeons could do more of this. Baldesion Arsenal is like, I've praised Baldesion Arsenal for pretty much doing exactly what I want for dungeon pulls. I'm talking too much. Baldesion Arsenal has pulls where there's one, like, you have to, like, it isn't just, here's a bunch of creatures, kill them all. You have to focus on certain creatures in certain ways. Take care of certain creatures in certain ways. I find that fun. You have the sections of Baldesion Arsenal where you're split up into different rooms, and the people in those different rooms have to fight different mobs which have like different patterns of their AoEs and stuff like that. I like that stuff. I wish we could have more of it. I understand why we don't, and it sucks that we don't. Making the button heads not move has helped to a degree. I've seen some people say that that is like streamlining and that sucks. It is streamlining. It is streamlining, but like, that is one of the things that didn't work. Trying to get the Aqua de Bucaforas, or whatever the hell their name is, like again, like Wanderer's Palace. Going through Wanderer's Palace and activating all of the wheels with all the tomberries. That's fun, because it like delineates how people do. There's a little bit of strategy to optimize it, make it a little bit faster. Like, when you first load into it, you gotta learn that pathway. You gotta learn the optimal pathway, or have other people show you, you know. Cool stuff like that. Having to make sure that those cubes stand on the correct spot is one of those things where the game's just, like, the game isn't designed in a way to allow for that to be, like, a smooth experience. That's janky, no matter what you do. Having the tank having to very awkwardly move and have the thing follow them at weird speeds to try and land on that thing. Yeah, it's more streamlined now, but that thing was never enjoyable, like, because it was janky, it just didn't work properly, so, yeah, fuck it, streamlining something like that, I don't give a shit. I'm glad they kept the puzzles, even if people don't do them, they're at least still there. Yeah, I wish dungeons could do more, but I understand why they don't, and it's because a lot of players will resist dungeons if they're required to do more. Go back to Toto Rack, still had the magic photos or whatever that you had to pick up and dispel gates or whatever. Even as just key to door like the mine one. Yeah. Yeah, I like something like that. And I wish we could have more of that. And I think, or it's like, I feel like Shadowbringers, I was much more accepting of Hallway Hell in Shadowbringers. Because Shadowbringers stepped up Hallway Hell to be really hard. Like, comparatively. Like, I was okay with Hallway Hell for, like, 95% of dungeons in Shadowbringers are just Hallway Hell. And I was okay with it in Shadowbringers. because of how much they ramped up the difficulty of those hallways. It's just like, yeah, everything is hallways and everything is just like fight 2 packs of mobs between every boss fight. But they're asking way more of me now when it comes to like actually dealing with that than any dungeon has before. Wall-to-wall pulls in Shadowbringers are still harder than wall-to-wall pulls in anything Heavensward and Stormblood. And A Realm Reborn's hard to compare because you have so little kit in A Realm Reborn, and also wall-to-wall in A Realm Reborn is also not anywhere near as cleanly defined as later dungeons. There are still several dungeons in ARR where you can wall-to-wall pull into the fucking boss fight. So it's a little different. But like, wall-to-wall pulls in Shadowbringers were amped up way more compared to Stormblood and Stormblood and Heavensward. So even if everything was hallways, at least the game was asking more of me from that. Whereas Endwalker is like still only just hallways, but it's lowering the difficulty of those hallways. And it's making the hallways slower by having a number of dungeons be more than 2 packs between every boss fight. So I feel like the moment I've hit Endwalker in a lot of its dungeons, it's become way more annoying. Because it's now just, I now have like the very routine thing that we had from Shadowbringers. It's now just easier and slower than it was then. So the novelty of it's actually asking more of me as a player, skill-wise, is gone. The issue with overcoming in dungeons is simple. It needs to be repeatable enough where you don't want to kill yourself when it comes up in a roulette twice in a row, or are trying to farm glam. Here's the issue, though. I think my tolerance for that is a lot higher than other people's. My tolerance for that is way higher than others. I would rather have something that's, like... I'm the person where... Like, I would rather do the harder, longer thing if I'm having fun the entire time, rather than a quicker thing that I'm not having fun during. It's why I don't like getting Crystal Tower in Alliance raids. Yeah, it's gonna be faster, but... If I had to choose between a 10 to 15 minute Alliance raid in Crystal Tower, where I won't have any fun the entire time that I'm doing it, or a 20 to 30 minute run of anything Evilist, but at least I'll have fun the entire time I'm doing it, I'm choosing the second one. I'm okay spending more time on something if I'll actually enjoy that time. But I know a lot of people aren't. I know a lot of people who play the game. The only thing that matters is time spent. If it's faster, it's better, even if it's less enjoyable. And for some people, I get why that's the case. They have less time to play the game per day. They're the type of people where it's like, I have an hour to play the game at most per day. If I go into an Alliance raid and I get near, that's my entire time I can play the game done. Like, I can't play anything else if I get fucking Tower Paradigm's Breach in a roulette. That's my entire gameplay of the day for today done. And I get that. I get that. But I feel like there's a middle ground. So Sasha having open fun areas and world building and stuff, which would be great if 14 was single player. Yeah, I get it. It's just, yeah. It's one of those things where what I want is at odds with, like, what MMO grinders want. That's a big reason why people glaze Myths of the Realms and I'm like, are we playing the same game? Myths is quick. Fucking... I swear, the people who are, like, being like, oh, thank God, Myths of the Realm is a return to form after Nier. Because it's so slow and brain dead and easy. I'm just like... That's not even, like, that goes beyond, are we playing the same game? That goes into territory of, are we even playing games for the same reason? Like, don't get me wrong. I like the grind in this game. I enjoy it and everything like that. But I also want to have fun while I'm doing it. Like, if I want to have 14 as my second monitor while I'm watching a YouTube video, then I'll do stuff like crafting. I'll do stuff like gathering. I'll go to my island sanctuary and just grab a bunch of shit. If I want to watch a video while I'm doing 14, I'll do something like that in the game. I'll work on, like, fighting a triple triad NPC to get their cards. I'll, like, sit in the gold saucer and, like, rhyme tones from doing fates. If I'm loading into Duty Finder, though, I want to, like, have the game be my main focus. I want... If I'm, like, doing gameplay, proper gameplay... If I'm doing proper gameplay-ass gameplay in this game, I want to focus on the game and have fun with it. If I'm doing combat in the game, I want to be focused on that combat and having fun with it. It being faster doesn't mean much to me if I'm not enjoying it. Oh, there's all. Oh, this is the thing about... Oh, this is the thing about CPU Kun. the thing about CPU Kun complaining about stuff. It's a lot of words. I won't read it out on the stream, but it is there. Anyways, I'm gonna go... I can feel my voice is getting to a limit. We are at 2 hours. It's the last one. I am going to take a break. I'm going to let my voice recover a little bit. We're gonna come back and continue more routes here. The irony of my voice being so bad today that I take more breaks, so it ends up taking longer, so I'm streaming for longer. Awesome. I shall return. And we are back. Has Averil had her pasta? Or is Averil still having her pasta? This is not Averil. I saw this. I didn't see the Artesia. I just saw the initial A. I saw the A initial, and I saw this, and I'm like, oh, it's Averil. This is not Averil. This is not Averil. I don't think Averil would be caught dead playing Machinist. If there be no Averil, we can just have a run. Just 3 of us. As we learned doing Sildir, the number of people doesn't really seem to affect how long it takes. Averil Shocker took the areas off. Number of people doesn't seem to affect how long this takes. This content does scale. Hell, it's even designed to be done without a full party. like even without like the correct composition. So what's our... Someone bought my Coke while I was burgering. Hell yeah. Selling that Coke. What path were we up to? What did we just do? Alright, we did the non-parkour path. Want to kill monkey, get that out of the way? Yeah. While we're... Yeah. Right, we had the spare monkey. There's still the bridge over here, but the bridge is easy to remember. It's just don't interact with the Dogu. This one, yeah. Yeah, so there's the monkey here, and then the bridge still. They're the only ones that are, like, standing out to me as obvious. I know how to get an alternate path by just doing a different interaction. Because there's still the statue over there. And I'm guessing with the statue that it's based on the map you can pull up. And not any other advice. That is the guess, based on what Hancock is saying. But I don't know that for certain. That's why I want to try the other ones first. Because the other ones might tell us something more explicit for that. Whereas I'm guessing with that route, and if I'm guessing and I'm wrong, then it means we just have a run where, you know, we waste a run because the run was a guess. It's fine with wasting runs, but it's just, you know. I know someone else will try, so I might as well try this first. Absolutely do not expect, like, a perfect... We do 12 runs, we get all 12 routes, and there's no fails or repeats. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We didn't have that with Sildir either because of the last one. Unfortunately, the one route in Sildir that didn't really make sense was the one route that we had to, like, try multiple times. I hope there's nothing that silly here. I don't think it's really possible guideless. Yeah. Like, the only way to do it, like, you'd have to land on a very specific, like, you'd have to happenstance into a very specific route. To do it completely guideless, you'd have to happenstance into a very specific route where you always got the right hints at the right time. And also be good enough to interpret all of those hints without making any mistakes. We had to try multiple times to get the final route in Sildir, but that was also the one route where I didn't like what the solution was because the solution wasn't anything you interacted with in the dungeon. it was a weird interaction with the character who came along with you in the dungeon that didn't really make sense. So it felt a little awkward anyways. Like, I'm okay if the interaction is, like, based on who's coming with us. That in of itself isn't, like, a problem. Like, oh, depending on what you do with the person coming with you, they can either, like, make a discovery or not make a discovery or anything like that on their own. I get that. It's just the way to do that one with Nanamo was definitely weird. Like, the specific nature of getting her to realize, oh, this is the door with, like, the fucking newer, and it was just a little silly. Hancock, quick, check the broom closet. Fuck it, let's pull the rope this time. Fuck it, why not? Yeah, let's pull the rope. Fuck it, pull the rope. This will be our test. If this opens to the right, then it does hopefully confirm that will determine the pathway afterwards. It still may not. It still may be complete happenstance, and it just so happens to line up. But I can see a barrier, I think, on that side. I'm back. Hey, Gruffs! I hope we don't get a route right now that you haven't gotten. If we have, I'm totally willing to, like, run it again to help you get it. Anyway, the parkour is like that, but better. You investigate stuff, you just go forward just without the weight a bit. Yeah, the parkour is like a good version of it, yeah. You're completely right on that. Because you can just walk forward with Hancock and just, like, miss it if you just run ahead. But the parkour is something that's way more specific of what you're interacting with. You're interacting with, like, a specific thing to climb rather than just, like, standing at a door. You won't because you pulled the rope and I think we did everything on the right. Oh, no, this is the monkey. We're killing the monkey this time. We're doing the same thing we did last time, we're just, like, not sparing the monkey rather than sparing it. That's what this is. We know what pathway we're taking this time. So, you know. As long as you have monkey mode of vengeance in your heart, then we should be fine. Isn't the monkey on the left? No, monkey's middle. Monkey's middle. Dogs! Dogs! Right, it was the staring at puppies. Puppies. Shiomaru, Kurumaru, and Shivamaru. You actually just, like, seal their names there. Out of the floor. Oh! Can't tell if I'm just a little bit laggy today or whether these are just incredibly strict snapshots on this. I mean, I do think Endwalker has had some of the more stricter snapshots in this whole game. Which, like, like, at its core, I don't really have an issue with. Like, as someone who's playing on the other side of the world compared to most things, I still find most of Endwalker snapshots to be, like, perfectly manageable. There's just a couple of particular standout ones that I like. Like, there's still not, like, I've still not really come across anything in Endwalker that's fucking Titan. Like, ARR Titan with the fucking, like, landslide attack. So, I'll take it. I think anything on random paths have led to anything could be miserable. For the random option, the random options are mainly about from Still Deer at least. The only thing that the random paths did in Still Deer was, like, mapping achievement. The random paths, like, you had to make sure you got all the random paths just to get the different areas of the map uncovered. But none of the random paths straight up gave you alternate endings. But this does seem to be rope is right, no rope is left. Yeah, you want all the optional pathways just for mapping. Thing is, there's a lot on the left that we still haven't done, because there's, like, entire other ways through that storehouse we haven't done. And I have no idea how to do any of that. Well, there's an entire alternate section that goes through the storeways on the left path, and I have no idea what they do. Because, I mean, I think we've only been through the storeroom, I think, twice. But there's entire sections of the storeroom we've not been in. And I don't know if that's random or whether that is a decision-based thing. But we've only been there twice, so hard to judge. Definitely the route we've done the least with. Again, mainly just haven't returned to Let's because I don't, like, I'm not certain of the statues. I'm trying to experiment, see if I can get any more advice on the statues. I would like it to be what I think it is. I think it would be a cool solution if the solution for, the solution is actually based on what, Hancock says combined with your actual physical map you look at. I think that's a genius solution. If it's not that, then I have no idea what it is. Some hidden biscotti. I forget what biscotti is. I forget what biscotti is. Because looking at this, like, we've got all the random paths here. There's, like, nothing unmapped in this section. I was about to say, where are you going when I'm parkouring? Right. The prisms. Yeah, like, if you walk, like, you have to walk right up to this door to activate it for Hancock to go through. So you have a lot of lenience to actually find out how to parkour. You are very right, it's a better version of the Nanamo thing. Because you don't have to walk very close to Nanamo at all. You don't walk close to Nanamo at all. For the closet to not work. And again, even what you have to do with the closet is just awkwardly stand in front of it for a while. Whereas the parkour, you have to, like, actively climb something. It was a better variant of it. But again, like, if Hancock is the one, like, oh, Hancock knows some lore, and he says something about, like, the Four Lords and how they face and everything like that. Oh, Hancock's telling you some lore. Combine that with, like, a thing you have access to at all times. That's, like, a really cool solution. Again, I'm hoping that's... Don't spare it! Slap the shit out of it! Give me a moment to think. How dare you! How dare you! Monkey murder, let's go! Sorry, attempted an ambush if you ask me, but let us continue on. Need to have my drink way more frequently than I am. I can stream today, and I can do that. I just gotta be careful. Lozenges when I'm feeling really bad. Drinks when I'm talking a bunch. No high. At any point. Did you know gaming monkeys will kill you, so kill them first? That's video game advice, the Blue Sky account. Video game advice. Monkeys will kill you, so kill them first. Trying to think based on number of endings. This is our third ending for this path, I believe. That's real life advice. I think this is our third ending for this path. The only variants we've had is parkour, monkey spare, and monkey murder. I don't think we've had any others for this pathway. And it's the same with the next pathway. We've had two variants, which is just both of them Dogu, tree, or stone. So assuming Rickety Bridge is another one. Again, another assumption. If this is like the previous one, there's 12 endings and there is 4 per section. But that is also assuming that this is the same as the first one. Very possible that it could get to a point where they're uneven and one pathway has more endings than another. Absolutely nothing that says that they have to stick to each path as 4. But at least as of now, if we are operating on that assumption, it means we've still got 2 pathways to find on the first one. And then 1 left on each of the others. And that should also include the big bonus one. Because that was one of the 4. The big bonus one was one of the 4. The other one. Well, when you got to the right-hand path, and you had to like do the ritual, and then you got to the extra like marmot boss. That was one of the 4 for the right-hand path. Is that one when they got mauled by domesticated sheep? Horrifying. Monkeys are terrifying. I did not see that, but I'm familiar with the movie Nope. But I am familiar with the movie Nope. I was about to say, no new mechanics yet. It's after this, after the last time I actually got eating, but I'm pretty sure. I was gonna make a Nope joke. There it is. There it is. Yeah, see, I just see you've been. Oh, there we go. Thunderbolts. Balls 11. Big ass explosions. Humble hammer. Yeah, you may have tried to make a joke. I was doing the Ready Player One equivalent of, I'm just gonna say, remember, nope. Oh, is this another random bullshit go, but with just circles and monkeys? But they've got the rumors that the monkeys just trying to attack us. Where would be safe for these? Dead center? Oh, they're going very fast. I can only think dead center. Oh, one of them shrunk. I didn't see that. I didn't see that one of them was smaller. Remember Ready Player One? That book sucked. I'm thinking of the song parody where it's just like, I made a theme song from Ready Player One and they reject it. And it's just like, remember Star Wars? Remember Titanic? And it's just like that scene, like the entire thing. It's just like, remember this? Boom. No! Ratted! It's a magic shrinking hammer from Okami, an actual Japanese smith. Ah! Get you stunned? God, nerd culture used to be so ass. To be fair, mainstream nerd culture still is. Mainstream nerd culture at the moment is still very. Oh shit, I was just in that. Yay! There we go. Another Gorai card! Gorai drops the most cards. Wait, I'm ready to things. And so the demon is slain! Though his avarice availed him curious tools, your skill carried the day. One wonders what artifacts he might have unveiled had you waited a touch longer to deal the killing blow. But there's naught to be done about it now. No one take a lesson of his life to heart, perhaps. Never show the proper appraisal of items with dubious histories. I don't think that's entirely the lesson to learn, Hancock. Bearing this family in mind, I shall help myself to that hammer of his. It was an honor and a privilege to accompany you, Manifest. Shall we begin our preparations for the journey back? I do have to ask, Crafts, as resident Italian, when you say you're having like, oh, you're having pasta, what you having for pasta? Just as someone who has criticized everything that I've ever shown you of what constitutes as pasta in Australia, with just the most venomous scoff at my entire country that I've ever heard, which is completely and utterly warranted based on what this country does. Get it. I do get it. I will say I got a pasta dish. I've got 2 pasta dishes actually. I've got with my meal delivery stuff. I got Muscle Chef deliveries, just like my microwave dinners, because I'm too out of energy to make my own dinners anymore. But I get 2 pasta dishes with that as part of my delivery. One of them is absolutely god tier delicious. It's a chicken vodka penne. Oh fuck, it's so good. It's so good. But the other one that I have, which I got for the first time, like I got my delivery this morning. First time I actually got my delivery, so I haven't tried it yet, because it's a brand new recipe. It's chicken chorizo with whatever the spiral pasta is called, and I'm really curious to try that. Really curious on. When I'm not cooking a miscellaneous jarred sauce, this time was boscaiola, or is boscaiola a different thing? Sausage, olives, mushrooms, and the usual herbs. Outside of the olives, I'd probably enjoy that. I'd probably enjoy that. I've had a number of mushroom-based pastas that I've really enjoyed. Boscaiola, okay, yeah. But I do not like olives. I do not like olives. I don't have like a massive hatred of olives. I don't have a massive hatred of olives. But I don't like them. They don't like, oh, I can't stand them. Oh, and I throw up like seafood or coffee or anything like that, but I do not like them. Actually, no, there is another one. I have another, it's not a normal, typical pasta dish, but it's chicken carbonara ramen. Yeah, chicken carbonara ramen. I do also have that as one of my deliveries this week. That's another new recipe, which I'm very curious what that is. I'm very curious how that goes. I'm cool. Well, is there part of sauce on a pizza? Nah. Nah, not for me. Not for me. Just, Let's go back to my console. Why must you touching me? But the party. There we go. But yeah, I'm very curious what the chicken carbonara ramen is like. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's just like the Italian / Asian fusion dishes. A lot of that shit makes a lot of sense because a lot of the base is sauce plus pasta. I fucking saw that one was like the sauce dumplings, but the sauce that was used was a particular Italian sauce. The xiaolongbao. It was like xiaolongbao and like an Italian based like vodka sauce. I only like a certain type of black olive and mainly in salad. I've not found an olive I've enjoyed yet. That one is something that I have not yet done. Carbonara gets like 80% of its flavor from guanciale. Substituting it with something as bland as chicken is crazy. Guanciale? I've not even heard of that. What is guanciale? Cured pork. I've never heard of this. I will say though, it looks absolutely like something I would fucking love. This looks like exactly the type of meat that I would love. Salt cured pork with shitloads of rendered fat, like that looks like something I would enjoy the fucking hell out of. Yeah. Yeah, I think I would really like that. Yeah. If you want real Italian carbonara, it's the type you use, not just bacon. Also very peppery. I do love pepper. But again, like I'm getting like microwave meal deliveries. I don't choose what they have. They have like 80% of their dishes are chicken based, and I'm pretty sure that's just because chicken is dirt fucking cheap in Australia. Beef is more expensive in Australia just because our beef is decent quality, so it's more expensive, whereas chicken is dirt cheap here compared to most other meats. What about some shooting with Carby, the Skull Special? Carbonara? Hell yeah. I haven't even read the things yet. I have 2 pathways. I didn't read the other one. Shit, I didn't read the other one either. I didn't read the other pathway. Shit, I've got... Yeah, the Avarice one's the one that we just did. I completely forgot to read this one as well. Fuck me. I completely forgot. The Luthier and the Songstress. Once upon a time, there lived a nameless luthier who poured his heart and soul into building a beautiful biwa. You did one I haven't? You don't have monkey murder on the brain. His efforts were not in vain, for the biwa's craftsmanship was immaculate. So much so that he found he could not bear to see it in the hands of a common bard. Season upon season passed as he searched for a soul befitting the biwa's brilliance. It was until Luthier's twilight years that a worthy songstress at last entered his workshop. The young woman played for him a song as breathtaking as the autumn moon, and he gladly entrusted her with his life's work. Her ephemeral ballads would capture the hearts across Ingashi, until the eve that Luthier's tale came to an end. Neither she nor the biwa have been seen since, leaving her audience to wonder if she was the Tsukumagami of the biwa all along. I've come to learn that Tsukumagami can take many forms. Depending on how they manifest, they might bestow 1,000 blessings or 1,000 curses upon the world. If a Tsukumagami is determined to reside within a prized vessel, its value raises exponentially. But only should it be as benevolent as the songstress in our tale, or a treasure possessed of a spirit's more malevolence. One would do well to exercise it at putting it to market. Lost to avarice. Long ago, in a remote village, there lived a devout young woman. Though her fields were barren and her rice stores lay empty, she honored the kami at every opportunity, decorating their shrines with what meager offerings she could. Well, until one fateful evening, a divine being appeared to her in a dream. She woke the next morning to find a wooden hammer next to her pillow. In offering thanks to the kami that day, she swung her newfound hammer, and where it fell, rice gushed forth from the ground like water. The gods had saved this woman from hunger and granted her endless wealth. But as time passed, she forgot her humble origins. She grew complacent in her prayers and lost herself in excess. Eventually, rumors of her extravagance spread across the land and reached the ears of a wicked Oni. He stole the hammer for his own selfish purposes, prying the divine gift from the woman's cold, dead fingers. This is just the music video for You Gonna Go Far Kid from Offspring. As a merchant, my first thought upon hearing of this tale was of Gil, though one does not require divine intervention to make a profit. I'm reminded of my first encounter with Chairman Lorito on the backstreets of Ul'dah. I tell that you're not entirely bereft of wits, he said, placing every sack of coin before me. Take this Gil and double it. I shall return him one day. I know very well who I was dealing with. I turned that profit with pride, handed him 2 very heavy sacks of Gil the next day, and found my fortune, as it were. Had I squandered that coin as the young woman did her in gift, I fear it would have been dogged by much worse than demons. You know what's worse than demons? Lolorito's brass blades that he pays off. Kielbasa of my dinner earlier, which is Polish. Oh, I've heard of Kielbasa. Yeah, I've heard of Kielbasa. Again, Australia's one of those places where we've got good quality beef, so much sausage in this country is just Australian beef sausage that I've not had the opportunity to try a lot of other variants of sausage. But every time I've tried sausage that isn't like a standard normal Australian sausage, I've fucking loved it. Like I love Kransky and stuff like that. So yeah, Kielbasa is definitely something I'd be curious to try as well. Items that have been cursed by evil demons do not sell well, and other fighting tips with Hancock. Like they just have the magic mallet story there. Yeah, here's the story of the magic mallet, by the way. And then there's this. This also just might just be shite. Well, it's more... this is the issue with Australia when it comes to our beef. Our beef is legitimately good quality. We have good grazing lands to raise good beef. We do have high quality beef. It's just one of those things where because our beef is good quality, fucking no one does anything with it in this country other than just cook it in the most basic way possible. It's the thing that you when you find steaks of various varieties, burgers and anything like that, it is always just, let's not do anything with the meat other than cook it. So we don't our sausages aren't cured, they're not herbed, they're not spiced, they're not anything. It is just beef. And yeah, it's good, but there's so many different things we can do with it, and we just don't in this country. I mean, part of that is just because it's good quality. You don't need to do anything to it for it to be pretty tasty if you just cook it well. But also, it's just the fact that this country has the palate of a 6-year-old. So the idea of putting herbs in your sausages is seen as exotic, because we're white as fuck. Oh, is someone a crafter or a gatherer in some capacity? The ready check went out a while ago and it wasn't even ready at the time, so I probably should have done that one. Ba ba ba. I was in rec taker activities. Fair. All good. Yeah, it's probably a big part of the reason why whenever I've tried sausage that isn't like Australian beef, I've always really enjoyed it. Because sausage in other countries usually has some form of process to it where you know do more than just grind it and put it into intestinal tracks. We're going this way. We have a rickety bridge to sell you. We still have a rickety bridge. I'll be honest, I feel like we've gotten a lot of basic ones. There's still 4 left after this. Like, after we do the rickety bridge. We've gotten a lot of the basic ones are just, which direction did, was the one you just did in? Middle kill monkey. We can do it with you. We can absolutely do it with you. I have no issue helping you. Yeah, I feel like going through Sildir, I got like a really good grasp of like, oh, this one leads to this one leads to this. And then again, we got like we ended up getting the ultimate path as our like I think 7th route. Whereas I found a couple of extras on my own here, like you know, the parkour and stuff like that. Not too impressed about it. I don't even like them out. But what about the achievement? The clearly more important part. Yeah, like we found like the Dogu thing is a good one to find. That led to 2 endings. And we found the bridge. Boxes. Getting confused between my B words. We found that. It is, you know. Like, I feel like there's got to be something else to do with the, with that. Well, I feel like we're not done with the parkour section. Not necessarily, like, in that section, but, like, the hint that it gave us. Light brightest at twilight reach, calming and fireless, celebration and treats. That stuff. That feels like a specific hint towards doing something big. That may not have anything to do with that specific parkour route. Again, if we're going by the typical understanding of what the last one was, each of the starting 4 routes has 4 endings. So after this rickety bridge, this will be 3 for this, 3 for right and 3 for left. And still only 2 for the storehouse on the left. So that's probably where we'd explore next. There's obviously something to do with the statues. I'll just try the statues based on this map. Hancock, activate your log destroying powers. Yeah, and the sacred lake, I'm thinking it could be this. There's a thing about a sacred lake, and I'm wondering if it's this. What did the thing say about the sacred? Which one was the sacred lake? I don't even remember which one of these was the sacred lake. I think it was this one. Oh, it was this one, yeah. Yeah, this is carrying the sword to a sacred peak, only do it for the weapon to devour the font's spiritual energies. The holy waters might be found on Mount Rokkon itself, where a lake of particular spiritual power lies concealed. A small shrine allegedly graces its banks. Yeah, so this, there's something about this is a sacred lake with a small shrine gracing the banks of the shrine. But there's no shrine here. There's a shrine up there, but that's not on the banks of this. Doku could be the shrine. As it says, it graces the banks? But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Again, we still know the bridge one here, so I'll go with this. Well, let's leave in Doku life. For all we know, it could be cursed. There's a little pathway here. Again, how much of it is just like environmental, like make a place feel like a place? How much of it is hints? Kind of what I love about this. It's so hard to like work out things. Actually, I'm now realizing this is something that you do before the first boss that affects later pathways. This actually is something. Okay, this is a hard confirm. I completely forgot the Dogu was actually here. This is a confirmation that something that this will actually this didn't exist anywhere in Sildir. Nowhere in Sildir did anything you do before the first boss affects the alternate endings. This one it does. Taking the Dogu or not is before the boss. So we are not limited to only stuff after the bosses for alternate endings here. They are now expanding it into the first section as well. Again, I feel like that may have been deliberate to be like, for the first one, to make sure it's all after that so it doesn't get too complicated. And as they start making more of them, they make them more complicated, with one of those things being, but you can do things to affect the route before the boss. That would make sense. To me, at least. Bunshin! This is Shadow Cloak. There we go. Shadow Cloak. Oh yeah, this is the thing, yeah. We actually saw this on an alternate pathway. Or was this pathway? I forgot. Yeah, like they target just like their nearest player and just do a line. Flames and water. So out and intercardinal safe. Yeah. Again, like, I'd love to do the Criterion stuff with you all. Hey! Seedlings everywhere. Okay, you're all getting chased, I'm saying. I'd love to do the Criterion stuff with you all, but it's just like the difficulty scaling of it is like way too high. I'd love to see like these bosses combined into like, no, not me, you know? I'd love to see what these bosses are like when they combine them into like a high level difficulty. And like, let's have these bosses with all of the possible variations combined. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see that. It's just the difficulty of like what Criterion is seems to be way too high for that to be something that's like reasonable to do with the strength. And that sucks. It sucks. Again, it's the fact that there's two like raid level difficulty things for this rather than just like casual do all of this. Mid, it combines like all the mechanics of the bosses into a single thing. Criterion Savage shit of just like, and now it's like its own savage. It sucks. It sucks that I want to experience what this is like on a more intense thing. It has to be like balls to the wall, requires progging for several sessions to do it. It sucks. It sucks that they prioritize like raiders so much that they give raiders 2 tiers of difficulty aimed at them and nothing in between. Okay, well this is different because last time we went up that way. So this is an optional plot. This is either That was the bridge, actually. Well, we're not going to the bridge. Maybe you have to take the Dogu. Maybe taking the Dogu allows you to go on the bridge. Though I guess it's possible the bridge may not even be an alternate pathway. We had that before, where the pathway that led to the lizards that were of like different ages, if you failed that, I think that just took you back onto the normal pathway. So it could be this: if you take the Dogu, you go up to there. If you don't realize what to do with the Dogu in the shrine, you take the bridge, and it just takes you back to this pathway. Like, it might just fall down or something. Yeah, it may lead back to this. It's not its own ending. It's an escape from that ending if you don't realize what to do with the Dogu. It could be that. I damn the criterion for once with this small group. I don't even go halfway through first boss. Again, like, it sucks that, like, again, raiders are so heavily prioritized that they get 2 levels of difficulty aimed at them. And the casual audience gets except the entire pathway swept. Might be it. It like putting 2 again. This is the fact. If it was only this and like 1 level of criterion, then I'd be like, okay, that's just what they've done. It's like Deep Dungeon and Deep Dungeon Solo, right? Yeah, that I'd consider it that level. Okay, Stone of Protection. This might yeah, the bridge may just go back to here. I cleaned the stone. I have this feeling the rickety bridge does indeed just lead back to this pathway because it's like right there. Oh yeah, it's not a bridge. It's not a bridge, it's a fence. Yeah, it's just a fence that you break away and you jump down here. Yeah, that's just an escape if you don't know what the Dogu does. So this pathway is probably just rock or no rock. Oh, there's several rocks. Oh, there's several rocks. So it might be like clean the correct ones or clean all of them. Mountain hides most of it. I'm presuming not a path that many tread. Oh. I'm gonna clean all of them. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens if we clean all of them. The gong ringer! The gong ringer thing, yeah! Back from Shisui. Shisui of the Violet Tides. Danden's cousins! Why are there leaf men here? That's the real question. Why are there leaf men here? Why are there leaf men? Tis all the first of the stones have encountered. They serve as shrines of some sort. And my assumption is either it's a difference between did you clean them all, did you not clean them all? Or clean the correct ones, or not clean the correct ones. Actually, yeah, I did run out of lozenge. That's probably part of it. That's probably part of it. I feel like overall the puzzles here have been less interesting than Sildir. But also, we haven't done the final ones, and it may be the final ones that I'm missing the more fun interactions. Like, I feel like I'm having a lot. We've found, again, outside of parkour and the Dogu, I feel like we've mostly found the ones where it's choose interact or not interact with a thing. Whereas I think of the previous, I think of Still Dear, and I think of ones like, oh, don't step on any of the fluffs at the end, compared to did you step on any of them? I think of like, oh, the puzzle from one route. That like, you had to work out which bags to pick up on the teleporter to take you to the other thing. The killing the enemies in the right order to open up the other pathway. But we may have just found those pathways earlier. We still have 4 left here after this. So it is possible that all of the more interesting solutions, or a number of them at least, are still to be found. And we just haven't come across them yet. We've gotten most of the basic ones earlier. So it's kind of hard for me to judge at this stage. I mean, it's also possible that, like, it's just a case of what my imaginings of it is wrong. Because the first one that we did was the first one that we did. So each of the unique interactions stood out more. Whereas the less unique interactions didn't. Yeah, we have a pentagram here. No, well, not a pentagram. 6-sided stuff. Yeah, even in this section, we still have lines on the floor. That is made out of rocks. So yeah, it could absolutely be that it's just like, oh, I found the puzzles more interesting in Still Dear as a result of first-time buyers. And it's like, yeah, of course the puzzles felt more interesting in Still Dear because it was the first time I had done any puzzles like that. So yeah, of course it felt like they were more unique and interesting because I'd not done any of the puzzles where now I've done some and I have an idea of how varying dungeons work. So the ones that are more unique don't, like, counter smash. Burger taking over my brain. Oh Jesus, okay. How long do you take to do your things? Ah, snakes! So either cleaning all the rocks or like failing to clean the correct pattern of rocks has really pissed this guy off. Hi, snake. Yo. I want a burger now. You mentioning burger, I might have to go somewhere nearby and buy burger. Actually, the new Portuguese chicken place near me does do beef burgers. There's a lot that I like about the nearby chicken place. A number of things I'm not a big fan of. Okay, one of the things I like the taste of the burgers that I've had are like incredible. One of the chicken burgers that I had there was like one of the best chicken burgers I've had. It was like a fiery burger. It was like shitloads of jalapenos and grilled onions, and like grilled red onion too, which is like nowhere near as common in this country. For like a grilled burger thing was awesome. But like grilled red onion and had jalapenos on like a Portuguese chicken burger, so good. But fucking, you get like chips with your with a meal you buy there. But they're all like fries, which I personally just like prefer thick cut chips more than fries. But they have a thing where it's like you can buy a you can get your chips loaded. And so what they mean by get your fries loaded with your meal is they put mayonnaise and spicy sauce on it. And the mayo and spicy sauce blend is really nice. It's what they put on their burgers. Like mayo, peri-peri, you know. Mayo combined with a spicy sauce is just a great combination. Classic, especially for like chicken burgers and stuff. But if you want to add mayonnaise and peri-peri spicy sauce to your chips, it costs an extra $2. And I'm just like, $2? Eh, she's so good. I'm getting a beast. There's no match for you, Manifest. In the most, in a word, vivid, she showed me tells of its ravenous rampage across the countryside. Had quite the appetite for mortal flesh. She also said that its harrowing cry is a harbinger of misfortune, and so we should consider ourselves lucky to have chanced upon a living legend. As for freedom of its lithic bonds, perhaps the revelry of its fellow Mononoke roused its fighting spirit? Well, as to be something that treasures the gore eyes. I'm afraid not. I should make do with what we have here and claim a suitable souvenir. Though our hug was for apparel, it was exhilarating in equal measure. Yeah, my thanks, Manifest. Not much about what happens there gave away a hint of whether it was because we cleaned them, or because we cleaned the wrong ones. Not many hints there about, like, which route that was. Mayo was not that expensive. It's so annoying that it's just like, adding mayo and spicy sauce to the chips costs an extra $2 fucking. And the thing is, the combo itself, and by a combo I mean burger, chips, and a drink, is already like $21. It is already like for like the burger that I got, the Fiery Lover, which is a very good burger, but it's a very good burger, but like as a combo, it was already $21. And then they're just like, oh, but if you want sauce on your chips, it costs an extra $2. And I'm just like, you're serving up fries with salt? Like, they don't, like, there's no extra, like, there's no special blend on the chips or anything like that. They're not, like, particularly, like, oh, soft on the outside, like, soft on the inside, crunchy on the outside, big thick cut chips or anything like that. It's just basic-ass fries. Nothing special, nothing remarkable. And it's just, like, having, like, how basic the fries are next to the burger makes me wonder why I would even bother eating the fries. So I want them to be a little more interesting, put some sauce on them. And it's like, you're already charging me over $20 for the combo. Why the fuck are you charging me an extra $2 goddamn for fucking chips? It's like, oh my god. So annoying. Scribbler, welcome. Yeah, I can finally catch you live, but it's not too spoilery. Up to 6.3 personally. 6.45 we're doing today. We're just doing one of the variant dungeons that I add with it. Started watching LP not too long ago, so we still have a lot to catch up on. Welcome, welcome. The LP is ridiculously long. I think we've surpassed 1,000 hours at this point. I think the LP has surpassed 1,000 hours. So you have the equivalent of the One Piece anime to watch. But welcome. But welcome. At my current speed, with our current streaming schedule of once per week, at this stage, the plan is to finish Endwalker end of the year and Dawn Trails like the first stream of next year. You can skip the craft bits, skip the multiple episodes that are nothing but crafter jump quests. But that means you would skip the Alchemist jump quest. You can't do that. The Alchemist jump quests are the best ones. Stormblood Alchemist is some of the best jump quests in the entire game. The Common Man's Courage. Okay, this one's going to be more explicit about the statues than I feel, because it's these two statues. I think this one's going to tell us about the statues. Again, I'd love it if it's the normal map thing that we have to look at. Or maybe this will tell you, hey, look at your map. Oh, pardon me. Duh. Stop it. Chest, stop. Long ago, in a small village in the shadow of Mount Rokkon, there lived a young man. Few were as diligent at harvest time as he, and none so quick to leap into action on the fateful day that screams from across the fields. Swallowing his fear, they followed the sound to find his neighbors beset by a beast of terrible countenance, its unnatural form proving the very man-eating monster that terrorized people of Shizu for moons. And so, knowing lives would be lost even a moment's hesitation, the young man lobbed his pitchfork at the creature's exposed belly, turned his tail and ran for the cover of the mountain, howling in pain. Ever since, the village has held a yearly event dedicated to tossing their tools at bundles of straw, in the form of ritual that doubles as useful practice in the events that the Kami are slow to respond to future incidents. I imagine my surprise when, having recovered that fork of legend, I discovered the famed swordsmith Nanakusa's mark upon it. 2 histories for the price of 1! I suppose all artisans must pay their dues, be it in humble pitchforks or those kettles that Rowena has such a tiny monopoly on. But the contrast between this tool and Nanakusa's more whimsical works is striking. One would never guess that its maker would go on to build Shizuo's most expansive smithy, guarded in each cardinal direction by statues of the 4 lords. Up to like episode 17 so far. So you've covered like maybe 50 hours. Only YouTube playlists at almost 1,000. We're at nearly 1,200. Fuck me. Fuck me. Jesus. Fuck me. Alright, okay. I thought we had like recently passed 1,000. I thought we recently passed 1,000, not fucking, oh god. Not nearly 1,200. Oh my god. Oh my god. Welcome, Scribbler. I recognize your name from YouTube comments. I do recognize you. Not from 14, but I do recognize when I say Scribbler. I'm just like, oh yeah, Scribbler. I think I from memory, I could be wrong and I could be misconstruing it, and I might be confusing you with someone else. I do that sometimes. From memory, Scribbler has like the cool S is like the logo. So that's like my brain sees Scribbler in chat, and I'm just like, okay, I think I remember that from YouTube. It's a cool S logo. Try to piece together my memory. Trying to test myself, see if I remember my audience. Because there's also some people who come into Twitch who have completely different usernames on YouTube. Like, it took me a while to realize who Deku was from YouTube comments, because it's completely different. The S you draw in middle school, yeah, the cool S. The cool S. Yes, yeah, I do remember. Yay, see, I remember my audience. I remember my audience. So yeah, I remember seeing you in comments. And if you're still able to be in the comments, it means you're not one of the people pissing me off in comments, like on certain Final Fantasy videos that aren't 14. So it means you're one of the good ones. The other people, I got sick of some of the other ones, and I just finally said, all right, cool, I'm just gonna stop you from commenting on the channel over again. But that's mainly because of FF7, or specifically fucking. One would never guess that its maker would go on to build Shizuo's most expansive smithy, guarded in each cardinal direction by statues of 4 lords. That's the Sims money symbol. Okay. I saw a cool S-curvy air rider a bit ago. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I can do one of those. I could do one of those. Okay, here's the question. Raktika Greatwood. What? Are you doing maps, or is this like part of your dailies? But I'm thinking, do I have to actually visit the smithy? Like, because I know where the smithy is. We did jump quests over there. Does this solution actually come from analyzing the environment completely disconnected? P1. Oh, you do that to get rid of it? Ah, fair. Tending sometimes to leave like tips in response to things you've encountered already got past years ago. You don't guitar request? Ah, okay. See, this is the blacksmith. But I don't know if this is the exact one they're talking about. It's the only blacksmith I know of. And I don't know of any 4 lords things. I don't see any 4 lords stuff. This is on Shizu. Shizu's this island. But is this the biggest blacksmithy? There's something I'm missing to this. guarded in each cardinal direction by the statues of four lords. I don't see any statues here of the four lords. Now, the only thing I have to go on the four lords is these four lords on the map here. Which, again, if it's cardinal directions, then this is east and this is south. Which is the only thing I can think of. Yo, it's not a classical codex. Let's go. Let's go. Because it's also just a combination of the fact that he says combining it with the Great Vessel Mount being bigger. I gotta say, combining the already Tokusatsu, like, seasonal glam with even more stuff to make it look more Eastern, this person's done very well. Making this, like, full-on Tokusatsu samurai by combining the headpiece with other parts there. This is done very well. This person has done very well. I really like that. Absolute shout out to Alex Rexos here. Part of the Doggo clan. You have this glam and you've not made an adventurer plate? Oh, fine, never mind. Fuck you. Never mind, actually. Never mind. I also saw a classical codex. Who's out here buying multiple classical codexes? Looks like Super Samurai outfit from Power Ranger season of the same name. Yeah, the moment I saw it, I'm just like, oh, this is clearly like samurai version of Tokusatsu. It's like, hell yeah. But okay, but it's got a more specific like inspiration, it seems. Nice. Like even the sword was like one of the ones in a big giant robot ship. Alright, so we're heading this way. We're heading this way. Again, I'm basing it on the map to start with. I'm gonna base it on the map to start with. Because he talks about the maps, Far Eastern maps. With Seiryu East, Suzaku South. So I assume that means make them face that direction. Or possibly face the opposite direction. If it's guarded from each side, do they face the direction that they are on the map? Or do they face away from that, like, in towards the middle? I'll go with the directions they are. I'll make Suzaku face south. I'll make Seiryu face east. I'll go with that to start with. And if that's not it, then I got no idea. If that's not it, I think what my plan is to try? Possibly jerk off. I'll work out which one will better alleviate my mood once it happens. Based on how much of a failure I feel like. That will determine which one of the two options will make me feel better. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Because again, there's entire other sections to this path that we've never been on. There's an entire other section to the building we've never been on. It could be a case of getting the statues right. It's how you enter the other part of the building in general. But I have no idea. There may be a decision you have to make earlier that like changes how you go up. Because I feel like it's got to be something that you do earlier. Because like this blockage up here, this like little thing here, I swear I can see an entrance to the storehouse that we've not been in that has one of these gates around it, kind of implying we haven't killed the enemies before it. But like, what optional paths? Like when we go up here and it goes to the upper level, like what optional paths? Yeah, I've still got the rain going on. where there's the multiple weather events. No, this is one of the random ones. One of those things where obviously the longer the stream goes on, the more vulnerable my throat will be. So I have to remember to drink more. Attack! I'm worried with all the breaks and lower energy into slower speed, it's gonna be like 7 hours before we finish all the pathways. And there's still Hildibrand, there's still like our daily, our weeklies. Still so much to do. Raid wide. Yeah, might be one of the might be a case of if it takes that long to finish this, I'll just like do a stream tomorrow of doing the everything else. And we'll get Hildibrand as well. I've been loving it so far. Doing everything super strictly by patch, because you haven't seen up to this point, you wouldn't know. I'm doing everything Endwalker like super strictly patch by patch, trying to like match the patches as they were released. So we're at a point where it's like I'm now going like today, or possibly tomorrow. If I'm not streaming for too long. I'm doing like specifically the 6.4 release of Hildibrand. So I'll be like the second last part of it. Trying to use Endwalker as like a practice ground of what it will be like to do stuff in this game once I'm actually caught up and on content. Because everything else it's just been, oh, do things or whatever, or do we feel like do all the post-expansion content, whatever, or do we feel like do like entire raid series in a single day? And we obviously can't play the game like that once everything is like out. Like once I'm current, because everything won't be out. So using Endwalker as like a testing ground to just be like, do everything patch by patch so we get a vibe of how we're gonna do it when it comes out. And it works pretty well. It's basically been pretty clean of just like point X1 and point X5 are each down on the screen. Once we're current, it might be a little different than that because like they put adventuring forays in, that'll be like its own thing comparatively. I have a vibe of how I want to go about it now, and it seems to be working. Oh yeah, this was the chases year. There we go. The rains have ceased. Yay! Sakamagami Parasol. I got it. Let's go. I got the pair of souls. Was a well mentioned at any point in anything we've seen? I don't think it was. But this oddly does stick out to the side, doesn't it? I don't think it was. I might be thinking of the river. I'm thinking like there was something with water. I'm probably thinking of the sword put into the water. I think that's what I'm thinking of. I don't think we've seen anything specifying a well yet. I don't think so. Again, like, how do I change levels for? But there's entire other sections of this that we've never been on, and I'm just... One second. I have to change headphones after this run. I'm only I can still hear it on this side, but, you know, because I can only hear it on one side, I gotta turn it up a little louder. A little bit louder now. A little bit louder now. Bum, 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 yeah, I feel like this might be a very dungeon where I end up getting stuck a little earlier than the last one. Oh, the bit doesn't have a stairwell itself. I think this is there for symmetry. No, but if I go onto the map, like this floor doesn't have anything. But if I alternate the floor, there's like clearly unexplored territory on the next floor. So on the next floor, there's absolutely more. Down here, it seems to be fine. Down here is fine, but the next floor up absolutely has stuff on there. And again, there's just like, there's somewhere on the next, okay, well, not this floor, but the next floor up. Somewhere on the next floor had one of the purple fog gates that like led to outside. So do we circle around to that by doing something else? Or is there another entrance somewhere else by doing this? I'm hoping it's the statues. Are the statues already facing north? So the statues are currently facing north. Okay. So that faces east. No, so you face south, sorry. The statues are already facing north because we're walking south. So you face east. Again. I don't know if this is right. Again, it's just looking at this. Again, Seiryu's on the east. Suzaku's on the south. But I don't know if that means, like, they should be facing those directions or not. Let's just fucking try it and see what happens. Yay! A nice fucking Seiryu with the Guardians of this Gateway. Though, in fairness, one needs grapple with only one at a time. Okay, I will say, if the solution is actually, like, listening to Hancock talk about the map and you have to look at this map for a solution, again, one of the best puzzles that we've had. How much you have to, like, actually interpret things and put pieces together to be like, look at the actual in-game map to see this, that is incredible. That is awesome. If there was something else I was meant to look at and it just so happened to work out the same as that, then that's funny. But I'm assuming, because if you fail that and just go through there, he talks about far eastern maps. Okay, well, I'm not seeing anything else in this room just yet. No, I can't. Glad we both had the same thought process because I thought there to there to there. Yeah, it's like, look at everything. Look at every nook and cranny. We must face fuck the entirety of everything. Oh, this might... Okay, so this does go outside. This goes... Oh, yeah. You mean to take to the roof? They took him to the roof. This is probably the other... Yeah. This is probably the thing that leads inside for the other fog gate. It's probably this. There we go. A very smart puzzle. Very smart puzzle if, like... Again, assuming I solved it correctly, which, because I got the answer correct, out of however many possible combinations, I'm going to assume I did. If the actual solution is look at your actual map function map, and look around the island of, look around the country of, Hingashi to piece it together, very, very awesome, like, way of having a puzzle go. Let's see if there's something speaking of Sekiro, the flying enemies. Don't think I got far enough into Sekiro. I want to go back to Sekiro and revisit it. It's just playing it on console, and on the console that I was playing it on, it was borderline unplayable. Game didn't just have, like... This was, like, also at launch before it got patched. And also just the fact that I had a dog shit PS4. Don't worry, White Eminem, I'll protect you. It wasn't just a case of, like... Oh, it had a poor frame rate, so it was really hard to play. It had poor frame pacing. Like, the frame rate would frequently change between, like, lower and higher speeds. And in a game that requires, like, specific timing for reflections, it was just not happening on my console. I had a dogshit PS4, it, like, performed like shit. There's multiple videos I have of just things not working properly on that fucking console for some reason. My PS5 seems mostly fine. Thank God. It's the first, like, Sony console I've owned that isn't, like, a flaming turd of shit and actually works properly. Pardon me. So what the fuck would another path be there? Makes me wonder if there's like an alternate thing to do with the statues that does something else even. Get worse. So yeah, with a game that had such specific tight timings for its deflections, the fact that I never knew what was gonna happen because the frame rate kept changing and like I could see the game like zoom to catch up, it was just like, okay, this is not happening. I'd love to go back to Sekiro now that I have like a good PS5 and it works and everything, but yeah. Probably the second entry with the smithy, I don't know what the hell it is, but still. I don't remember that entry. I'll have to read it. Alright. I mean, after this, it should be one more per route. With one of those being the big bonus one. This might be I think I mentioned it before. This might actually be a case of the big bonus path is the one that we actually uncovered last. We got it about halfway through on our Still Deer. But we also happened to get everything like at the perfect timing. I don't know what that mechanic. I don't know how that mechanic works. I don't know how this mechanic works. I can't interpret it. I can't interpret it. I don't understand. I'm just gonna accept I'm gonna get hit by it all the time. I don't know how it works. I don't understand it. The mechanic is follow RD. Well, so whatever direction it says, I seem to be unable to work out that it's in that what direction that it actually means. I've been wrong nearly every time. Again, it's one of those things where I think I'm fundamentally misunderstanding a component of it. Not the safety Dorito. Not the safety Dorito. Yeah, I think I'm just fundamentally misunderstanding what part of the tell is. And I don't understand what it actually means. I think I'm fundamentally misunderstanding. Or, because I'm tanking, I'm constantly mixing up what direction it's facing and what direction it's saying. It is also possible it's because I'm tanking. And so, which direction it's facing compared to what direction I'm facing and everyone else is, I'm constantly missing. I'm willing to blame it's the fact that I'm tanking. I'm willing to blame me being tanked for the issues. Okay, so that should, so that'll be behind it, which means the next one won't rotate, so then we face the same direction. And then move to its left. Okay, so now it's gonna go this way, which means it now faces that way. Which means we actually stay here. Okay. Right. So now it's facing that way, now it's going behind it. Okay. Okay. I may have just misread what direction it was facing before then, actually. What direction it was facing before, I may have just completely gone wrong then. I may have thought it was facing one way and I was just completely wrong with it. What are the Spirit Flames are just going around now? It's just more of like the random direction AoEs. Or like the marching like soldier AoEs. But now they're actually just in whatever direction. This is the marching soldiers, but they're going fucking everywhere. I feel like this mechanic must be, like, I'm doing fine with it currently, but I feel like with high ping, that mechanic must be a fucking nightmare. I thought it was a double, so I was waiting to see what the next one was. Yeah, I think I understand the double mechanic. Stand where it, like, where it tells you is safe for the first one, stands there. And then towards the boss is going to be where it's facing for the next one. And so you base the tell based on that standing. I think. These huge explosions. Which one's going to be next? Middle? Out. Oh, this one. Okay. I keep not realizing how huge that's going to be. Yay! I go. A clash for the ages! Life-threatening circumstance aside, it's always a pleasure to witness Bushido at work. Another card. I'd guess the passage we traverse will lead us to the store's most valuable contents. Low mode! Such exceptional relics are rarity indeed! Yes, Armor not least of all. She used to be magnificent for a psyche. A crafting material. Spirit that enlivened it may have been one of the Tsukamagami of Rumor. I can make the Suzaku thing from that. An idea would not hesitate to bring home every last blade the Monarch had touched. Alas, my falcon can only bear so much. It's called for serious consideration. Pray leave me my thoughts for a moment. So I guess from the Resaiki, you can make both the Seiryu and Suzaku sculptures. What about the other two? What about Byaku and Genbu? What about them? Okay, I do have a card at least for each of the final bosses. Well, the three current ones. The big final boss, I don't have that yet. But at least I got one for all the others. That's nice. I don't have to worry about trying to grind any of those specifically. I do think that's one of the reasons I have to go back to Sildir. I need to get the Thorn Knight card. If assuming you get that from actually fighting Thorn Knight. Into the retained inventory for future, just in future sale it goes. Alrighty. Forging a legacy. Though Hingashi has its fair share of celebrated artisans, few tales stoke the flames of a journeyman's ambition like that of Nanakusa, whose blades in the image of the Four Lords saw him rise from humble village blacksmith to renowned forge master. Having been on the business end of swords representing Suzaku and Seiryu during our confrontation with Moko the Restless, to their fine and fearsome quality I can attest. Though I've not yet had the pleasure of an introduction to the Byaku-inspired Hakute, and it in particular is often spoken of as a weapon to rival one of the greatest the star has to offer, the Swell. That's straight up one of the swords that Xenos uses. Following his rise to prominence, Nanakusa established a forge near Mount Rokkon. Gonamish Tsubaki, many aspiring smiths followed in his footsteps. Northeastern Chishu has become something of a haven for these masters of forging flame. Naturally, they revere the Kami of Fire, that comes up another thing, and celebrate their god by ways of various spectacular matsuri. In the most prominent of these, its name roughly translating to Festival of Three Lanterns. Local blacksmiths seek to imbue the works of past, present, and future with the Fire Kami's power through lighting a trio of specially crafted lanterns. Of course, there's temporal symbolism. It's only one aspect of the number of three significance to Far Eastern tradition at large. Okay. The Kami of Fire is like explicitly referenced in one of the endings where you fight three lanterns. That straight up comes up in this one here. Like, you fight these three lanterns here. In fortune you seek, know that our light glows brightest within twilight's reach, and 'tis the Kami of Fire the celebration entreats. Our light glows brightest within twilight's reach. It's the attack they do when they die. Within their twilight, they do a death attack. Something kill three at the same time. I'm thinking it's more specific. I think we need to explore up the top of the area where the thing is. I think we need to explore at the top where those lanterns are. They do a death attack that has like a cone AoE to it. Do you need to get them to use that flame on something? Do they need to flame attack lanterns that are up there and light them? That's what I'm wondering. That's kind of where my brain's going with that. Or they can kill each other, but probably not. I would say once we get up there, because I'm the tank and like I can direct the enemies, I would say to everyone else, don't even attack them. Once we get up there, don't attack the lanterns at all. That's gonna be like what I would say. But also before we even activate the lanterns, explore and see if we can find anything up there. And yeah, there's something with the stones. There's something with the stones. We've not come across anything that gives a guidance of like, shine these stones, don't shine these stones. There's nothing about stones so far that is like indicated you should do these ones or not do these ones. So I do think it might just be a case of if you do all of them and activate something, if you don't do all of them and activate something else. So the easiest way to test that would be to do one with all and one with none. And if they end with the same ending, then it's a case of right combination of shining and not shining at all. So this is, we've got 3 for every route so far, right? We have 3 for every route, I believe. Seems like left has another regular one. Are you basing this on the map? Oh, because it's here? This is probably not the big bonus one? Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah. And whatever the bonus one is, we don't have the one in the middle. Like, these are, oh no, 1, 2, 3, 4. Where did we get this ending, actually? Where did we get this ending for the Common Man's Courage? I actually don't remember. What gave us this ending? Was this killing or not killing monkey? I don't remember. I don't actually remember. Killing monkey, I think. Five and 6 for monkey. Yeah, forgetting which ones of these, yeah. Because this is 5 and 6. It's killing monkey, I don't have it. No, this one's killing monkey. Lost to Avarice is killing monkey because it's the wooden hammer. This one's killing monkey. Because this mentions the hammer. Or was not killing the monkey what gave... Did killing the monkey do the hammer or did it not killing the monkey use the hammer? I don't remember. This is definitely related to monkey because it mentions the hammer. Because the monkey had the hammer. Because this is this is parkour, which is the only ending we've gotten from parkour so far. Oh, there's the only one I don't have the map on. I'm missing the one dead center. There's 12, so... there's 12, so there's 2 in dead center. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, there's Lost to Avarice. I believe this was Killing Monkey. And then there's Beyond the Lantern's Light, and that was parkour. This is definitely parkour, because it's where we saw the enemies. I straight up don't remember where we got this. I want to say this was stones. I think this was cleaning the stones. I think it was stones. Do we need to get hit by the death attack? There's so many possible things to try for this. Here's my thought process. I think whatever we do with these lanterns is going to be the special bonus route. I'm gonna have a wild guess and say this is complicated enough to be the special bonus route. It requires working out the parkour in general and combining this clue with this other one, which required looking at the map to solve, to learn about the Festival of Three Lanterns and possibly their death attack doing something. This feels complicated enough that I'm going to assume it's the big final one. So before we try this, let's try not cleaning any of the stones and see if we get something new for that last round. I have no idea what to do for the first one, though. For the left route, I have no idea what other options we have. I don't know. Because the only things I can think of to do here are stone-related. No, not stone-related, statue-related. It's like, do statues wrong, fuck with sword, don't fuck with sword. Get statues right. I didn't see any options past that. So that's hard to say. But let's go right and not clean stones. I should prepare. Can you repair in duties? I think they got rid of that at some point. Or is it you can't repair in combat? There we go. But yeah. This will tell us whether there's a combination for the stones or whether it's the stones all cleaned or not cleaned. Let's go solve in the Galatas tied to the skirt I have on. Is this a blade stop you're wearing? I believe it is, right? This is a blade stop? Yeah, it is. Yeah, I've seen this, yeah. The casting top for blades. It is particularly good. It's particularly good. So, yeah. Not clean stones. So we don't take the Dogu at all. I think that's the plan. If we don't take the Dogu, we go on the stone's path, and then we just don't clean any. I think that's the plan. Goddamn, so it's good over top. Makes it look like a bell has an extra bit. Nice. I need to buzz your clan, but I think one of my glams is planning on using the Bosnia tights. I think I was putting Bosnia tights on my summoner. I can't remember. With 7.4's glam restrictions, I can finally put the red Yue Yawada casting top onto summoner. That's personally put it on a healer. That's, for me, that is the biggest change to glam unlock. It's just being able to use the red Yue Yawada healing top and not have to use the blue casting Yue Yawada top. Not that I have the red one, I had it in the past from my retainer. Not thinking that ever introduced straight up glam unlock, and just me going, I hope this becomes dyeable in a future expansion. I threw it out, which is really irritating. I threw it out just thinking, well, I can't use this because it's for healers, and I want this on a caster. That's the one. That's the one. I had that at one point, and I threw it out thinking I couldn't use it. And now Glam Unlock exists, and now I just have to either wait until I get to that dungeon, which based on it being a level 100 Dawn Trail piece, I'm going to assume is a patch for Dawn Trail, or possibly just post Dawn Trail. It's one of the two options. No, it won't be that because they never have the gear. So I either have to wait for a patch in Dawn Trail to get it, or I get it from there. But yeah, I can finally put this on my summoner. I have the blue one of this currently on my summoner because I do actually have that. But yeah, I can put this one on there. I think I was going to put the Blades casting pants with that. Because the Blades casting pants have like silver lines along them. And that top has like silver like diamonds at the bottom of it. That's my plan. And I ended up working out how many total pieces I'm going to be using. Why is range that? I think I worked out how many total pieces my glam's going to be using. Of just... like... the whole thing, like the whole glam unlock. How many pieces will I be using that actually are using the glam unlock? It's not many. It's not many. And most of what I'm using for the glam unlock isn't actually, like, taking advantage of the glam unlock strictly. It's more so just about... having alternate colored versions. Or like versions where it's like, this is dyeable, but the undyeable parts of this glam, of the other role, suits what this glam is better than the undyeable parts of what it currently belongs to. There's a couple of pieces like that. Or some pieces where it's like, the alternate role version of this is the same base, but there's a couple extra bits to it. Like for Reaper, which I've been using for MSQ right now. The aiming version of it is like a full top. It actually fills in the entire, like it. Like currently the one that I'm using has like flaps down the front and then like it covers the back. Whereas the aiming version is a full like coat, filling it around. And also a color difference, the belts and like a lot of the leather material on the version that my Reaper currently has on the aiming one is more brown tinted, whereas the aiming one is very specifically black tinted. You know, little differences like that is most of my glam unlock situation. My machinist again is like that. It's going for the scouting version because the aiming version is just the top, where the scouting version turns it into a long jacket. There's just a lot of little ones like that. Healing's one of the big ones. Oh, I don't know. Healing's one of the big ones because I think it's using like fending boots. That's one of the ones where it's like actually breaking the rules. Hey. And so is Blue Mage. Blue Mage is using... I think the plan is like Blue Mage will use a aiming gloves and I think alchemist boots it was? I think it's alchemist. That's one of the bigger changes. Blue Mage will actually use two pieces completely from different places. To make up for it, there are also two pieces of Blue Mage that are just using the normal actual Blue Mage specifically. Whatever. I won't be taking as big advantage of it as some people will, but I'm very glad it's happening. There's that one hat that I've been yelling about forever, the Gemself hat. Which I was like, I want to put that on my Viper. And I'm not putting on my Viper anymore because the Neo Kingdom hat's too good. So there is also that. But I'll probably put the Gemself hat on Beastmaster. Depending on what Beastmaster's like aesthetic in this game is. Because we know Beastmasters in this game, but we know Dali Beastmasters. So they might be completely different. Like, because Beastmasters in Bosnia, like, wields an axe and a shield. And I don't know if our Beastmasters are going to be the exact same in that regard. Like 2 seconds before I got them all. Yeah, this seems to be grabbing Dogo or not grabbing Dogo. Nice. Alright, we're not fucking with any rocks. That's the plan. I don't know if this is going to do anything different. The plan is to test if this is going to do anything different. If this gives us the same ending, it implies there's a specific order to do the rocks in. Or possibly, Maybe it's about whether you jumped in the spring or not? Rocks for the rocks. It could possibly be if you jumped into the spring. Like, oh, if you jumped in the spring, you got some of, like, the taint cleansing power of the spring itself. So now if you clean the rocks, you clean them and actually excise them of any problems in them. But if you just tried to clean them without going in the spring, then you're just rubbing dirt off of them. Taint. Because there is the thing where it's like, oh, they threw the sword into the lake to get rid of, like, the spiritual energies. So maybe that's the idea. You need to go into the lake to get the spiritual energies to properly clean the zone. Again, the big thing, the main thing is, regardless of what we know here, we'll learn something. We'll either get a new ending for just not cleaning anything, or if we don't get a new ending for this, oh, I'm cleaning taints, alright. If we don't get a new ending for this, then we know there's something more specific to do with these. We just have to, you know, work out what that is. Hancock, leaf powers. Again, I'm gonna assume the lantern thing is gonna be the big bonus ending, just because seeing the combination of stuff you have to do to get to it and how specific the solution might be in terms of their death attack, that feels like it could be like final level. I mean, killing the lizards in order was part of the final level of the first one. Like, you had to work out to kill the lizards in the right order, and then after you killed the lizards in the right order, you got the ending that told you how to, like, go back to killing the lizards in the right order, and then do the whole, like, emotes correct at the end. So yeah, we'll see if this doesn't do anything new. Then we know the stones are just more complicated than all cleaned or not cleaned. Because it could be only clean certain ones or do something specific and clean. Maybe you need the Dogu. It could be possible you have to carry the Dogu with you. Go down that alternate exit. Like, don't take the Dogu with you over the bridge. Go down the rickety bridge instead of going over the tree bridge. And having the Dogu with you gives you the energy to clean them properly. It could be that. There's plenty of options. That's kind of that's the beauty. That's the fun of the variant dungeon. There's just like, there's so many things to try and so many possible options, and you just gotta like have all of these ideas and see what you can come up with. It's fun. There is no other content in this game like it, and it's just done so well. The fact that I had a solution to a puzzle today that was honest to God to look at the in-game map and look at the like pictures and the details on the map is so fucking sick. That is so badass. But again, the whole like putting the Dogu in the shrine, you have to, that's an emote react with something, but not one where you actually, again, nearly everything in this game, if you to make the emote interact with it, you target it and then do the emote like at. And unlike any other moments of that, you just have to do it in front of it. Work out the correct emote for it, as in to the eastern one, because a normal battle's not gonna work because you're in the east. So good, it's so sick. It's so badass. I love it so much. Oh, not even enough. I've done Red Chocktober so many times. How can I not glance the correct spot to stand in a circle when there's two explosions going on up at either side? I've done Red Chocktober so many times. Come on, that should be ingrained in me. Hey! Oh god, 6 forms. 6 forms. Fuck. Ah, shit. Oh, that was very close. Well, that was a new ending. Clean rocks versus don't clean rocks. It was that simple. I'm just gonna let myself get hit by this. Oh, it gives you hysteria. Oh, okay. Oh, no. Oh, no, that might actually be the thing that kills me. How did none of you die standing in that quicksand for so long? That's what I was worried about. I'm just like standing in that quicksand for so long. I feel like it's gonna kill you. I feel like standing in the quicksand for that long would have killed you. Because that's kind of what I was worried about. I'm just like, I feel like if you just go out there as early as possible, you won't get back in time. So you have to like work out when you should start walking out to the quicksand in order to not die. And I'm just like, you know what? I don't trust myself to get that timing right. I'm just gonna let the attack hit me. And then the attack is hysteria, which is meant to risk you walking into the quicksand. You can't come back because you can't control yourself. And then you just die. You know what it is? It's because I was grinding fucking Ruby Weapon Extreme. It's because I was grinding Ruby Weapon Extreme like a day or two ago. Ruby Weapon Extreme has liquefaction where it does that to the ground. But you last in that for maybe 4 seconds before you die. So my brain was mentally thinking of how short that timer lasts against Ruby Weapon and just going, there's no way you'll survive. But you probably sink a lot slower in this compared to Ruby Weapon Extreme. There we go. And get out of here before you do the mechanic again. And I will have to deal with it. Let's go! Let go! Yay! Sound of the Stone. A deed vip a legend. Quite literally, for Shishu appears in countless Hingan myths. One in fact tells of a wayfaring warrior who triumphed over it long ago. As such, I was aware that its harrowing cry could warp the very earth. But to see it firsthand is a wholly different beast, I'm sure you agree. Though the creature born on Agurai's treasures, we can take comfort in the knowledge that it will terrorize Lord Uzumibi's people no more. I didn't know this valuable artifacts were spotted over the course of our journey to the summit, naturally. All that remains is to carry the spoils to our waiting falcons. I trust I can count on you. So that should be this path done. That's 4 there. 2 with Dogu, 2 without Dogu. What's your Revelator? So it means there's 1 for middle, which I'm assuming is the big bonus one with the lanterns. I have no idea of another pathway for the first one. Again, it could be possible that there is only 3 and the middle one has 5. Just because the previous one was equal doesn't mean this one has to be. But I'll go with the assumption there's 1 more in the first part that I have not realized yet. But I don't know what that would be. Blades act on of casting. Okay, it does look nice. It does look nice. I do quite like it. This is the type of thing where if I combined it with the right pants, I could probably wear it. Oh, I see exactly what you're doing. I see exactly what you're doing. I've wanted the envoy envoy trousers offending. I want to put on some glam so badly. Yeah. Ooh. Ooh yeah. Ooh yeah. I see the fit. I see the fit. I do. I do indeed see the fit. Is it possible the healing Acton has silver trims? Because my one thing is the fact that the top has silver trim on like all of it, whereas these have gold on all of it. And pretty much everything Luna has gold, so I don't think the other versions of these pants will be silver. But I'm wondering if the healing version of this has gold instead of silver. Because that's like my one thing about this. Thomas mixed metals, the stitching is gold. May not stand out because of its... Oh, because I'm on black, it probably doesn't stand out as much. If I switch it to white, it probably stands out more. Ah, yeah. Yeah. Dyeing it black specifically just makes it stand out a lot less. Yeah, I'll light a color like this. That makes the... Yeah, that works together better than the two black bases do. Definitely. Again, there's gonna be so many possibilities of Glam Unlock. There's gonna be so many fucking possibilities of Glam Unlock. It's gonna be glorious. I won't be making many changes, but I appreciate the fuck out of everyone who will. The sound of a stone. Given their function as a spiritual bulwark against the earthquakes that plague Kingashi, stones of protection are far from unique to Mount Rokkon. One tale connected to them, however, certainly reflects its unusual history. Legend has it that a warrior of some renown once visited the mountain as a pilgrim. During his soul-cleansing climb up its slopes, he put his hands together to pray at a stone of protection. That very moment, a twisted beast lit from the shadows. It was injured, a pitchfork protruding from its belly, but regardless of circumstance, the warrior could hardly ignore its attempts to tear his head from his body. He plunged his trusty blade into the creature, which thrashed violently in response, cladding with nearby stone. Ominous peals resounded from the earth below. In alarm, the warrior lost hold of his weapon, while the beast escaped into the foliage and out of sight. Fearing an earthquake was indeed imminent, he carefully wiped the beast's blood from the stone, and all was silent once more. There are several variations of this legend. In one, the warrior slays the beast, while the other insists it was the creature's blood-curdling cry that set the earth to rumbling. Still, other tales present natural disasters themselves as divine, or at least preternatural entities. All contain at least a grain of truth, but the fears of a population constantly under threats by events outside its control are very real. If one theory out of the studium is to be believed, stone's protective power may also be more than superstition. The gist I recall is that stones of protection are a form of magical focus, not dissimilar to nulliths, and thus can stabilize ethereal currents and place of confluences. Alas, I remember naught of the finer details, beyond their being rather dull. So I guess the idea is this is meant to tell you to, hey, clean them. Wipe away the beast's blood from the stone and all is silent once more. I guess that's meant to be telling you that. There is something here about praying to it. Put his hands together to pray at a stone of protection. There is praying at a stone of protection, which could possibly be a thing. But I don't think going up that path to pray at the stone is going to do much for us. Because praying at the stone is what makes Shishio attack, and we like just fight Shishio at the end. My assumption is there's one more to do on this first path, on the left. The issue is I don't know what else to interact with there to find out. Because the only thing we have on the first floor is the weapon devours the font's spiritual energy. So at the moment when he soul tempted to wield the blade was consumed by murderous rage. Or like a particular spiritual power lies. A shrine allegedly graces its banks. I wonder if treasure hides within. Honestly, this might have something to do with the other path. Like with the final one. Because this talks about the path being a closely guarded secret known only to the highest ranking monks. This could be related to the final path as well. And you need to, like, find the treasure within a shrine. We're gonna go down the left. I'd like to do the big bonus one, like, because I now know that there is a big final one. And I very much have the feeling that the other one is, like the lantern one is alluding to the big final one. Because we're not just stumbling into, oh, this is the bonus one, like we did for Sylvia. I'd like to do it last. That'd be fun. So let's explore this left path and see if we can find anything. If you don't know what the solution is, if you know what the solution is, then obviously, like, don't do anything. But if you don't know what the solution is, feel free to toss out suggestions and ideas. Because I'm lost for this one. I don't see anything else to interact with. There's not much to do here, is the issue. The only things to interact with are, like, the statues and then the sword afterwards. And there's the statues which you either get correct or don't. And then there's the other ones, which is... like the sword, which is interact with it or not. I don't have a solution, but we'll also not be doing anything. Again, if our consistency is I can get 11 of 12 without any advice or hints, I'll fucking take it. 12 out of 12 within a single stream is a pretty good track record. It ain't bad if I say so myself. Is someone not ready? I found a top that goes better with those pants, but it's not my style at all. Ah. I'm sending out a ready check. Pie! Pie, are you here? Pie! If you don't message in-game or in chat, I will kick you and just invite you if you come back. If you come back, I'll let you can come join again on the next route, but I don't know where you are. I don't know what's happening, so we will ride on without. All right, to the left, to the left. Evilish and maiming top. Here's the issue. Evil's gear is undiable, which sucks ass. Unfortunately, Evil's gear is not diable. Which is bullshit. That is one thing I will say that I, like, consider a legitimate complaint about the game, and again, I put it down to prioritization. Way more gear should be diable than what is. Like, Alliance gear is not easy to get because of how many people you have to compete against it and everything like that. It is ridiculous to put in Alliance gear that's, like, undiable. I'd also say the same with, like, Dungeon gear, honestly. Well, I don't know how much extra work it takes to make stuff diable in the game. Because their die system is a lot more complicated than just, it turns this thing this color. Because their die system absolutely, like, depends on the types of materials that things are, because different dies will, like, shine differently and everything like that. So there's probably some internal system of just, like, clothing is registered to being made out of this material, and this material dies this way and everything like that. But it's one of those things where if you're gonna go to the effort of making all of these brand new models, then it's like a DPS and you got picked MS. Very, very real. It's one of those things where if you're gonna go to the effort of making as many gear sets as you do, like, every patch comes out with a new dungeon gear set, every patch comes out with a new raid tier set, and at least, like, actual raid gear is diable, you just have to play Savage for it. So, like, the diable stuff is an extra reward for the high level content, which, like, that's fine. That's fine. Because if you want to wait for it longer and everything like that. You can just like wait till the next expansion and unsync it. Or anything like that. But if you're gonna go to the effort of making a bunch of new gear, and you're gonna make it like functional for all the different races that exist in the game, like there's enough. It's one of those things where there's enough effort going on to making the gear exist and making it like work. I don't know how much extra work it would take to then make all of that gear dyeable. But it's one of those things where if you compare how much work it takes to make a bit of gear in the game that isn't dyeable compared to how many people will actually use it as glam in its undyeable state, compared to how much extra work do you do on top of that, compared to how many more people will use it because it is now dyeable, it's one of those things where I think the extra amount of effort is probably, like, it's probably less effort to make something dyeable than it is to make something in the first place. Whereas making something dyeable is probably going to, like, triple, quadruple, quintuple the amount of people who will use it for glam compared to its undyeable state. It's just one of those things where I don't know how much extra work it takes, but the amount of extra work compared to what the payoff is for the player base, I think would be like a bigger ratio than just making the gear itself. I think it's like a late system going off motors, which is why a lot of double dyes suck, because they're just the second layer and were never meant to be dyed. Yeah, the second dye on a lot of stuff sucks because of the way that the gear was made in the first place. It's like they're gonna remake some gear new because they don't want to change how the old stuff dyed in case people liked it. But if you want it to be dyeable and like take full advantage of the double dye system, you need to make it new. I can understand, or I can also understand, and I do agree with the principle of don't change how old stuff dies, because what if someone liked it that way? But there's so much old gear that would need to be like have a reskin option that will take forever to get around to making all of them. One of those examples of if you don't design something, like designing something one way from the start makes the process so much simpler than trying to add stuff to it way later. And that's a perfect example. They made so much gear without the intention of it ever being dyeable in two places, so now trying to make a lot of gear dyeable in two places is a much more complicated effort than just, now they know stuff's double dyeable, it'll be double dyeable from the very outset. Which is, again, part of my critique of how long it took them to make Viera and Hrothgar hats wearable. The longer it took to make Viera and Hrothgar hats wearable, like, across all of the hats, the harder it was going to be to do it. If every bit of gear, ever since they introduced Viera and Hrothgar as playable races, was designed around it being wearable for them, then have way less of a backlog to then fix. If it was all designed like that from the start, once this problem occurred, then it would only be a Realm Reborn Heavens within Stormblood gear they have to go back and fix. Where they kept making more stuff not designed around them, and then it ended up being up until Dawn Trail gear they have to fix for this issue. Which then probably ended up resulting in the simple fix that we have of just let it clip through rather than making it bespoke and specific. There ends up being a lot of that when, like an example of where that ends up happening a lot in game development. I've heard many a dev talk about this exact issue of designing a game with accessibility in mind from the beginning is significantly easier to then put that accessibility in the game and make it good, compared to make the game and then try to put accessibility into it after the fact. My big fat deeps are more important than your mechanics, says the tank. The person without much DPS, but has the ability to ignore the mechanics the best. Yeah, well, there's some of the things where they never intended it to be done that way, so I understand why now going that way is going to take a while. But some of those things are a case of, You absolutely could have seen this coming from earlier. I moved too early. Like double die channels. I understand back in A Realm Reborn they were probably never having that intention being a thing. I get that. I get that back in A Realm Reborn they probably never thought that. But then like hats, come on. You knew about that problem the moment you introduced Viera and Half-Girls. It's fine if it's armor because they can just reuse the model, but a lot of glam items are likely never going to get another version with better dice slots. Yeah, like the level 1 specific crafted glam stuff, yeah. What I'm wearing, for example. What I'm wearing, for example, for the Falcon top. If you dye the Falcon top, the parts that are grey on here work for me. I like the grey on there. So again, it's one of those things of changing the old one means that you, like, if you change how the old one dies, it affects people who liked how it died originally. This Falcon top, the double dye for this changes the color, like, just dyeing this any color turns these parts gray for some reason. That's just how it works. So instead of the double dye being like, oh, these parts that just go gray, you can now do this. It's like, the color of the rope holding the shirt together and the belt, I guess? Falcon top looks rough when you dye it. Mine is currently dyed. Mine is currently dyed. But I prefer it this way, personally. I can show what it looks like undyed. Because undyed, it does this. These stitch-on parts are just, and the ropes on the side are just white. So you dye it at all, and they go gray for some reason. And it's like, any color. They're not always gray, but it's like a much grayer version of whatever other color you dye it. But double dye can't fix that. Because that's how it was originally, so... And what if people like it that way? So now it's just, the double dye is your belt. Undyed, it looks embroidered and nice. I don't like this. I think that looks weird. The fact that it's the exact same color to me looks bizarre. The fact that it's the exact same color to me looks bizarre. Whereas this, it has like a pattern that stands out. Guild Wars 2 has 16 dice slots for every material and layer. Spaghetti code. We'll never get that. Is this the river to cast the sword into? Is this the river to cast the sword into? I don't trust that there's a well just fucking sitting here. You're too suspicious. Considering I have no idea what the fuck else to do once I go past this section. Is this the forge? It's a really shitty forge, if so. Because I have no idea what else to do on this path. I can't think of anything. Maybe there's something else to do on the path where you get the statues right, but I couldn't see anything. Do we? Okay, here's what we can do. Is there anywhere on the map that's not? No, that covers everywhere on the map. Because I don't see any sections on the map that are uncovered at this point. There's obviously the secret path, but they don't show you the secret path like it is a thing until you get to it. Like, there's no obvious pathways that we haven't traversed yet. There's no, like, clearly this part of the map is uncovered. Everything's uncovered at this point. Again, it is always possible. It's always possible that there is a limited number, like, there is not the same number of paths on everything. It is possible that one of the paths just has more endings. There's nothing that says it has to be 444. Just because the last one was doesn't mean this one is. If we can't see anything here, I think we just go for the lanterns and say fuck it and try it. Because maybe the lantern puzzle solution has 2 possible endings. Again, there's the one thing where he talks about, like, the lake having, like, a shrine on it and it has treasure and the path to it's secretly guarded. So maybe you get, like, maybe lighting the lanterns, like, takes you to that lake, and maybe missing the treasure or not on that lake is the bonus. So that would make 5 on the middle. That's possible. It's possible. Nothing says they have to be the same on each one. I'm just wanting to take one last run through this to see if there's anything that does stand out as a thing. A nudge in the right direction. Once I try all the ideas. If the big final super route isn't the final thing I get, I'm fine with that. Yeah, once I've exhausted all the ideas I currently have, then I'll say so. Then I'll say, like, a little hand would be nice. Sure, there's something else to do with the statues. I don't know what else would you do with the statues? Do you mean, are you thinking do something else with the statues here? Or do you mean once we go down this pathway? Something else? Like the statue here. I don't know what else. Like, I ain't saying you're wrong, it's just I can't think of anything. Because the only statue thing that we have in here is this thing, which is about the Four Lords. Because guided in each cardinal direction by the statue of the Four Lords. There's got to be 2 correct answers. I don't know where the hell you get that, but if you have an idea, go ahead and try it. If you have an idea, go ahead and try it, because I've got no idea. Because that is south, which that's what I did. And then I tried east on this one. I'm too dumb to think about something. Because even if I said, oh, swap them for the other lords, which one would swap with which? Like, which one would switch with which? There's no real, like, pairings for the Four Lords. This window back here is another path. It's gotta be. As is, I don't see it, like, on the map as an uncovered area. I don't see anything on the map that, like, this would go to. Because normally if there's a path here, it would show it as, like, you'd see that there's a path there. I mean, they can easily hide them. They can easily hide them here. Like, none of these like, everything I look on my map shows that we've gone everywhere. We clearly haven't because of the bonus path. So the bonus path, at the very least, is hidden. Looks pretty low poly out there. I think let's get the statue puzzle right. Yeah, let's get the statue puzzle right. Yes. Let's do this right. Let's explore out here more. If there's nothing out here, I'm just gonna say fuck it and go for the lanterns. Because I at least have an idea of what to do there. We're stumbling in the dark to see if it's possible, if there's something else here. Like, this is stumbling in the dark because we just think, oh, 444. Whereas the lanterns, we are pretty confident there's something else to do there. It's just not exactly what we think. I mean, I'm not seeing anything in here. We're literally stumbling in the dark. Again, it's one of those things where, like, we could be getting fucked by assumptions of just the 444. It's entirely possible. Maybe something behind the storage. That is, like, immediately my thought. That this is suspiciously just here. Like, is there a wall there or not? There is a wall there. There is a wall there. It's super dark and you can't fucking see shit, but there is a wall there. But I think these pots are real. Are you trying to do the Namazu thing? Are you trying to do the Namazu thing? Yes, I don't see anything else to interact with here. Like, even in a loose sense of the word interaction. I see enemies, we go in here, there's enemies, and there's immediately the door to the ends. Again, thinking Faded Circle as continuation, not an Endwalker. No. That'll be kind of the big thing for me that, like, that's how they ruin Gunbreaker for me and make me not want to play it as much. The thing that would ruin Gunbreaker for me is continuation being though. Losing Gnashing Fang would also be a big, like, probably either or, honestly. Losing either continuation or Gnashing Fang would probably be the big thing for me that would, like, ruin Gunbreaker for me. Wait, whoa, I'm waiting. 3 lanterns? Is there 3 lanterns in here? I counted wrong. Oh, I see 4 there. Oh! Oh! I interrupted that last time! I interrupted the water attack of the ARPA! You slowing me down and let the, oh! I interrupted the ARPA's water attack. Just out of, like, sheer used to itness. It did it this time and it put out the lantern. Yo! Yo! You were on the right track with the lanterns. You were completely on the right track with the lanterns. Just, you know, that battle must have blown out the lights. Yo! Let's go! My neuroses worked! I didn't even think of that. That's really smart. That's a really smart solution. You see the lanterns around. You see the ARPA does a big water attack. Don't interrupt it. Okay. Not interrupting an enemy's attack is a solution. Ah, it's so good. One of the complaints I did see about the variant dungeon, which I was about to say, where's Horatio? Horatio's in chat, not in this current room. There's one of the things I did see a complaint about the previous one. I called people who were going to complain about it in the previous one, and I was right. That one's a bit obtuse. I can understand the logic behind it. It's not as obtuse as the fucking Nanamo one. There is a logic to it. There is a logic to it, and it's the idea of, like, don't interrupt an enemy and see if that does something. Like, I can see that. I think of, like, the not interrupting the enemy in the Blue Mage. There's a Blue Mage trophy where it's like, oh, this enemy grows every time you don't interrupt its attack. So if you don't interrupt it at all the entire time, it then grows to, like, bigger size and you kill it, then you get an achievement for it. Yeah, that one's obtuse. There's not really many, like, hints to it. But there's nothing that tells you, like, oh, put out the lanterns with water or anything like that. None of the other pathways guide you to that strictly. But I think it's, like, fair enough. Some of them are gonna be tricky. Some of them are gonna be tricky. But, yeah. One thing I did see, like, I saw people complaining just being, like, if the whole point of the variant dungeons is puzzles, and how the puzzles affects the bosses, why are there mob pools at all? Why don't we just have the puzzles in between the 2 bosses that we do, and why not just let there be no mob pools so they don't function or do anything? And that's the big thing for me. I think having all of the mob pools means that any of the mob pools could be part of the puzzle, and if there was... If I was trying to put gaps over to an arrow. If there was only mob pools at points where there was puzzles involving the mob pools, it'd be too obvious what the puzzle is. So having mob pools everywhere and having some of them be associated with puzzles then gives you an idea of you never know what isn't a puzzle, which is part of the point. Especially since I don't believe any other attacks in this facility had interruptible attacks. Yeah, it's standing out as an interruptible's a big part of it. Yeah, the fact that it's specifically an interruptible attack when you're not used to those is a big part of, like, the giveaway of that's a thing. But also, it's possible. It is also possible, I think, that there would be people who don't interrupt it the first time. Because that may actually be more common. How many people are actually ready at a moment's notice to interrupt an attack? Especially in a group of enemies. You're playing so you won't even have an interrupt? We have tankers who are pushing us. Because it is possible that maybe the intention is you play it, because like if you're not targeting the ARPA, which it's not the strongest enemy there, so I don't think you'd naturally be targeting it. Like I don't think it's the thing there that has the most health. So if you're trying to like hit it with your AoE attacks, where part of your AoE attacks do more damage to like the first target, this is gonna suck. Will that be far enough? Nope, completely wrong. Completely wrong. Jesus Christ. I've seen near do you know what that has in not really? Oh, DF, yeah. Because yeah, that might be the actual idea of like what they expect to happen there. Is that you do that battle. No one happens to be targeting the ARPA the first time it comes around. The ARPA does its attack, it puts out the lanterns, and you, the player, are then expected to work out, oh, stop the ARPA from doing an attack that puts out the lanterns. We just happened to see it in a different order that then made working that out a little more confusing. It is entirely possible that it's one of those things of, we accidentally solved the puzzle the first time without even realizing it was a puzzle. So trying to unwork out the puzzle solution was actually harder. Well done, Manifest. You're unholy terror on the battlefield. I mean that in the most flattering way. The fantastic passage will lead us to such an immaculate armory. Perhaps the monks utilized this as a shelter in times of strife. Cursed never finished barbarians. I doubt they expected the armor they sought to come to life, however. Quite the harrowing foe, that one. Which leads me to believe the armor itself must be one of the treasures we seek. I think they tried to kill me? Despite its storied history, it looks almost pristine. I spent the monks tended to it regularly. It should be quite the challenge to bring back. If I dare say my falcon and I are up to the task. Pray accept my unending gratitude for your assistance, Manifest. I will give one critique to this dungeon. Now that we get the thing that I said before about none of the interesting solutions are here, like these solutions are less interesting than what they were in Sildir, absolutely came from the fact that we got the more interesting solutions than Sildir much earlier. We've gone through a lot more of the obvious solutions here, and it's taken us longer to get to the more interesting ones. That complaint can slide right aside. Especially with the bowing of like the non-interactable object, and the fact that you have to look at this menu for one of the solutions. That's great. I appreciate that. If that just kill it fast with good DPS. Suppose the issue I have with this AV to try to take care of it on his big hit to try it again. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely one of the ones that's harder to work out. It's one of those things where because if there is 4 every route, if you know you got the 4 in the other routes, you know there has to be something here. So it gives you the incentive to keep exploring this area until you find out what it is, which we haven't to just then. The big critique I will give of this one, which is, you know, the stuff that Crafts was alluding to earlier. The Sildir Subterrane dealt with a lot of lore about stuff that we already, like, know of the game, and it deepens the lore of stuff that we were already familiar with. It gave a lot more backstory to Belladia, and Sildir, and like how that became around. It gave more lore to the Almaja and how that came around. It gave a lot of lore to Nanamo as a character and her parents and her rise to the throne and everything like that. It expanded on a lot of ideas that we knew and combined ideas together that we knew. Because the character we have for this one is Hancock, we get way less of that. Because Hancock is being Hancock. Hancock just cares about the treasures and how much they're worth and like their history behind them in terms of like their value. We get like one story about like, oh, Hancock had to like do a Brewster's Millions-esque thing, but reverse. There's a different thing that I'm thinking of. That's Brewster's Millions, a different thing. The idea of like take the money and double it, and then you can be my apprentice forever. Like we get a little bit of backstory in Hancock for that. But, like, Hancock doesn't show it, like... Hancock isn't, like, affected by the history here. Like, so many of this history is about people dying, and he blows it off just being like, wow, that means it has a storied history. And double and give it to the next person. Like, there's less personal investment, both just because of what it is, but also because who the person is, with it being Hancock. That it kind of makes the lore that we're learning feel less interesting. And also, a lot of the lore is expanding on Hingashi, a place we know very little about. And a lot of the lore that we're learning is just like, either tangentially related to the Four Lords, which is cool, but like, we're not learning much about the Four Lords for this. Or we're learning like lore about specifically Mount Rokkon, which isn't even expanding like Hingashi lore that much. We're not learning a shitload of details about the lore of Hingashi as a whole. We're learning lore about Mount Rokkon in Hingashi, a place we learned about because of this quest. So it's not like expanding ideas behind something we already know in the game. And the ideas that are being expanded don't affect our character that we're going along with much. And the character that we're going along with is a character who's designed to have this disaffected personality because he cares about the money and the wealth and the treasures. So, like, my main criticism here is the fact that it's about Hancock and it's about Hingashi. But not really that much about Hingashi. I appreciate the lore that we're learning here. I appreciate it. But I'm not, like, as invested in it as I was Nanamo's story with Sildir. And learning that more of the history behind the origins of Ul'dah and the fall of Sildir and like how they both came from Belladia and stuff like that. I cared more about that because it's about stuff that... And it felt like it expanded a bit of lore of the game that we got teasers of. Whereas this is a lot of lore about something that we only know exists because of this quest. That's like my main criticism I'd have about Mount Rokkon. What we're learning is interesting, but this is, you know, I'm not as invested, which is the same with our character that we're playing as. Could be a way to show off other parts of Hancock if they even exist. Yeah, like Lawrence Village, Raji, and Hingashi doesn't have to be like the government or anything, yeah. What's your problem? What's your probes? A Tale of Dead Men. Unrestricted claims making me want to run Memoriam of Sarah. Ah, you need idealized glam parts. You need idealized glam parts. You need Diable Shadowbringer's job gear. Understandable. Shadowbringer's job gear is pretty nice. Still think Dawntrust over my favorite, but I do like Shadowbringer's job gear. Moko was a warrior of peerless skill, a boon to his allies and a scourge upon his enemies. After his death, his armor was returned to his kin, who would preserve it as a treasured heirloom for generations to come, until one fateful morn. As the sun bathed the eastern skies in gold, Moko's descendants rose to find the armor not in the storehouse where it had been skewered, but a prominent display in the gardens, stained black with cooling blood. Next to it lay the corpse of a man, a would-be thief struck down by unrighteous spirits. Most were quick to believe. The family, however, was less than certain. Who was to say when Moko might rise again to sate his bloodlust? Thus, though paying them to do so, they placed the armor in the care of Shoujo Temple, hoping that its hallowed halls would bring the restless general some semblance of peace. Forest and folklore spread of myriad kami, and the spirits to be found in all things. One may assume this concept arose from the countless strange creatures found on our star, from void-sent to auspices, and sulking golems to elemental sprites. Nature's capacity for oddity is boundless. Was Marco's armor then an unusual form of a known entity, or did it truly play host to the soul of the man that once wore it? Whatever the case, we can be certain that its exposure about Rokkon's eighth only emboldened and enlarged it. I found myself thankful that we did not share in that alleged thief's fate. Well, final big massive path to do, and it is the last one we're doing. So I invite Horatio yesterday. I was about to say, so I invite Horatio. We're doing one last one at you. I want to make sure I invite you. I did. I'm good. Try to get another one before I do this. Alright. Middle path. We're doing some parkour. Like that idea. Middle path. Hancock, you're wrong, cock. Middle path. Doing parkour. Don't attack the lanterns immediately. Let's explore up that big area first. See if we can see anything that would make sense to be lit by the death attack of the lanterns. This is my current theory. My current theory is have the enemies do an attack on something. Because it would also be an evolution of the ARPA thing we just did. The ARPA thing tells you, hey, an enemy can do an attack and it affects the environment around it. The ARPA used water to put out a bunch of lanterns. Now these lanterns use their flame breath to light other lanterns. It would also be a way of, hey, enemies can affect the environment, invert that for this enemy. Orban breastplate plus Heavenswood Ashite gloves are a perfect fit. I can't think off the top of my head of like any of those pieces. Martial matters. Look for unlit lanterns. That's kind of my thought process. Once we do the parkour, see if there's any unlit lanterns. And if there is, we've got to be very, very, very careful with the 3 lanterns that appear. The idea is their death attack will be what lights them. I don't think we can bring them here. I don't think we can bring them here, but something like this is probably what we're looking for. We might be looking for something like this. You are very correct. Maybe this is meant to be here to show you what you're looking for. Fire in red! Take the lanterns to them. Be careful with AoEs at that point. I would say, like, if the enemy gets down to, like, half health, stop attacking it. Just because I'm the tank, I have to be the one to position them. Because I'm the tank, I have to position it, so I'm gonna have to like very carefully guide them in a way where they're face first directly against the lantern, and then they need to die. And I can't move once they're in that position until they do their death attack. Because if there is 3 lanterns, like it's either this, because look, here's what I'm worried about. I'm worried there's 3 lanterns to light, and each one of them needs to hit something correctly. Like, if there's only one thing to light and you get 3 chances, it won't be that bad. Like, it gives you some leeway. If there's 3 things to light, and all of their death attacks need to be correct, that's gonna be tough. That's gonna be risky. There is also the possibility that we need to eat. The word celebrate isn't. If we have a look at this on the lantern page, the fortune you seek know that a light glows brightest within Twilight's reach, and 'tis the kami of fire this celebration entreats. And it was this that talked about the Festival of 3 Lanterns, the future of the kami's power, through lighting a trio of specifically crafted lanterns. And then there's also possible treasure. It does talk, and then there is the other thing that talks about a well-guarded path that leads to a lake that has treasure on it. This might require a number of things to go correctly. And if they're as strict as what I'm expecting it to be, then oh dear God, it might be very strict. I could be overthinking it, but it's just like we have 3 lanterns, they have 3 death attacks. At their twilight is when their flame is strongest. And we have to light 3 specifically crafted lanterns. I'm very worried about how strict it could possibly get. Attack! And again, my one critique of just varying dungeons overall. I do kind of wish we had a different mid-boss for each pathway. I understand why we don't. Why didn't I raid one? Why didn't I body protect? Why did I do a single thing? I understand why we don't. But it doesn't stop me from appreciating it again. Again, maybe that'll be a difference in future X-Packs. If we have less than 3 per expansion, maybe they can put more focus into the 1 or 2 that they do per expansion. And then we'll be able to have the option to have like this. Like, different, like, if we have less, then we can have unique ones in the pathway, so I'm trying to say. Dog attacks! Dog attacks! Oh, explosions. Horatio looked at cute doggo. Maybe it's worth it to look at the cute dog. Like how it's worth it to stand in a Molten Stack sometimes. Oh, like in AoE to get a Molten Stack. Because your DPS is going to be so good if you do that. Maybe sometimes it's worth it to take a Molten Stack to look at a dog. Oh. Come on. Ah, so close. So close. Nearly didn't have to move. Yeah, like, this, I mean, I was about to say if this is the big thing. Dogs do make me feel vulnerable. Hancock, hurry, your wee bus up rooting on that shirt. Right, it's something where if this is the big final route, which, like, it absolutely is going to be. There is a lot to put together for this route. One, working out that you can do the parkour in the first place. Learning about the lanterns, learning about, like, what they do. And then getting to, like, attack things specifically. There's a lot. Want to see if the debuff had unique text, because apparently quite a few effects, including player effects, have unique text. That is true. Sometimes it is worth it to see if they've put jokes into the text, because they absolutely love doing it. Lambton. So the thing is, they're upstairs. Unlit ones at that. Okay, well, there's several down here. Man, it's just the enemies are upstairs, so I feel like it's gonna be somewhere where we can bring the enemy. There is technically a stairwell down that the enemies could go along. The enemies could technically go from there. But there's regular enthralled text. Aww. As if there's 4 of them at least down here. I can see at least 4. Because there's those 3 and then this one here. But that might be the model we're looking for. There was the rock one outside, there's this one here. Because then the idea is we need to death attack them. Then that's gonna be, like, it would have to be somewhere up here, I would think. The fact that one of these is parkour makes me so fucking happy. It's like the one thing I want from the previous one. Aha! 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 1 lantern there. That one's lit. 2. Okay, I only see... Does anyone see a 3rd? I only see 2 up here. Trying to see if there's any along there. Because this would be a long-ass drag to bring them down here. Big box. Again, my main thing down here is that there's 4 of them. My main thing is that there's 4 of them down here. Unless that's the spot. Does it need to be 3 specific ones or just any 3? And so the trick is there's 2 upstairs. And then you gotta bring 1 down here. Because you don't need to go down this stairwell. It's only for Hancock. Unless. These are the same model. These are the same model. Four down, 2 up. There's none in this room down here. They revere the calming of fire, celebrate the good way by various spectacle of Matsuri. Most prominent of these festivals is name roughly translating to Festival of 3 Lanterns. Local blacksmiths seek to imbue the works of past, present, and future with the fire kami's power through lighting a trio of specially crafted lanterns. Of course, this temporal symbolism is only one aspect of the number 3 significance to the fire tradition at large. There's 3 up here and make it so much simpler. Any possible 3? A particular set of 3? Because if it's a particular set of 3, I would say it's these. Because these are the ones next to each other. These are the ones that are next to each other. Whereas the other 3 are really disparate. Okay. Here's the plan. Don't attack anything. I'm gonna pull. I'm gonna drag them down here and see if they come down here in the first place. Yeah, let's try these 3. If it's gonna be a specific set of 3, I'd say these, because these are the closest to each other. And that, like, makes them a set. Don't attack them at all. I'll pull them and see if they come down here. Because until we try that, we don't know. Shit. Why is it as you take this elsewhere? They do come down here. Okay. Okay, so we want you to face very... Okay, okay. Yes, I think we should be okay. That looks pretty... I'd say that looks pretty spot on. I'd say this looks pretty spot on. I'm just like not touching the stick to make sure it just doesn't change direction. Actually, the others attacking everyone else actually makes it easier because it means like they don't bump each other and move slightly. It absolutely lit it. Come a little closer. I know it's a big cone, but come a little closer. I think that should be good. That absolutely lit it. So this is definitely a thing. It's just a case of which ones. It could be any. It could be a specific ones it needs to be. Their current attack seems to be pretty big. Their current attack seems to be pretty big and generous to make this part easier. This is a fucking awesome puzzle. Can I just say this is a fucking awesome puzzle? This is amazing. This is so sick. Do keep in mind, in Sildir, nothing changed until we got... Well, actually, in Sildir, it was like we activated the boss and it did something different. And it was after that boss the final room opened. We didn't immediately go to the Mammoth boss. We still had to fight the Almalja first. So we won't know if this has actually done anything until after the boss. It was much more obvious with the previous one because what you did to unlock the final path was literally the thing you interacted with to activate the boss. It's a bit different. It was very obvious until there because you, like, Nanamo came up and did something different before that happened. I was about to say, it can't be any out here, right? Because you can't even bring them here. You can't even bring them here. I can't remember if this version... I can't remember if the Almalja boss had unique attacks on the special route or not. I mean, lighting the lanterns with their final attack is definitely the solution. It's just which lanterns. I don't know. No, we 100% bungled it? Damn. Do you know that for certain? Or do you want to spend the 2 minutes next to kill this to ensure? It could drop shit, fuck it. It could drop cards or rewards, might as well. Pot shards are here. Last time we didn't have to kill another boss. That's true, yeah. I was trying to remember, what did we do for the last one? Like, did the Almalja boss have unique fights? You didn't fight it. You laid it to rest properly, yeah. Yeah, that's true. I was thinking it was after the boss, but no. I mean, they did light up, so we're doing something right. It's 100% related to what we're doing. It's just, what do we have to do, specifically? There is a piece to the puzzle we're missing. That I know. I never remember which verse is safe. Oh, for the cone one, I just go in the middle. The middle 4 squares are safe. It may require something more specific. Oh, it did say celebrate. Do you have to do the emote in some capacity? The word celebrate was there. How much of a time gap was there between us lighting the 3 lanterns and Hancock saying that the inner sanctum awaits? Because if there was a pause of like a number of seconds, that could have been a case of we had to do the celebrate emote to like finish the ritual. But if we didn't do the emote, then it doesn't finish the ritual. Not much time. I mean, it could be strength for time. Because my current thought process is the wrong lanterns, or celebrate emote, or there's something you have to do beforehand as part of the ritual that, like, I've missed in terms of, like, the reports you read. The reports might mention something specific. Yeah, we were all downstairs, so it wasn't us moving towards Hancock that, like, activated it. It's not like we killed them, moved towards Hancock, and then he said it's available. So none of us triggered it by going there. So many questions, so many questions. Okay, I'll read the reports again to see if there's anything that stands out as, ooh, it might be this. Let me check the VOD real quick. Oh yeah, if you can do that to see, like, if it's like 20 seconds before, like, between, like, the lighting of the last one and that, then it could be that's a check to see if you're doing the emote and giving you time to menu. If it's like the moment the last one dies, he says it, like, the inner sanctum awaits immediately, then we know it's not that. Yeah, yeah. They revere the Kamiya fire. It's what their god by way of very spectacular Matsuri. Most prominent of these, its name roughly translating to Festival of 3 Lanterns. Local blacksmiths seek to imbue the works of past, present, and future. Could that have anything to do with it? They don't seem to be, like, in front of anything specific. It just says past, present, and future. But they're just standing around. I don't think they're in front of anything that represents those. So I don't think so. I don't see anything, like, that's the only thing that's, like, possible, like, which ones? If fortune you seek, like those bows within Twilight's reach. Which, that's their deathling. 'Tis the calming of fire, this celebration entreats. He said the intersectional awaits after we lit the lanterns, like very instantly. Like no time passed. Like if it was immediate, then we know it's not like, I'll do an emote. It took like a second, so it's not an emote of celebration after the fact. Yeah, so it's not an emote after the fact. Could have been something, could have been a line he has after those mobs die. Yeah. In terms of like ruling something, like a hint to rule something out, it seems like the celebration emote we can rule out. Unless you need to celebrate like as the lanterns like burn. Like, oh, the lanterns are about to be hit, do a celebration emote. It's definitely something to do with lighting the lanterns. That interaction wouldn't be there unless this was it. It's just a case of what it is. It's just a case of what it is. Past, present, and future. I'm just trying to think how that, like, works of past, present, and future. How would that, like, line up? With, like, where you put them. Try different lanterns, or what's the plan? Go there and explore to see what happens. Like, I want to explore the area first, see if there's anything we've missed. Carry a lantern of identical appearance on their nightly strolls. Yeah, I think just explore the area, see if there's anything that stands out before activating the enemies. I completely agree with Monster making smaller cans. I can finish a full one, but sometimes I don't want the amount of caffeine a full one is. I mean, you've seen me on stream, I often finish 2 in a single stream. But for, like, work, I don't want a full can for work. When I go to work, I would love a half can. Or a 2/3 can. I would love a size that isn't half a fucking liter for work. Do we want to try not pulling the rope this time? I don't know if that would change anything. Could it be possible? I'm just thinking past, present, future. Is it possible that the path leading to where the lanterns are, there's like 3 areas, and in each of those areas you gotta light a lantern? You have to pull a Hancock doesn't advance in the enemy's lands. Are you just referring to like in general or like about? Sounds like one inside, one outside, and one past the spawn, but that's not actually possible. Yeah, the thing is, like... The rope? No, no, not the rope up there. I mean the rope before the boss. I mean the rope before the boss. I mean going up, like, if we don't pull the rope before the boss, we go to this section out here. I'm wondering if it's like 3 areas. The upstairs area, the inside down here, and maybe out in this garden or on this pathway here. If there's a lantern there, you go and light lanterns outside as well. I don't know how that really represents past, present, and future, but I'm fucking spitting dicks at a wall here. Have you pulled that far? Again, I'm spitting dicks at a wall here. Spitting dicks at a wall. I will say, I really like that this is what the final puzzle is. Because for the previous one, for Hildibrand, the hardest part of it was was working out the monster killing order. That was by far the hardest part of it. Once you worked out what the monster killing order was, you do the monster killing order, you get access to the myrrh and everything after that. And then it's a simple matter of doing that ending literally tells you what to do. Like, you need to do a different ending to learn about, like, the Amalsha, like, strongest to weakest enemies. We should pull the rope because dog's easier to target. Fair. But yeah, like, in Hildibrand, once you worked out the like killing the 5 lizards, the 5 drakes in the correct order, once you worked that out, doing the ending that gave you basically told you the solution for the secret ending. Whereas this, we know exactly where the secret ending is. We just still don't know how to actually activate it. And again, it's a similar concept of you need to work out how to you need to work out the parkour answer, and that takes you to the lanterns. And doing the lantern ending at all is I didn't even see where the save was there. And doing the lantern ending at all is what tells you about use the lantern's death attack. So it's a similar idea of get to the pathway that leads to the secret ending, and that's how you get one of the hints for the secret ending. But it's also a case of needing to use other route endings to know that secret ending combined to win. Because once you get to the lizard thing, it just straight up tells you everything you need to know from the last thing. Whereas this is still combining information from others even once you get to the first section. And it's one of those things where it's like, I'm not like criticizing Hildibrand for it, I like this one more. But it's also a case of, I feel like this is deliberately scaling. It feels like Hildibrand was designed to introduce you to the concept of the variant dungeons, and its difficulty was based around that. Whereas this one is like, okay, if you've done the previous one, you're ready for some more specific things. Look at the map to work out a solution. Work out that parkouring as a solution. Stuff like that. The multiple enemy things, rather than just killing them in a right row. You gotta make the enemies do or not do certain things. That type of stuff. Alright, let's have a look outside and see if there's a lantern. I'm doubting it, I completely agree. But I'm trying everything. Turns out lantern's like over, like right there and we can't reach it. I don't see any idea. Feels weird to, like, we're this close and still not sure. Like, we are so close, but not quite there. To be this close and still be unsure is very much not the feeling we had in the previous one. Is there any difference in these things? I was trying to see, like, do they have a past, present, future, like, pattern on them? No, that is just the 4 things. 2, they're in front. That one's not in front of me. Anything? Is this one? This one doesn't have a banner. This one has a banner. These ones have banners. The ones in front of the banner specifically? Because that would still mean none of the ones upstairs. I'm honestly shocked this one. I don't think any of the upstairs ones aren't, like, close enough to a wall for it to have a banner, right? I'd also appreciate they kind of hide that this is, like, if you have a look at it, you can work out it's parkour. But, like, I do appreciate they at least hide the first jump behind something, so it's not immediately obvious that it's parkour. If you look up the wall, you can work it out by seeing, like, how suspiciously placed those are. Yeah, these are just, like, out in the open. They don't have any banners. So here's the question. Do we think the ones with the banners are the secret ones? So do we think the ones against the banner are the good ones? Or do we think the ones against the banner are the ones we do light? That then becomes the next question. Do they expect you to light 3 of them downstairs with banners? Or do they expect you to light the ones without them? Because it could be like, oh, there's 2 up here. Where's the 3rd? Ah, it's the one down there that doesn't... Are banners past, present, or future? They all look the same. I was hoping they'd have, like, different numbers of, like, symbols on them. Because, like, they've got gaps for, like, 3 things, but no, they all look the same. Where it's, like, the 2 in the middle, and then it's that, and then it's this. But again, very specific that 3 of them have banners. And 3 of them don't. Like, do they expect you to bring all of them down here to, like, the 3 correct ones? Or is it meant to be, there's only 2 up there, where's the trick one? And booyah, it's this one. Because this one's also the closest to the 3 upstairs. This one, because this one without a banner is also the closest to the ones upstairs. There's so many options. There's so many things. If I had to say one to try first, I'd say not banners. If I was to try one first, I'd say not banners. Just from the idea of you're meant to work out there's 2 up here, you're meant to realize to bring the last one downstairs, rather than you bring all 3 downstairs to start with. Like, it feels like you're meant to light 2 and then go, what do I do now? Oh, it's down there. That's kind of like, I'm trying to, like, meta this shit. And I don't know how much that would work. Because last time we lit 2 with banners and 1 without, I didn't notice a difference in how they lit. They all looked the same. I didn't notice any difference. So I'm gonna go, yeah, we'll go with the non-banner ones. And if so, then, and if that doesn't work, then we just leave the instance. Yeah, we'll try non-banners. If that doesn't work, leave the instance coming. And then we'll try the banner ones. If we, I think if we try the banner ones, like if we try non-banners and then try banners, and it's still nothing, at that point, I might be willing to accept a hit from high. Because at that point, I'll be really out of ideas. At that point, I'll be very out of ideas. That's what the other ones look like. What if we became a Bannerlord? That's a PC experience. Can you come a little closer? I think that should be fine. Well, I don't want to do that now because it's almost done. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, so you've already got one down here. There we go. Yeah, there we are. This is the it's not a better one. Yeah, do the celebration now. There we go. Celebrate emote could still be part of it. Maybe I meant to celebrate them as they die or something. You can't target them when they die. Although emote's not targetable, it's thing here. Still nothing. Like, we're so close. Yeah, I think try with banners just because it is a possible thing to try. I think try with banners. Unless anyone else who doesn't actually know has an idea, I'm willing to accept a hint after that. Because it could be a bit of, like, lore from one of the things that I've completely missed. It could also just be something in the environment that we're missing. Hancock! Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to take hints until I've exhausted all the ideas. And there's one more idea, and that's just the banners. But past that, I really have nothing. Unless it's to do with the Celebrate emote. But the Celebrate emote is so specific that... Like, it could be that maybe that 2-second gap between killing them and Hancock saying that you're meant to do it. Maybe the idea is put it on your fucking hotbar so you can do it instantly. Maybe you need to celebrate as each of them light up. Like, there are technically those options. But those options are so specific that I wouldn't want to try all of those possible permutations without hints that it's actually done. Like, trying banners, no banners, it's a case of just, that's exact, that's specific. If we know we do it, we know we do it right. The idea of just, like, vaguely doing a emote at the right time, it's something that we may have the right option, but we're just doing it wrong, and there's not much indication for that. So I don't want to waste time trying something like that without hints. I think it's so time sensitive after the few seconds to do the emote. I wouldn't think so either. Part of the reason why I'm just like, I don't want to try that unless we get a hint and Kai says it is to do with the emote. But we'll try the banners first, and if not, then Horatio can give us a bit of a guiding light towards it. Because I can't think of any lore past what we've learned that really gives us any ideas. Like, there's the entire thing from what the lanterns say, and then there's the past, present, future thing. It's about it. Again, using enemies' death attacks to, like, light things around the environment. Really, really, really cool. I do like that. I have to wonder if we're just bull. Might as well. Dogs are easier. Dogs are easier than tatamis. Might as well. Didn't seem to affect anything here. I'm curious how, like, are we missing something obvious? Or is, like, because I'll be honest, if the solution for this ends up being a bit too much more esoteric than what this is, I will dislike it. We've already had to put so many things together to get this far towards this ending. This ending has already required so much specificity to get this close to it, that if it's much more complicated than this, I probably will just be like, that's pushing it too far. And pushing it too far to, like, require such a level of specificity on something else when it's already this specific to get there. But it is also possible it's a case of just, there's something in the lore and one of the ones that I've completely overlooked, and that was meant to be the thing, and it's just like, oh, I just not put two and two together. Definitely taking longer to do this one than it took to do Sildir. I mean, part of that is, like, that's impressive considering, like, so much of Sildir was learning the concept of it in the first place. So much of Sildir was learning how it worked in the first place. And then this one is still taking longer. Just a testament of, like, how much more complicated this one has been. I mean, part of it is also just, like, lower energy, more breaks, because I'm sick and everything like that, but I think it's primarily the fact that it's so much more complicated. Also, I feel like this pretty evenly, this pretty like definitively says that, hey, you know that hot spring on the right path? Yeah, that was nothing. That was just a G-post spot. That little hot spring that you could just bask in if you wanted to? Yeah, that meant nothing. That was there for a Q-free. We're driving to hot springs so they boil the water so it's nice and hot. Should. What if there's a lantern on this side back here that we missed? Part of me is already just like, I kind of want to hint now. Because I don't want to waste a thing on banners if it's going to be useless because it's time consuming. Part of me is like, I want the hint now rather than trying this. But part of me is just like, I don't want advice until I'm actually out of ideas. And this is a possible idea. What are the real answers for the friends idea? Thinking there's a lake here. There's a shrines here. No. No, get your head out of it. No, there's no way. It's way too far away. You would never hit it. Drag it out of bounds. is I feel like I'm at a point where I feel like satisfied in terms of the level of puzzle solving that I've done. Again, I feel like us putting together as much as we have for this possible ending is already a lot. Like, you have to put a lot of pieces together to work this out as far as we've gotten. I don't think the jump emote's gonna work there. You've already had to do so much to get this far that if it's like massively more complicated past this, I'm probably not going to enjoy it because I'm just like, it's already way too specific. It's already so specific to get this far. And again, like, I want to say it's not the banners thing. Just because the banners feels too, for lack of a better term, random. Like, why would it be the banners as opposed to the not banners? That doesn't feel very specific. But that we had a bit more light. He openly says that. I guess the old joke is, be careful what you wish for. Alright, we're trying banners now. We're trying banners as I run down and I hear Horatio laughing behind me, knowing that this won't be the solution. Because again, it's just, if it is the banners, why is it the banners? What about the banner? Like, what is significant about these ones compared to the other ones other than they're in front of a banner? Again, it just feels like if it is this, then there's not really much, like, reason for it to be this, unless I've overlooked something. Where is Celebrate? Celebrate's not a specific thing, is it? There is no Celebrate emote, is there? But I feel like I had this issue before where it's like, there's an emote that like one of the emotes for before was like not as specific as what it's like. It was like the general idea, but it wasn't like the exact word. Celebrates victory. There we go. So it's victory pose. Well, okay, let me put victory pose. I meant at top. There we go. Land the chance definitely the rest one mechanism. Well, no, some other mechanism. What if I? So was it the right lanterns? Was it the banner ones, or was it the emote? I want to say it was the right lanterns because okay, we're down to somewhere completely fucking different. Hancock was never seen from again. Correct lanterns. Okay, so it was the banner ones. Yeah. I get reasonable enough that we were able to deduce that it was the banner ones. Lesson learned: Hancock did not prod glowing eerie objects. Reasonable enough that we could work out what it was. Non-specific enough that there wasn't really indication that's why it was that. Monks with the great pains conceal this path. What could have warranted such secrecy? I'm still worried about, like, a shrine here. Unless the shrine is the rule. Ah, the shrine's the reward after this. There it is. This place looks fucking gorgeous, I gotta say. Okay, so this is the shrine near the water. The shrine is past the boss. We don't have to, like, worry about doing anything. Yeah. I don't know how, I mean, like, everything up to, like, the lantern lighting, everything up to, like, which lanterns to light, I'm super down with. The death attack is hinted with the Twilight thing, and also you can just see it happen. The parkour puzzle is awesome. The idea of, like, another pathway tells you about 3 lanterns to light things. All of that I'm, like, super fine with. That's a lot of, like, really interesting pieces to put together. The fact that it's the correct lanterns, like, there's not, like, I can't think of anything that's like, why is it the banner ones? Again, we were able to deduce that by just being 3 have a banner, 3 don't. Which one could it be? We were able to deduce it by thinking of that. But outside of just, like, guessing happenstance about what's around, I can't think of anything that, like, hints towards, oh, it should be those. Nothing makes them feel more significant other than that. That just feels like a little bit too loose of a thread. Not like, it's not complete bullshit. We worked it out. And, you know, we worked it out by examining the environment. It's not that it's complete bullshit or anything like that. I would just say, because of how many already awkward steps you have to get to it, there's already a lot to piece together to work out, use the death attack of the lanterns after parkouring to light lanterns. It's already so many steps that the very final trick of it is something as vague as that is a little too loose as, like, the final step after working out so much already. Not sure about the specifics of why I did this for a couple days ago, so it's fresh in my mind. I guess it is on Ultimog, so he probably ran this recently, yeah. Like, if there's something that we missed about the like, there might be something in one of them that tells you about, like, the importance of the lanterns to do with the banners or anything like that. There might be something in that regard, but yeah. There's a little too loose of a thread after already putting in so much work for it. Just a little bit. Not, like, majorly. So, like, again, I don't think it's, like, bad. It's just, I would have preferred it a little tighter on a personal level. Smoke pipe. Weed Kami! Yo! Sakumagami and Enra. Yo, you look badass as hell. Oh. I mean, yeah, straight up it's a Sakumagami. So that is the Kami of the pipe itself. It is the Kami of weed. What monster model is this? I don't know where it originated from. This is absolutely Berserker from, what's it called? Hero's Gauntlet. This is absolutely Final Monster Hero's Gauntlet. Yeah, that's absolutely that. I can tell because of the way it's hunched over. And it's got over there. Yahtzee loves it here. Is this why it's so foggy? I don't know where it originated from, but I immediately see it's that. even the cape that it has comes from that. Of blood, poured from blood of a fallen brother. And we get fucking, we get final Dungeon Boss Stormblood music back. Let's go! Yeah, I love this. Let go! 1,000 pals and paths, and yours ends here. And we didn't take that many paths to get here. Can't we offend? We can suffocate under this wicked haze. Flagrant combustion. Oh. Fill your lungs! Oh. Really? That much build-up and just taste the blood? That felt like the smoke had a very, very specific pattern it was moving along. Does this not look like it's moving somewhere very specific? The fact that this is just taste of blood again is a little confusing. Feels like a lot of build-up, but just that. We everything and nothing, your first and final breath! Okay, so when I said this was Taste of Blood, this is literally just Lion from Bosnia. This really is just Lion from Bosnia. Over here? Yeah. Yeah. Very specific spot there. Jesus. Knockback? Or a big AoE? Big AoE. Whoops. Choke in your graves! Oh god. Pipe cleaner? I guess it's Warrior of Life Raven. Art of the Sword. Number of attacks where it's just like, cleave saga at every player. Slayer of Spirits. Their fate will soon be yours! Fragrant Combustion. Ah, it's just 2 raid ones at once. And it hurts as much as that too. Smoldering Damnation. But I feel like that might be the knockback one. I'm gonna eat something here. I feel like that might be the knockback one. That makes a bit more sense. Flagrant Combustion. We're absolutely 2 for 2 though on the secret final path boss being absolutely awesome. The soul is mine to claim, your marrow mine to burn. Oh, oh, it blew up after the fact. Yeah! Mononoke! We got them all! Up in smoke! A brilliant display! The monk smoke spells, we may breathe easily once more. Oh, I got the card! Oh, I got the card! Very fortunate. Only any great power could transform its surround so dramatically. Been well to outmaneuver it. Now, I spied something resting within the shrine earlier. Oh, we can actually go in. Shrine of the Six Suns. As I predicted. It's the pipe. Hippe. Weed. I've seen depictions of this pipe before. I doubt it's an age-old treasure. Hancock took the weed pipe. Goro must have known that a fierce Sukumagami slumbered within it, as he stood it apart, far from the sanctity of the temple. But its will was too strong to be consigned to such ignominy, and in the neglect its power only grew, till it was strong enough to enshroud the mountain entire. Now this lord among demons is slain, we can assume that peak shall return to the region. Let's report the good news to Mistress Sabaki post-haste! And my growing collection should have fared half well without you here. I'm in your debt. We did it! Let's go! Fuck, this place is pretty. We did it! Another variant dungeon conquered! Nowhere near as much, like, explicit advice that time as the last one. Took a lot more attempts. Took a lot more attempts to work out some of the routes and everything like that. But we did it! We absolutely nailed it and crushed it. Fuck yeah, let's go. Dear God, it took nearly 8 hours. Dear God, it took nearly 8 hours. I got the end and record. I got the end and record. Mononoke, actually, just do it this way. It's my last one. It's be easy to look at this. There we go. Buddha Buddha Koshin. Pink after whistle when played emits an eerie tone that beckons your Buddha Buddha Koshin to your side. Is that a lantern? We're gonna get one of the lanterns. That's gonna be one of the lanterns. Hell yeah. But there we go. All locations, all X's and records, and an Enro. Buddha Buddha Koshin. Yeah. And a bunch of cards. I think I got all 4 of the cards available in the actual dungeon itself. Yeah, it's the lantern. Yep, it's the... Yep. Yeah, it's the lantern. Contrary to her expectation, this lantern ghost did not care to haunt people. It was going to simply wander Mount Rokkon. When I saw you simply wandering, it took me a kindred spirit to decide to follow you wherever the wind should blow. Okay. Do you... Okay, I mean, we're in a city, so I can't see. Do you sit on it, or are you inside its mouth? Because I feel like you might be inside of its mouth. I feel like it might be a move one. Of course you're inside of it. We do have to fight Tokomori. We do have to fight Tokomori. We did unlock another NPC. So we do need to do a little bit of combat against a certain man. If you would play, I accept. But I've but recently learned the rules of Triple Triad. Swap, fall, and ace plot. Swap. Fuck you. Fuck you. Give me the card on the first one so I don't have to bother with them anymore. Yojimbo and Daigoro? I mean, at least I got another 5-star card out of it. At least I got another 5-star card out of it. Again, the issue is this is plus rules. Can turn around and suck my dick at any moment. Or I can win. Yo! Let's go! Let's go! You flinched off from Mononoke, know my tactical ploys. Honorable. I'm fortunate to count you ally. Yo! The one and only Triple Triad NPC I will fight once ever. Let's go! Yeah! First fucking try, I win and get the card. Triple Triad loves me today. Triple Triad fucking loves me. Oh, that is a ridiculous amount of luck. Fucking hell. Tsubaki, give me a quest. Price and ruin. Complete though. Tsubaki has good news to report. Mission's manifest. Might have a moment in your time. Upon learning that the Tsukamagami of the Cursed Pipe has been slain, Lord Izumi dispatched a party of soldiers to survey Mount Rokkon. I'm pleased to report that they returned without a single casualty. My lord and his soldiers learned much from their survey of the temple, and I thought it prudent to share these findings with Master Hancock. Told my expedition he'd be pleased, but his direction was rather difficult for me to assess. He also requested that I notify him the moment you arrive. If you think I'll make your way to Akasui Gardens, I can send word for him to meet you there. Once your conversations conclude, praising me out here. 'Tis not much, I'm afraid, but I've prepared a reward for your service. Yeah, he's just gonna be upset that he can't plunder anymore because there's nothing else to kill. Hancock's just upset because he can't plunder anymore if there's nothing left to kill. The whole deal of the trade was that plunder for, like, rewards. Like, kill for plunder. If there is no kill, there is no plunder. 500 consulate. Wait at the destination. Foreignly lass. I think she's one of the quests where you don't get told where to go and you have to like work it out on your own. I think from memory she's one of the side quests that has that. We'll do another yellow stream at some day. Apologies for the sudden summons. You'll have heard from Mistress Tsubaki that Lord Uzumi's men returned safely. Their expedition a rousing success, but it's the implications of their findings that I wish to discuss. Shall we sit? Couldn't possibly allow this perfectly good bench to go to waste. So mad that you're the character who has the same hair as I do. During their survey of the temple, soldiers recovered a curious journal. Upon closer inspection, they realized it belonged to Gorai, who had documented nearly half of his life in meticulous detail. Born into an impoverished family, young Gorai was cast aside by his parents. He spent his youth as a beggar, struggling to survive on his own until the monks of the Shoujo Temple welcomed him into their brotherhood. Twas these formative hardships that fueled his fixation on wealth as an adult. The security and comfort of these valuable objects promised that which he had long been denied. I cannot help but sympathize, for his story is, in many respects, a mirror to my own. Are you realizing there's more to life than wealth? There's a terrible curse, poverty. One I'd not wish upon my worst enemy. In my youth, I eked out a living in the back streets of Old Dar, until Chairman Lolorito took me under his wing. Thus had I become to build my fortune, that I need never again know penny or his name. In the spirit, Gorai amassed a veritable mountain of treasures, among them his most beloved pipe. It was unique, he wrote, in its power to grant its owner both the most blessed of fortunes and most calamitous of fates. Perhaps, when he first held it in his hands, it was indeed a blessing unlike any he had ever known. Alas, his fate speaks for itself. Might I suggest you part ways with a pipe that may have been his downfall? Kind of silly that you took it in the first place. However, the sensible one. Gorai and I may both have a tragic childhood, but I assure you, I have not let mine define me. It means must I am more than capable of writing off poor investments. It is not often I allow myself to speak of personal matters. Though I suppose if I absolutely must confide in another, may as well be the warrior of light. One of the many lessons Chairman Lolorito has taught me over the years. There is one tenet that towers above them all. The value of a gil is what you make of it. You invest 100 gil, you may come to possess 200, or even 200,000. But if hoarded in perpetuity or squandered on ephemeral pleasures, your coin purse may as well be empty. Too many grow consumed by the pursuit of wealth for the sake of it, forgetting that it is merely a means to an end. Wealth without purpose makes poor men of us all. Consider our much humbled pipe. As an end in itself, it was the source of much of his fortune. Yet, as a story, it may serve a noble purpose. My humble ambition is to share such treasures with the world, that all might reflect upon their histories. This star has so many stories to tell. Stories of myriad peoples and cultures. My exhibits inspire others to seek out and learn them, as the ukiyo-e print in the chairman's office once inspired me. There would be no greater joy. Cultural and financial exchange can thus see us all enriched. Arts and artisans across the star will be driven to create, and the works treated as the cultural treasures they are for generations to come. Imagine. If ever the opportunity arises to position your aid in this grand dream of mine once more, I should be glad for your assistance. Until then, my friends, I wish you well. Hancock actually had character development! Hancock actually had character development! He reflected on a man who spent his entire life hoarding treasures until it killed him and the people he cared about. And has realized that if he's going to spend his life caring about money and focusing on it, that maybe he can do something positive for the star with it. Hancock has had character growth. I never thought it would be possible. I never read entry number 12. Holy fucking shit, you're right. I got so distracted by the quest. I completely fucking forgot to read entry number 12. You're so goddamn right. There you are, Mistress Manifest. By your demeanor, I gather all is well with Hancock. I'm pleased to hear it. I had feared that most recent report had upset him somewhere, but I'm relieved to know that was not the case. I must express my gratitude once more on behalf of Lord Uzumibi. We are most glad to count you and Master Hancock among our allies. Your service to our people shall not soon be forgotten. As I previously mentioned, I prepared a small gift as thanks for your aid. These confections are famous in Kugane, and beloved by children and adults alike. I must of course express my gratitude towards Hancock as well, so permit me to take my leave of you. Should we meet again, I pray be under more auspicious circumstances. Safe journeys, my friend, and may the Kami keep you. Yay! Completo! Da, 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 da. We did it! A tale of two orphans. We did it! And we got another achievement! Reincarnator. That's one hell of a fucking title. Reincarnator. Wow. Wow. The Ojiseru's fates. The Great Kaseru is rumored to bring similarly great fortune or great calamity to its owner. But I've seen no sign of it possessing a capacity for either thus far. I can but presume that my predecessors sought to credit their trials and tribulations to a single simple cause in a complex and uncertain world. Still, between the power invested in it by such beliefs and the rich aether of the mountain, it would have been shocking had the Kaseru not become a Tsukumo Kami, even though it were once wholly mundane. But regardless of whether Gorai was blessed to have spent his final days in the company of his beloved collection, or cursed to have suffered the grave consequences, I doubt the pipe alone was the arbiter of his fate. Though I had what many would consider an unfortunate childhood, I never thought myself the victim of ill fate. On the contrary, I believe my acute mercantile sensibilities to be the product of early hardships, instructive steps along a journey that, all things considered, hasn't been half bad. I might have said otherwise at the time had I stopped to weigh my happiness against my unhappiness, but instead I kept moving, and 'tis well that I did. Whenever we speak of tangible and intangible fortunes, it matters not what we have, but what we make of it, said the rich man. Ascendant ascetic for Rokkon Savage, Jesus. We did it! We did it! Overall, my point about the story and the lore stands. Even if Hancock had a little bit of growth at the end, those expands a part of the world that, like, in some ways, the fact that it expands a part of the world we know nothing about kinda sucks. Because it means that we've got nothing to latch onto. Like, you would think, oh, we know nothing about Hingashi. Giving me a shitload of Hingashi lore would be awesome. But it doesn't give us a lot of Hingashi lore. It gives us a lot of lore about Mount Rokkon and the people on it. So, it's not like, it's a... Like, the lore's nice to know, but it doesn't have that same impact because it's not expanding something we've been desperately waiting to know. If it was, like, more Hingashi overall lore, we have been waiting for that. But it's not Hingashi overall, it's Mount Rokkon specifically. Whereas, again, Nanamo stuff was about Belladia, Sildir, the Almaja, Nanamo as a character. All stuff that we could do to learn more of, and we got more on all of those things. And again, just Hancock is just not as interesting as a character as Nanamo is. So, like, story and lore and everything, not bad, but just, like, definitely pales compared to what we had before. In terms of gameplay, I think overall, I think this one wins out. I mentioned earlier how it felt like we didn't have any of the as interesting solutions as the previous one, but I think that's mostly just because I found some of the more interesting ones super early, and then went a really long time just, like, knocking off the simple things. Like, we got the parkour our first time on that path. We got the Dogo on the shrine the first time on that path. And they're some of the more interesting ones, and we found those instantly. So after we found some really interesting solutions, we then spent a lot of time just, like, knocking off all of the ones that are just simple, like, one or two choices that are designed to be the easy choices to find, to give you some, like, data on how to start approaching others. But when you combine, like, again, I wanted a parkour one, I fucking got it. The, like, doing an emote on something that's not targetable and has to be the correct emote based on, like, your understanding of the lore and culture and what your emotes are. Looking at the map specifically for an answer is awesome. Like, this tool that you've had for, like, the entire game is now, like, part of the puzzle solution. That's so fucking cool. Again, the ARPA having an interruptible attack that does something that teaches you, hey, the enemy attacks can affect the environment, and then you gotta use the lanterns and their final attack when they die, which is hinted in the dialogue to then do that. That's, like, again, all of the ones that were really cool in this one ended up being really cool. So you combine all those elements together, and I do think it does win out. Comparative. It might be a case of, like, the solutions in of themselves I found more interesting, but I also may have liked how Sildir connected them more between the routes, or, like, between possible playthroughs. Like, the realizing that the correct symbols for Sildir are, like, the grape and the helmet, you get from either taking the two pathways where you see grape on one flag and it's torn off, and then helmet on the other flag and it's torn off, or by reaching the boss at the end of that path and seeing that he is wearing a helmet with a grape on it. I feel like we had some where it was like a hint for this path gave us a hint to the other path. But again, we may have gotten more of those if we didn't, like, work out some of the solutions without any hints. Like the hint towards climbing the boxes. There is a hint towards doing that in one of the... I guess actually, now that I think about it, there's quite a few crossover. Dogu hint was from another pathway. I believe climbing the boxes hint was from another pathway. I believe the statue hint was from another pathway. And the lanterns, you get half of the lantern hint from seeing the lanterns in the first place. And another one is from another pathway. So I guess that's at least a third of them. Where the hint was doing something else. So I guess that actually does come... That is quite a few. That is actually quite a few. Again, I think it's a case of just we ended up doing some of those early. And we had a large middle section that was just knocking off the obvious ones. Whereas, when I went through Sildir, it was very much... I do one, that gives me a hint for another. I do that hint, it gives me a hint for another. Just the way we ended up doing Sildir ended up happening to result in following a very specific path for the first 7. Whereas, we found some early here, so our path may have gotten a bit more intertwined. So I feel like any feelings that I have in that regard are more so just a case of what ended up happening with our specific experience and not the actual design of it. But overall, like, I'm very, very happy with it. Again, I think the puzzles I like in this more. There wasn't any that were to the extent of the Nanamo one for the Ewer there. Again, like, the only real puzzle that I have, like, a proper critique of, one, the ARPA with the interrupt attack. I think it's reasonable. I think it's a reasonable puzzle. Again, the chances of you actually interrupting that attack and not killing it before it does attack the first time is definitely there. And also, how many interruptible attacks even exist in variant dungeons so far. So when you see one of them, it is an awkward standout. I get, like, again, the only thing about it is happenstance could fuck you over there. If you go in with a job without an interrupt. Does any of these count as interrupts? I don't think any of these specifically... Yeah, none of these are specifically interrupts. None of these are explicitly an interrupt. Although it may still be possible for every job to interrupt. Because tanks and ranged have straight up interrupts. Melee DPS have stun with their kick. And it's possible sleep. It might be sleep. Can you put the ARPA to sleep? Healers might be able to sleep. Healers and like that's the like if healers and casters, I would assume that enemy can be slept specifically to make sure that healers and casters can do it solo. I would, if I had to guess, repose works on it. I obviously don't know that for certain, but if I had to guess, repose works on it. so there is an interrupt available for healers and casters. Because technically every job has access to an interrupt, it's just the version of interrupts that melees, healers, and casters have is, like, either stun or sleep, which doesn't work on everything. But I stunned the tiger, and that still worked. So I would expect that sleep is meant to be the solution. That would be my assumption. If it doesn't, and you need to just take a different job, that sucks. But if sleep's an option, then yeah. You have at least something. So there is that. But yeah, like, again, it's like the previous one. There is just a couple ones where it's like, what you're asked to do is reasonable. And I don't know if a little more guidance would be too much or anything like that. Like, the Nanamo one's still the most, like, the Nanamo one is still the worst one for, like, the Ewer. Just because what you interact with there is so... It doesn't feel like you're interacting with anything. It doesn't feel like you're doing something specific to game the system. It feels like you do something and the NPC so happens to react differently. It doesn't feel as interactive or specific. Whereas at least with the ARPA there, like, yeah, interrupting the ARPA, you stop the lanterns going out. You don't interrupt it. It makes the lanterns go out and everything like that. Stuns and sleeps can interrupt things that aren't interruptible. That is also true. It's just I don't know how many enemies that affects. I can sleep the tiger. That doesn't tell us anything, but it can be done. Yeah, that would be my assumption. My assumption would be that sleep can affect the ARPA, so every job can technically interrupt that. Again, I don't think any of these puzzles are bad. The Nanamo one with the Ewer, I straight up think that's bad. Because what you're interacting with doesn't really feel like it's something within the dungeon you're interacting with to do something. You're exploiting an NPC's reaction. Like, at least with Hancock here. Like, he's given, like, you have to do something in a room before he moves on. You're given way more berth to actually do that. Like, he stands in the room waiting for you to parkour. It's not even a case of if you walk near Hancock, he says no parkour. You have to, like, walk up to the door that he's looking at. You have to get very close. So if you go that way, like, you're giving up on the parkour because you're, like, leaving the room. So that's, like, totally fine. So I don't think any of the ones here are necessarily bad. It's, like, some of these puzzles I'd rate, like, 9 or 10 out of 10, whereas some of the puzzles I'd rate 7 or 8. And, like, the upper one, I'd rate, like, a 7, 7.5. I really like the concept. I really like the concept of interrupt an enemy's attack or don't, and that affects the environment around it because it does a big splash with water to put out flames. Like, it's a very logical conclusion. You see a water attack, it puts out flames. You stop the water attack, it stops interrupting the flames. I would more so just say, like, the possibility of someone not realizing that's the solution is possibly a bit higher. Like, what if someone happens to just kill it quick enough? What if that's the thing they end up hard targeting for DPS? What if they are doing it solo as a caster? And when they do it solo as a caster, do they even realize that sleep works because that's such a fucking esoteric mechanic to interrupt? Again, it's the same, like, I would say the same thing about the lanterns at the end. Everything about doing parkour to get up to the lanterns to realize their death attack can light something on the environment, all of that works fantastically. I love every part of that. That is all stuff that's hinted at, and you can realize with what the hints give you, and that's awesome. The only thing I have against the lanterns is that working out which specific 3 lanterns is a bit confusing. And, like, again, we worked it out because we looked at the environment, saw there was 3 with a banner and 3 without a banner. So we ended up working it out. But when we took a guess at what it was, it's not because of logical deduction, it's because we tried enough options until we tried this because, fuck it, why not? So it's a little different. Like, again, not bad, it's just, I think for the, especially being, like, the final step of, like, the most convoluted puzzle, that solution's a little too loose. It's a little like a little more hinting towards that would have been nice. Do you want to be matched? Sure. Like, have there be 2 lanterns without a banner and 3 with. That may have, I think that may, even that may be enough. Because if there's 2 without a banner and 3 with a banner, then you see 3 with a banner and that stands out as 3. Which it tells you in the 3 lanterns thing about the importance of 3s. Whereas seeing 3 without and 3 with, you're kind of just tossing up and guessing. In the Japanese version, it does say something along the line of, the lantern shall illuminate the golden path, but... Okay, so they did think about it, just only in Japan. Okay. So there was a hint, and it just didn't get localized. Okay. The game designers did a good job there, the localizers fucked us. Really is, it's Professor Layton all over again. It's again, it's still reasonable based on environmental, on the environment. But that is an actual hint rather than guesswork based on environment. That is an actual hint towards an actual puzzle, yes. That is way more, yeah, that's enough, because the banners are gold. That is, yeah, that's enough of a hint that it's not, like, obvious, because again, even the idea of, oh, you need to bring the lanterns down the path that Hancock walked up and bring them that far downstairs. Like, that's still a big jump. So even with the golden path, that doesn't tell you need to bring the lanterns downstairs. Which is, like, a reasonable thing for you to expect to, like, for you to be expected to do, I think. Because you don't have a reason to walk there otherwise. How many matches do I need to play for tournaments? Do you mean the weekly tournament? 20. The weekly tournament is 20 matches. For Triple Triad. Bi-weekly tournament, I should say. You have 1 week to do it, to do the tournament, and then you have 1 week to collect the prize. So it's only every 2nd week you can actually play a tournament. But it's 20 matches. It's 20 matches. I don't know if I've done mine for this week. I should probably do that. It's like a part of Weira for a while. Yeah, you can... Whenever it's tournament week, I often find people in front of Weira Green Hands, just because that's the NPC you grind out Triple Triad tournaments against. But yeah, 20 matches against that is what I do, like, every 2nd week. Don't know if I've done mine for this week. Very easy to assume the stairs are just a way to let Hancock off rather than an actual mechanic, yeah. So yeah, the realization of, oh, I've got to use the stairs myself with the lanterns. I think that's a completely reasonable assumption. But yeah. Like, literally my entire issue with the lantern thing is just why is it banners and why is it not banners, and it turns out in Japanese they had a solution to that. So it's actually fine. It's actually fine, just not in English for some reason. And again, I don't think it's bad in English. I don't think that's a bad puzzle in English. It's just, again, the final step of the most complicated puzzle is a little too loose of a thread to work out why the answer is what the answer is, rather than, like, oh, this is impossible to work out, how the fuck are you meant to guess this? Because we deduced it after, like, a couple of times looking at it by just saying, ah, banners. We were able to deduce it, we were able to work out what the answer was. It just felt like we were guessing what the answer was, rather than deducing the answer based on hints. Whereas if you get Illuminate the Golden Path, that's deducing the answer from a hint, rather than guessing different possibilities to see if it is what it is. So, again, subtle difference, and it only takes it from, like, fantastic puzzle to a mostly fantastic puzzle. Like, I'm spending a lot of time talking about it, but that's because that's what I do as a person. I didn't dislike it, I loved it still. But, you know, I have words and opinions. So we still have a lot to do. There is still a lot to do today. As in, there's the next part of Hildibrand, the relic after Hildibrand, starting the next and unlocking the next step of crafting and gathering relics, and then all of our weekly check-ins, you know, societies, custom deliveries, and Island Sanctuary. I'm gonna go ahead and say we're doing that tomorrow. My throat is blur, and I've already hit 8.5 hours for the stream, which should hopefully only be like 7.5 for the YouTube video. I'm gonna go ahead and not push myself to do that now. I will come back tomorrow, and we'll finish off this episode, and I'll just condense it into one YouTube video. Because even rushing, I think it would take like another 3 to 3.5 hours to do everything else. And I probably shouldn't do that now with my throat still recovering. So, for the stream audience, we'll be back in a day. Slightly less than a day because it's like 6 p.m, whereas I'll start at like 2 p.m. roughly. Stream audience, I'll come back in a day with the rest of this. For the YouTube audience, we'll be back in a couple of seconds, getting ready to do some other stuff. So, hell yeah. Welcome back. It is the next day. We have taken a bit of time for my throat to recover, and by that I mean I went to work and made my throat worse, and then took even more time for my throat to recover, but it's still the next day. It's still the next day. Same tier as the ninja knives, they were really good in that tier. Someone ran past this person here. They have this awesome, yeah, they have this awesome gunblade. And it's the same tier as the ninja knives. Yeah, for some reason, 92 weapons are just really fucking good. Level 92 weapons, for some reason, are just really fucking goated. I don't know why. I don't know if you've seen, I don't know if I've shown off my knives on stream since I got them, but yeah. I'm pretty sure these are ruthenium knives as well. Like, this is just crafting, leveling crafting gear. They're really basic, which makes them great. I mean, like, the thing that I love about these, they work for the pirate aesthetic that I have, but, like, realistically, these are just effectively the demon... These are effectively just, Majima's demon fire daggers, but bigger. But yeah, this is on that weapon, that gunblade that that person had. It's the same tier as this. Level 92 gear is just really good for some reason. I think a bunch of 92 gear is also the reskin of Troyon, but I don't know if these weapons are Troyon reskins. I also don't know if Troyon drops weapons. Do capstone dungeons have weapons to them? Because you get weapons for like leveling dungeons, but I don't know if you get them for capstone, because the idea behind weapons in like at level cap expansion is weapons come from like extreme trials and like savage raids and stuff. I don't know if the dungeons keep having weapons at that point. Leveling dungeons do, but you meant to like, you know, use leveling dungeons to that. Some of the AR and Heaven's on ones dudes in Alamigo. Yeah, Alamigo, it breaks so many rules. Alamigo has a full fucking armor sets, I think. Which most, like, final dungeons of a story don't. Alamigo dungeon just breaks the rules. But, anyways. I got distracted. As I am wont to do. One thing I didn't mention, because there was a lot of things going on and it was a very long stream. One thing I didn't mention about yesterday, and I was doing Mount Rokkon. Look, that turned out to be the Ultimog at the moment. Last Ultimog was apparently still there. But yeah, this gave 70. So with doing this yesterday and actually getting this completion for completing Mount Rokkon 6 times, I actually got all of my Moogle tomes that I needed for this current event to get everything unique. And have a look at some of the stuff. Look! It's also, like, thematically appropriate timing-wise. Look! Boots earring! There's a Boots earring! Yeah! Boots earring! Fucking awesome. There's also Poxy earrings. These ones actually have two. These are some of the things you can get for Moogle tomes. Also, remember how yesterday, aka is part of the same episode, going great, how I was talking about how I joined a farm party for the Ruby weapon, because I wanted Ruby weapon card. I already had the Gwibber. Well, like, we literally did the quest where we got the Gwib to end all Gwibbers with the fucking rocket dragon for getting all the Shadowbringers extreme mounts. But I never got the Ruby weapon card, and I joined the group, the farm group, and they got their Gwibbers, and I never got a card. Yeah, it turns out the Ruby weapon card's just available in Moogle tomes right now. It turns out that the Ruby weapons card specifically is just available in Moogle tomes right now. So I have my ruby weapon god now. I did not realize this, but there we are. Also, just as a to keep you abreast of what's currently going on, I am currently 8 cards away. I am currently 8 cards away from a card in the hand for getting all triple triad cards numbered through 1 to 312. So I'm getting very, very close to that. Each day from honestly at this point, it's probably going to be a case of while I'm not focusing on once I do my dailies, once I do my dailies and my weeklies. Once I do my weekly tasks of all the things I want to keep up to date on, once I do my dailies of the society quest and sanctuary and stuff like that, trying to get these last cards is probably going to be my focus for a bit. Getting the final card's going to take a bit of effort, and I want to do it on stream. But I can at least try and get everything else before that. So I'm actually relatively close to getting the card mount. One of those things where it's just, once we actually started knocking through the NPCs, and all the unique NPCs and beating them, and then I went back to just farm out all the cards from them, made me realize how close I was to actually getting it. I've just naturally, over time, managed to get a lot of the hard-to-get cards from the other types of content. I don't have any Alliance raid cards left to get. I have all the cards that are associated with stuff like Bosnia and Eureka. Literally the 6 of the cards that I have left. I wrote down a list and I sent it to Discord. 6 of the cards that I have left are just the card that drops from the Vault, Baelsar's Wall, Pagothan, Pool of Tributes, Sasano, Jade Stoya, Byako, and Reek the Snake's Say to You. That's it. That's 6 of them. There's the 7th one, which will be which we'll get once I have the others, and then we'll work on the 8th one on camera. You can worry about those in the future. But both of those last 2 are things that we've mentioned on camera. That we need to work towards doing. In fact, turns out that me going into Ruby Weapon wasn't a waste of time. That's a giveaway, but, whatever. So that's just a random catch-up of stuff that I realized or could do last night. 297, but then there's that's Eureka and Bosnia and Blue Mage. Yeah, that's the big thing behind Blue Mage. Behind Triple Triad. Not a ton of the cards are in of themselves incredibly difficult to get. It's more so just about the amounts of side content that you have to do to actually get all the cards. Most side stories have an NPC that has cards attached to them, or most major side content has drops for cards that you get. It doesn't require, for the most part, it doesn't require anything super, super tough in any area. It's just you have to do basically everything and do a decent amount to get the odds of the drop. Or for something like Blue Mage, level it up enough and then do all the job quests. Because I think you have to complete the level, I want to say 60 or 70 job quest for Blue Mage to get the NPC that appears for it. Something along those lines. And then there's also, you have to get it up to level 60 or 70 again to even unlock the Allied seal shop for it, which sells cards there. But anyways, all of that aside, we're doing some more Hildibrand! We're going to Radzahan, and we're doing more Hildibrand. Yay! Fucking smashing through my cream and soda. Cream and soda. It's delicious. Gone through a lot of liquids. Just going through an absolute ton of liquid because I'm a pro right now. Anyways, we're gonna dress appropriately for the occasion. With my incredible glam. So I love my Hildiglam. My Hildiglam is so good. I'm the type of person who needs to make sure I wear a very specific glam for Hildibrand, because that is me. Dressed so specifically for Hildibrand to the point where I went through and I got an extra Bleeds weapon for a relic. Because it was the one that matched the glam. I'll be honest, with the alien next to you, I thought you were Delian. With me turning this off and you having the alien next to you, I'll be honest, my good friend, Tyler Hollows, I thought you were Delian. I thought you were, Delian. Delian! Your imposter's over there. We need to go and we need to do a research on it. By agents unknown. Delian is troubling with barely contained enthusiasm. I need the lozenge. I need the lozenge. Might take the next couple of days off streaming, honestly. Mainly so I can make sure I can still stream 14 again next weekend. Can't push myself so far doing all of the other not important shit. Make sure I can actually play 14 properly. Manifest. Eager to resume our investigations? Oh no, I am. Do you recall our scrap of alien starship we recovered? Well, it's meant that Brandy held his employee's unsettling calculative capacity to extrapolate the damage to the greater hull, and he's concluded that the vessel would be incapable of flight without extensive repairs. Our most likely scenario, then, is that some unknown agent made off with the starship wreckage, along with Poo-Poo's acquaintance. Fortunately, I have a fair idea who that unknown agent might be. After all, there is a singularly shadowy cabal with a history of concealing extraterrestrial activity. I shall endeavour to calm her first. Inspecting the other two are staying in a dorm there, and I'd rather not explain myself twice. Ba-ba-da-ba. So who are you saying is the one that's hiding it all and like covering it up? Is it the government? Is that who you're gonna blame, Delian? Brenda Hild! A most terrible development. Oh no, Boo-Boo! I'm so worried for Master Boo-Boo. Boo-Boo! Man, I'll be astonished to share my conclusions. Not sure my friends will be staying here a while longer, it seems. Dude, but it's not my house that has brought them all this bad luck. Hildibrand! My Mandeville man, how are you? Tis horrible fortune, my Minnie. Calamitous even. But Master Boo-Boo has fallen gravely ill. That's all that diet soda and french fries you keep eating. He's so bluish green. More so, I mean. Could you caught the cold? I suppose it was quite chilly up there in Garlemald. Poo-Poo is an alien. Who knows what extraterrestrial diseases might be ravaging his body? Nah, sure no! Nash is the light to the best medicine for whatever ails you, as the inspector himself can attest. Nasher, no! Good God, Nasher! You'll blow our horse's stomachs out of pieces! Put them away! Not even bombs can fix this? No, Nasher. If I may, when I was cloned from the inspector, certain gaps in my knowledge were patched with supplementary data from the Starship's archives. This information included an encyclopedic understanding of Master Poo-Poo's physiology, which should be sufficient for me to diagnose his condition. A xenomane hybrid mind. That explains the impossible calculations. Oh, here we go! Yeah! Yeah! The Frozen Gentleman time! I have it! Master Poo is afflicted by a terrible case of the common cold! He did get cold in Garlemald. God's grant me strength. As a visitor to Atheros, Master Poo has had prior exposure to our maladies. He is thus particularly susceptible to infection, and more likely to experience severe symptoms. This is just War of the World. Aha! Just as I surmised! Let's put aside the case until we have nursed our stricken companion back to health. But even his common cold, isn't there a risk that our medicines could do him more harm than good? Poo-Poo! I found something for you! Poo-Poo! Take it! I don't think Poo-Poo's okay. They almost certainly would. Based on the results of my analysis, however, I believe I can synthesize an effective remedy. We need to gather the ingredients. Okay, baby, take it back. Take it back. Don't take the... It is possible the phenylephrine hydrochloride might not be good for you. The ingredients you shall have. So what are we gathering exactly? As what requires can be drawn from our spoopers collected samples. Otherwise, there are only two which we lack. First of these is the liver of a giant tortoise. A suitable organ can be extracted from one of the cachapa, which wonder sold to Endwalker. Ah, the slaughtering of a monstrous opponent. Sounds like a job for Minnie. Yep, I'll go on murder. The other material in question is a red fungus known as damp shrimp, which I'm hoping can be found among the Great Works' extensive stock of alchemical reagents. Very well, I should now scour the alchemist shelves. Meanwhile, I think you remain here and keep an eye on our ailing patient. Oh my goodness. Samantha Brandhill, you're such an expert on all things Fatherman. I wouldn't say expert. Simple conclusions from simple observations, nothing more. As I said, I am hoping the alchemists have the damp shrimp we need, but it really is quite rare. Once you have the tortoise liver, would you be so kind as to assist the others in procuring the fungus? The tortoise will prolong my smooth suffering a moment longer! What, Delian? Seems we have a job to do. Further discussion on the induction left to wait. What the fuck is your problem, Delian? Obtaining a good job's level should prove a great obstacle to one of your capabilities, Minnie. Tis the damn shrimp which concerns me. Alright, Kachapa! To Kachapa, deal the mad. Ba 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 ba. Giant turtle that pees on planes, come to me. I must murder you for the sake of alien kind. I will stab you with swords. Yeah. Alright, to the great work. Whee! Now, could I teleport there? Yes. But if I teleport to the great work, doesn't mean I can't fly past and check in on Tirna! We finished this quest, so I don't have a reason to actually do that anymore. Maru! Tirna! How's it going? That was nice. I appreciated seeing the old folks again. That was good. Maybe we'll have a purpose for them once 8.0 comes out. And that's like giving some experience for leveling. I'm gonna have to like throw myself several balls deep into the leveling mines once 8.0 comes out. Because obviously when 7.0 came out I couldn't stream, so I had a lot of time to occupy myself with, so I was just like, you know, I'll just slowly level up as this happens, but... You know, at a bare minimum, role quests. Again, if we're doing role quests like how we're gonna do them for Dawn Trail, we won't start the role quests until after we beat 8.0. But at a bare minimum, that's still like 5 jobs I have to get to 100. And realistically, I'd like most of my jobs to be 100, like 110 or whatever, I guess. Unless they're doing something else different with the leveling in 8.0. By the time we like finish 8.0. Like the main story, like the base MSQ. Who knew a lamb shrimp would be so difficult to find? Main thing is just like once we catch up on Dawn Trail stuff, I want to start doing mental roulette stuff. So all the other cool kids are doing it on YouTube and Twitch. I want to do mental roulette. So obviously, like being caught up on Dawn Trail, and then there's nothing else that comes out, like new duties after 7.5 would be a good time to just like while we're waiting for 8.0 to come out. So getting into 8.0 quickly and being able to like get a bunch of jobs leveled up and get ready to do mental roulette, like after we beat 8.0. So anytime we've got downtime between patches, I can always do that if I want to. Would just be nice. I'd also want to do the thing of mental roulette where you do a roulette of jobs, because that's really interesting to me. So I'd want all the jobs at max level so I could do mental roulette with any job and then just roll the roulette and see what we get. Because that just sounds like really a fun thing to do. And I want to steal that idea off, at this point, several different streamers. I don't know who came up with it first. The first person I heard doing it was Shampai, but I don't know if she came up with it. But I've seen plenty of other people do it at this point. Feels like every week or two I get a new recommendation somewhere in my fucking things of just like, hey, you upload 14 content, here's someone doing mental roulette. Gonna need to do the Endwalker and Dawn Trail Extremes then. Oh, well, again, we'll be fine. We'll have time to do that. We'll have time to do that. If we get caught, the idea is like, roughly, we're gonna get caught up on 5.0. Not massively long after it comes out. Not immediately after it comes out, but it won't be a massive amount of time. After 7.5. It's not a massive amount of time after 7.5 comes out, so like we can go do the Endwalker ones at some point there, and then like before 8.0 comes out, we actually just do the Dawn Trail Extremes, like on content. Which, like, if we dedicate streams to just that, I'm assuming, like, with PF, because its current expansion would be able to get something at least. Your mission was successful, I assume? Ours is ongoing. Manifest. I have confidence you would bring us a suitable liver. Alas, the dank shroom yet eludes us. How come the fungus has few applications? They don't bother to stock them most of the time. And that's what my Guinness had to send us to work. Stand back while I intrude myself with the essence of the dank. Sparks up, huffs. I'm attuned with the dank, man. Damp. The word is damp shroom. And you'll forgive me if I have no faith in your... Sorry, damp. The word's damp shroom. And you'll forgive me if I have no faith in your abilities. 'Tis goes, my friends! I'm getting closer and closer, even as we speak. You're a damp shroom! Are you further on the market for some damp shrooms? Oh, I might have something to sell, if you're interested. But how? We certainly are, my fine fellow! Right then. If you'll give me a moment to retrieve the goods, so we can finalize our transaction upon the perfumes of our eyes. Well, the genuine clairvoyance or sheer coincidence? Not sure anymore. Though in all fairness, when it comes to the Hildibrand, preternatural perception is one of his least baffling talents. Then I guess we should hurry to the rise and take this man up on his timely offer. Kick him! Manifest. How dare you? How did you miss kicking him? That needs to be the final Hildibrand section that we have in this. You know how we've been doing sports anime stuff? You know how we played volleyball and then we played some football? I need us to do sports anime, put on Nashi's creepy stalker. Of course, the medical components is irritant. Say Shugmaster Boo Boo. Inspector saves today again. Now she's asleep. I wonder, what's that drug use such convenient, if not contrived? I'm an adventurer. Most stuff in my life is convenient and not contrived. Matter what. This is the water bottle I took to work and then refilled with a bottle that was only about up to here while I was at work. There's a couple of droplets left in there. Ah, you're here! Good, good! And here's the damp shroom as promised. No, that's not a damp shroom, that's a bag. Oh, glad we have your assistance. Not so fast. There is still the matter of payment. Of course, and how much do we owe you, my good man? Considering the extreme rarity of the fungus in question, I couldn't let it go for less than 1 million gil. 1 million gil for a measly mushroom? That's outright robbery. A bargain, I can tell. You would pay tenfold for my price in the markets. I thought to do you a kindness in light of your urgent need, but I am more than willing to find another buyer if you wish to spit upon my generosity. Actually, how do we fare on going? Blow me out, Inspector. Oh, this is a prickly pickle. We had to obtain sufficient funds at such short notice. I have like I have an orchestrion roll collecting problem, gotta buy them all. Spent the last of my savings on Return to Oblivion. The scene made the prices go even higher. Of course it did. Of course it did. I love the specific call out of Return to Oblivion of all things. Of all the songs to call out, that's a good one. That's a good one to call out for all the specific ones. That's so fucking funny. 1 million gil, was it? Manifest is walking around in shoes that cost me. Is the music diegetic now? I think Return to Oblivion might be the song that canonically plays when the Wandering Minstrel plays a song that makes us do Savage of P8, do P8 as Savage. Manifest is currently walking around in shoes that cost me like 5 million on the market board because I bought them a day or two after the patch came out for them. I have like 33 million on my pocket. 1 million gil, was it? Manifest, Minnie! I'll save you in every sense of the word. Give that man nothing! Ready and host, man. Don't want to sprint that fast in armor. Ah, there's another one! We have you now, deceitful scum! Your swindling days are over! Rotten Hunt to the guard at your service. We recently reported this man's questionable activities and have been given a close eye on him ever since. Damsels won't find them bizarre, to be sure, but only because there's overall demand for it. The price this charlatan quoted to you was, quite frankly, ludicrous. But thanks to your ignorance and poor judge of character, we were able to catch him in the act. As a token of our gratitude, you're welcome to keep the fungus. Shipping you still wants it. Yes, very much so. That is, magnanimous of you. See, I thought we were doing the Estinian thing. I thought we were willing to overpay for it because it's going to turn out that this guy's like an orphan or something and we just want to give the orphan money. Bah, you think I enjoy tricking fools out of their coin? That boss hadn't declared my job redundant, I wouldn't have needed to stoop so low. Again, I thought I was just giving him money because I wanted to, I was like willing to pay it because the dude probably needs the money. He blames the rising star among the merchant prices, princes for his woes. Monhudi, I believe the name was. Purchased the trading consortium when the man was working, which led to a restructuring of the hierarchy. Put a lot of people out of work. Oh, okay, Van Hoody. One of the most evil people we've come across in the game. Imagine buying out a business in Favner of all places. Somewhere just still recovering from the final days and just being like, I'm gonna buy it and do mass layoffs. Van Hoody, Van Hoody. I know the name. Something about acquisitions deals gone sour. Father was going to sell him a slice of his Harnish enterprise, I think. But bought when the man offered to buy our family business in its entirety. Surely there's no telling how deep the coffers of this Van Hoody are. Don't even know this secret of how he masters his kingly wealth so damnably fast. Thoreau whispers, though, that he solved alchemy's oldest and most legendary problems. The transmutation of base metal into gold. Unlikely to say the least, but whatever the source of Arnodi's riches, he shows no reluctance in spending them. He's bought historic temple to serve as his home and commissioned a private airship, among other extravagant expenditures. Nice for some, eh? Cool, that's one of the guys that barely started before you solved it, Inspector. Ha! All in a day's work, my dear Nashu. I believe our business upon this scented hill is concluded. Let us show you the ingredients back to Inspector Branderhill, shall we? Oh no. Little guy's still there. I may have modified his lordship with the secrets of divine manifestation, but the sense of failure clings to him. I must redeem myself in his eyes by crushing my most hated foe. Fucking Lu guy. Fucking Lu guy. To the reds of the horn. Ooh, ooh, whoa, 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 whoa. Takama! Chameleon. There we go. Go away! I've made it back. So the brain health remedy fails. We can always try my explosive cure. Nah, sure, no. The suffering is its head, boss poo poo. I'd roll that pen on a single give of the damn shrimp. Manifestation of such windfalls must be another fascinating but this uncannily good fortune. Spent the Hildibrand tells me you have the liver to go along with the damn shrimp. Giant tortoise liver. The glistening liver. Soul winds, welcome as compadre. Kachapa. Try buying the entire mandible business. Now that's rich. Pun not intended. Fine specimen, thank you. I'm mixing the ingredients in the starship, so let's convey my poo outside that we made Missy's medicine as soon as it's ready. Bow. Bow, 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 bow. See, most of my money's not being spent on orchestra rolls. Most of my money got spent on glam. But now that I'm at a point where I don't need to buy much more glam anymore, I don't know what I'm going to spend my money on. Probably why I've hit 30 odd mil. Right now I forgot. This should be sufficiently wrote. Let the crafts come to us and we can commence the treatment. Whee! UFO! Whoop! I'm just imagining going in there being like a, you know, the Pokemon fucking touchscreen, like, mini games where you had to make, like, food for the Pokemon for, like, seasonal categories. Like, the special categories of, like, cool and stuff. You just go in there, you chuck the damn shrimp in a pot, you chuck the liver in a pot, and then you just, like, gotta spin it, and then you, like, press a button, and then you get, like, pest dispenser blocks that come out. But it's open for a large house, and then that gets gold mount 7.4 armor weapons. I love my house location too much to buy a bigger one. Also, I don't have enough ideas for bigger ones. Boo-boo! I feel so much better. I cannot thank you all enough. Not only did those things help cure me, but they also raised my cool stat. Now I just need to learn, like, Hyper Beam, and I can win the upcoming Poke Contest. I don't know why I'm on Poke Contest ideas all of a sudden. I've not actually thought about those for quite some time. I don't know why they're on my brain right now. Master Boo Boo recovered his strength in mere moments. Twould seem his power of recuperation are just as advanced as his technology. I came here from another world. A stranger you've no cause to trust. You treated me so kindly. People in Star are so very welcoming. Ah, you are a dear friend now, Master Boo Boo. It is our pleasure to help. Look, it will be my pleasure to harm. The head just goes flying. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? beam, you motherfucker! How many nose beams can you dodge in the frozen time, Brent Hild? How much can you do? Crystal! That's a big one! Yeah! I'm not falling for the same trick twice! Oh no! Gun and tennis! Gun and tennis! We're not gonna back and forth, back and forth! Quick! Grab the empty bottle! No! Oh shit, it might be a different game. Grab the fishing net! And from the deepest pit of the seven hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens, the world shall tremble! Yeah, Hildibrand! Frozen gentleman time! Yeah! Frozen gentleman time! He doesn't have as good balance. Ah! If one crystal didn't work, what about several? I was just planning on tanking it. It wouldn't hurt me. Goblin! It's finally relevant to the story! The goblet's finally relevant to the story! Yo! Yo! Hildibrand! Goblin! He'll be fine. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. Impudent worms! Taste my full power! Can you just let me get hit with it? I could probably knock it back with just my strength alone. Monster toss! Come on, Nashu! Monster toss time! Yeah! Look at it go! Not off the rim! Oh, come on! Minor first, it's time to be sports! Get dunked on! Yeah! Yeah! Goblin's fine. Goblin's fine. Not again! Super Luca's blasting off again! Yay! Hildibrand's my favorite sports anime. Hell yeah. I love how Hildibrand, of all things, is actually the ones where they allow the Warrior of Light to do the coolest shit in the cutscene. Because they don't have to worry about jobs. Because, like, jobs, normal combat, and stuff like that doesn't come up in this. They can actually just, like, have the Warrior of, like... Because in other cutscenes, what job your Warrior of Light is would obviously affect what the cutscene would have to do, so they can't do that. So instead they're just like, well, jobs don't matter here. So fuck it, to show off how, like, technically proficient and strong and athletic the Warrior of Light is, fuck it, have them do some sports. And it's awesome. And it's awesome. You took the full force of that destructive beam, yet there you stand. Somewhat singed, but apparently unarmed. You know, this, again, the same would happen if I got hit by it. Fucking Elidibus did that giant first laser beam and it came at us. And literally, while it was in the middle of hitting us, we pulled a rock out of our pocket and just stared at him and went, bitch. I've pondered and puzzled over this inexplicable fortitude of yours. I feel compelled to ask. Are you an alien? Aha, fine jest. But I assure you I am without a doubt an all-down-born Mandeville of terrestrial urine stock. Is Hildibrand, I just inquiring Inspector Extraordinaire. What more do you need to know? Delian is that person on the sideline just asking, so is Hildibrand even canon? Is Hildibrand even canon? To which Hildibrand and Asha are responding, of course it's canon. It's Hildibrand. Where do I even begin? But never mind, we have more pressing matters. So it is locating Master Boober's missing comrade. Tis time we reopen the case of the silent correspondent. Yes, exactly. I have a theory as to who it was who took the wreckage and its erstwhile pilot. The Sharlians! That's actually reasonable. I'm almost certain they're allied with insidious extraterrestrials, rabbits. Which means they'll be under orders to remove any evidence of alien activity. No, it's more so just the fact that they have a lot of gleaners. It's more so just that they have an army of gleaners going across the star. That's probably why that's like a possibility. Oh wait, you will find we're looking for an old Sharlian. We'd only infiltrate their operation and expose this nefarious conspiracy. Alright, Delian, I'd love you to see you get through customs. The Sharlian conspiracy. 50% truth, 50% nonsense. Shards can't be bothered to formally ally foreign nations, much less aliens, and the Loperids don't count. They sooner flee the star than attempt to subjugate it. Shards can't be bothered to formally ally with foreign nations, much less aliens. And the Loperids don't count. While Master Delian's theory does lack supporting facts, we have no other promising leads to pursue at the present. Moreover, it is that Sharlian sets up the stand for monitoring astronomical and astrological phenomena. Perhaps their experts have been tracking extraterrestrial movements. I've spoken out of turn. Please, forgive my presumptuousness. Nay, my friend, thy too, since our path points to the Isle of Archons. Well, it's more so we've been to the moon, we've been to Thavnair, we've been to Garlemald. The only place left from this expansion to go is Sharlian. Unless we either somehow take Hildibrand to the edge of existence, and Hildibrand ends up in Ultima Thule. Or, I think actually worse, we take Hildibrand back into the past with us to Elpis. Both of those are horrifying possibilities for different reasons. Pack your bags, everyone! We leave for Sharlian immediately. Again, good luck getting through customs. It's simple, Hildibrand. All you need to do is journey to Sharlian and strike a bargain with the woman that shares my gifts. These are also all supporters of the students of Ardesium. My calculations may have failed me, but my companions did not. Just your quick thinking that saw the villain laid low, with a tremendous flourish, no less. Right now, tell me your such of ingredients for my medicine. I am so very grateful. Time has come, Manifest. Sharlian's beating hard at this conspiracy, and I don't let them hide their machinations any longer. Nice teamwork, Manifest. Alright, Hildibrand is there. I need to refill my water bottle, because I will desperately need it. I'll be back. I am returned with more liquids. And no area BGM either. It ended. There it goes. Not from around here. Hildibrand is keen to embark on the next leg of your investigation. Sharlian awaits. We'd only charter a suitable sea vessel. Of course, but Does not the city lie many days' sail to the north? Is it as with the means of reaching our destination? So this experiment, oh yeah, we can just experimental aetherite because that is located here. They're all gonna get sick, So this experimental aether will allow us to teleport thither even absent attunement. Splendid! We shall avail ourselves of the technological marvel forthwith. Don't forget your lassie! Don't forget the lassie! They're gonna forget the lassie. So are they inside? Yeah. Any of you throwing up? Oh god, save me! I was meant them to make fun of how short travel times end up being. Well, they actually gave a lore reason of just like, oh yeah, experiment safe throw. I'm telling you, wasn't too attached to his lunch. How's your aether sickness, Master Whipper? I wouldn't travel the cosmos as much as I have. Teleportation's not the least bit disconcerting. So this is the city of learning. Our sophisticated gentlemen should feel right at home here. How are you not all sick to your stomachs? Experimental aetherites make travel exponentially more fun. Sometimes I feel as though I'm the only normal person in this group of eccentrics. Again, it's funny because he's the one person here who's like, he's deliberately the invert of the straight man for this one. But, well, that time has come to nausea. Not here, the belly of the beast. Rumor has that the Charlian secret agents travel the star in search of specimens, which they collect and bring home in service to a confidential research project. Said project is conducted in a huge underground military facility. We're gonna find answers, and that's where we need to look. So, do I question the secret agents as being gleaners, or Labyrinthos is not a military facility? Labyrinthos. Not a military facility. They are way too nerdy for that. I say this, Labyrinthos sounds promising. As I head down there and make inquiries as to the whereabouts of our missing alien friend. We simply take a lift from the Hall of Artifice, yes? Then let us be on our way. Please let us run into Aaronville. I just want more excuses to see Aaronville. Aaronville rules. That should be under the Hall of the Artifice. That's like where you start. I can just do this. I can just do this from here, I believe. How am I not? Oh, because I've looked onto someone else apparently. Yeah, yes. All the Artifice. There we go. Alright, time for toy hammer music for some fucking reason. Oh! You're up there. You haven't actually come down yet. Apparently they're not actually down here yet. No, thank you. I'm much recovered. Still feeling poorly, my bulb of... Let me just blow away that stomach sickness you got. City's archives said it be bursting with knowledge of countless peoples accumulated over the centuries. It's very much like the peruse the shelves. Once we've attended our main mission. A beautiful architecture. China's clearly one of your more advanced civilizations. Rokkon, Hildibrand. There we go. Oh, this must be the listed question. Do you wish to send into Labyrinthos, madame? My apologies. Major companions must also secure the proper permissions before we can allow them entrance. If it assurances you need, then surely a single glance is all you require. Just trustworthy. I'm an alien. I wear glasses. I'm made out of blocks. I can certainly make some judgments, but that is neither here nor there. Admission to Labyrinthos is subject to foreign policy. You're the ones who should be judged. I know you're hunting aliens and xenotechnology in that underground base of yours. Admit it. Xenotechnology? I sincerely have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, yet again do our paths cross in most serendipitous fashion. Come on! Father, what brings you to Shalian? I'm in search of a certain object, one crucial to the continued refinement of the Mandeville weaponry. My investigations led me to believe it is found here and Labyrinthos. As you seem to have business down below. This is my son and his bosom companions. If I vouch for their character, will you kindly allow them to board the lift? Ah, Master Cop of Mandeville. The farm sent word of your impending arrival. As a member of the Syndicate, your ambassadorial status affords you an entourage of up to 5 members. Pray consider their permissions arranged. I don't know your current mission, but for the time being, I suggest you accompany me to the Archeon. They're like literally lit. No, you're not allowed. Yay. Yeah, having a dad who's like literally like part of the governmental leadership board, that definitely helps. Dad, can we please have some visas? You're rich, you can do that, right? And then it's like, alright, he's literally part of the old dark government because he's part of the Syndicate. Right, yeah. What is with this music? Hello, everyone. We're underground, but above ground at the same time. An underground archive is such extravagant recreation of an outdoor habitat. What innocent purpose could this possibly serve? I mean, of course, their performance simulations and their strategy of aiding the aliens of the invasion of the world above. What incredible vaults of accumulated curiosities. Very much so to anyone once our mission is complete. Say that a lot. Ah, they've transformed the subterranean environment to one more suited for surface beings. Reminds of the orbital stations built my own home star. Star Trek is truly a work of art. Simply inspiring. From what Balder tells me, the storage facilities are replete with samples and specimens collected from every land of Atheros. If anyone has information concerning visiting aliens crashed starships, it'll be these studious folk. A shiny silver saucer? I'm sorry, but we have no record of any such object in our archives, either whole or in part. Aww. Also, you would have us believe, but the purpose is complex. This military fortress is plain. You cannot deny that you're conducting secret research on alien starships. We are not conducting secret research on alien starships. Yes, we did build a starfaring vessel in Thalmasine, but that was neither for military purposes nor of extraterrestrial origin. Disguising your foul lies and speaking the truth, are we? Fine, I'll dig up the facts myself and then everyone will hear what you're really up to. Well, I cannot assist you with your missing craft. I do recall seeing an individual of your like appearance to your companion here. You do? And where was this, pray tell? I'm a real economics in the Media Corp. Live to the back of the building, I'll take you down there. Many thanks, my good man! Well, seems you find yourselves a solid lead. I have my own search to attend to, so I should bid you good hunting and good day. Ba-da-ba. We are publicly researching starships, idiot. You're secretly trying to work out how to fly between stars! No, we openly did that. Like, people from most nations came and watched as we launched it. What are you talking about? Another round of in-depth inquiries by the agent of inquiry and friends is in order. To merry old academics we go! Don't like that I'm feeling tired already. Do not like the yawn man has come to visit. Not the biggest fan that the Betty Bye-Bye times. have infected my brain. Right. Hello there, Midlander agriculturist. Your description will lead me to believe you're looking for one of the mandragoras hereabouts. But if, as you say, it's something else you're after, then I'm not sure I can move with much luck. Honestly, I'm working here, so you may have more luck us than the other fans. Ah, you must be talking about those new mandragora strains. We have done a batch of these bright blue stray onions, but I'm afraid they start to rot almost immediately. Not a magic thing. Well, the only bluish things I can think of around here are the grapes. Look at how luscious this crop turned out. Look at how luscious this crop turned out. It's bullshit they increase the fidelity so that joke doesn't work anymore! Where am I going? That side. Wait, what? Oh, there we go. Getting my directions mixed up. I'm tired and I'm struggling. Actually, now that you mention it. If I may, have you perchance come across individual resembling a delightful blue ragamuffin here? Rest in peace, groups. They can never take me for a Mandragora. Look nothing alike. Most movies have any friend. Maybe they can help us find the old one. Thought you were Delian for a second. Any others around here? Is there a Delian? There's Delian. I walked past him. Oh, big tide spell hitting me right now. God, annoying. Mark my words, I'll find the evidence I require. Got all the traces of their alien alliance. Fine and juicy looking grapes. I imagine this was, once again, it's one of those things where they're going deliberately meta with FF14. This would be absolutely written after the grapes became a meme. So during Hildibrand, they have two characters looking at them being like, look at how good they look. Because Endwalker Hildibrand's the most meta of all Hildibrands. Lila fell an agriculturalist. Yes, a little blue man. So my two eyes I did, and it was no Mandragora. Gleaning in the company of an outside visitor. Passed it a little while back. Nothing too unusual. Only this friend you described was scuttling along with them. No what purpose brought them to the farm or whatever it was. They didn't tarry for long. Brandon Hild. Oh, Jesus Christ. You yawn a little bit. Stretch your mouth a little bit. Stretch your throat a little bit. And now your body's like, oh, I'm tired. Wonderful! I got the information I but moments ago skillfully squirreled out of this farmer. She claims to be an acquaintance of the cleaner in question, in fact, and I'll bring him to us shortly. Let's round up the others. She'll be presenting here what revelations this professional collector has to share. That's not Aaronville. That's not Aaronville! God damn it. You're the folk asking about the little blue man, yes? Oh, and you want someone who's practically identical! You must be the same species, surely. My friend was really here then. It certainly were. Give me a moment or three, I'll tell you the whole tale. To begin at the beginning, I was in time there on a procuring mission, when I crossed paths with an Apothecary, and his unusual companion. As I mentioned, the companion was almost twin your appearance, and the wagon rode up a bore-damaged vessel like which I'd never seen before. Could it be? As I got to my trade, I have certain weaknesses for oddities. Thus that I held the apothecary in to inquire after his company and his cargo. Man was only too happy to share his story. He had, it seems, quite recklessly plunged into the war-torn lands of Garlemald to sell his wares, reasoning that where there was conflict, there would be a need for medicinal goods. State affairs was rather more volatile than he anticipated, however soon also abandoned his venture. So the apothecary began his long trek home, only to shortly thereafter discover a strange silvery ship, and shaken pilot crash landed in the snowfields. Cannot be a coincidence. Story continues. After extricating the battered vessel and its occupant from the snow, he brought them home to Razadan. His guests wished to make repairs to the craft, yet even among the wonders of the bazaar, they struggled to find suitable parts. Hearing this, I suggested they bring the wreckage itself to Labyrinthos. After they agreed to the idea, I escorted them here myself. The last name of the Talmosine engineers who worked on the Ark was stung by the exotic ship, finding its technology impossible to comprehend, let alone replicate. Little Blue Fellow eventually resorted to drafting schematics. While the engineers followed these steps by step to craft the essential bits and bobs, the apothecary and his companion were waiting here at Muriel. And then what happened? Well, once our industrial suits had what they needed, they repaired the vessel in a twinkling. Pair them departed almost immediately, and I've seen neither hide nor hear them from them since. So the apothecary paid a handsome fund for the engineer's service. When we told the Charlians, like, I'd wager would happily forfeited the coin for a chance to pour over every square elm of that ship. Now, I'm no scientist, but I'm beginning to think that such an incredible vessel must have been some kind of star-faring craft. And that little blue man was... He must have been an alien from another world! Or so I'd like to believe. I'm an avid reader of the Thanarian Truth, you see. I do love to entertain these flights of fancy. But I've rambled on too long. There are errands you attend to, and I really must take my leave. Good fortune to you. Can it be true? I have a readership in a Charlian. Perhaps I misjudge these people. So it seems your comrade is hale and healthy. Asked Poo-Poo. And the company of a harnish alchemist of undisclosed disposition. Yes, this is wonderful news. I'm grateful indeed that we made the journey. I have a feeling this case will soon draw to a close. Come, let us return the friends at heart and continue the search. Speak with Hildibrand and Rods at Hahn. Part of me is tempted to get up and walk around and go to the bathroom. Try to wake myself up a little bit. Just tired spell hits you out of nowhere. Kind of fucks your body up. You know how it goes. But I'm going to do exactly that. I'm going to pause. I'm going to go to the bathroom and just try to wake myself up a little bit by walking around. Because I can feel myself drifting off. I'll be back. And we are back. Deku has an update about Rokkon Mountain. Remember that APA that does the water 3 attack that you got to interrupt for it to put out or not put out all of like the candles, and that's like 2 different pathways. Deku with an update with healers. You can sleep the APA, but due to the way that the debuffs work, it can still be tough to kill it before it can do the water move. Yeah, because I believe when you sleep an enemy in this game, when you attack them, they wake up again. It's not like a stun where you can still attack them while they're stunned or anything. I believe the way it works is you sleep something, when you attack it, it wakes up. Also, if Hancock behind the smoke dimension, I'm sure it'll be fine. He can work his way back. He's an adult, he can work it out. Anyway, Hildibrand! Nashu! Each time debuff short and short eventually they'll resist it, so yeah. Oh, I can actually talk to you this time. Why? We've seen Miss Nashu's hail and Holland still fetching Iowa. Gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna actually murder you one day. There, I'm back again in the blink of an eye. Yeah, I guess the idea is you just gotta like hard focus the upper to kill it. Sleep it when you can, kill it when you, yeah. To summarize our findings, we now know Master Poopa's friend is safe and in the company of the harnessed gentleman. And possibly here on this very isle. Oh, that does sound promising. It does sound promising. Come. Father, you returned to the city. I trust this means your investigation was successful. That it was, although laying hands on the object of my desire has been a long and frustrating ordeal to say the least. Much painstaking research revealed to me the existence of a hereditary Mandeville relic, which within slumbers the secrets of weapon augmentation. Yet though I turned our ancestral home upside down, I failed to unearth the artifact in question. The reasons for its absence became clear when I chanced upon the journal of one of our forefathers. He was wrote of a visiting scholar's keen interest in the relic, and how he thus surrendered it into Sharlayan's safekeeping for study. The trail led me to Hildibrand thus. As it turns out, the Sharlayans never did find time to conduct their analysis. The custodian and I found the curio tucked away in a dusty corner of the Archeod, still awaiting processing. That's not surprising, given what I know about Sharlayan. It's a pyramid! And here it is! Nearly every bit as perplexing as Godbrand's cipher-bound manual. How we deliberate its hidden wisdom. Oh, I can help you with that. These devices were made by the Mandavillians. A starfarer... Fucking what? Fuck, it's slow the fuck what? By the Mandavillians? A starfaring race with whom we once traded? Starfaring? Mandavillians? Yes, a highly evolved species with a mastery of advanced technologies. Our people shared ideas and inventions, so I'm quite familiar with your family's relic. If you so wish, I can have the device protect whatever images were stored upon it. A darkened room would afford us the clearest view, however. What the fuck? What the fuck? Then let us retire to our rooms in calmer and dim the lanterns. Let us behold these secrets in optimal conditions. What? Oh, it's actually not a completely black pyramid. This is the shadows of it. Mandavillians? A coincidental naming, or is there some deeper connection? What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on now? Everyone comfortable? Let's see what this device has for us. The alien built the pyramid. I am Godbrand, wonder of stars and weaponsmith extraordinaire! What the fuck is going on? First Lord of House Mandeville. This is the Godbrand, our founding father? I record this message that my descendants may know the truth of their cosmic origins. The tale is long, but I bid you watch until the very end. Heirs of mine, I am not a man born of this star, or even a man at all. I am of the Mandavillians, a race which hails from the far side of the great expanse. What the fuck is going on? What is happening? Oh, but the music! We've been taken to the Hildibrand equivalent of the PowerPoint dimension. It's the PowerPoint dimension where they give you a massive lore dump. It's fucking Minfilia's Echo thing. It's fucking... It's Minfilia's Echo thing. It's fucking Crystal Exarch's, like, presentation in the fucking Crystal Tower. But because it's Hildibrand, it's a fucking shadow puppet play. Mandeville's not human, I couldn't touch that for free. Hello, Crofts. Mandevillians are parasitic symbionts. We can only survive by bonding with other life forms. Oh my god, the goblin! Once our essence has taken root, we sublind the host's mind and strengthen its physical structures, imbuing our new form with a steel-like resistance. I knew there was something alien about that impossible imperviousness. Then, through the conjoining of compatible host bodies, we produce offspring, which harbor the next generation of Mandevillians. The symbiotic variant eventually takes to the stars in search of potential new vessels, adapting and multiplying. So it was that our race proliferated and spread throughout the cosmos. So fucking funny. So fucking good. the fucking Hildibrand's lore dump. And it is just batshit insanity as like a fucking shadow puppet play. So good. Until, tragically, our flourishing civilization was brought to an abrupt end. The final days. Every planet upon which we Mandevillians reside was visited by an inexplicable calamity. Our societies were brought to ruin by lifeforms suddenly twisted into horrific nightmares. Oh my god, the final days is like... actually, like, relevant. And we're getting more stories about how the final days affected other stars. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, it's the first beast. That sounds rather familiar. So even the stars removed far removed in time and space were ravaged by the final days. I mean, Medion's plan was for it to be the entirety of the, like, existence. Medion's plan was never just our star. Medion's plan was every single star in existence. It really seems like the reason Aetherist escaped it is because of Zodiac. Like, no other star did a Zodiac. No other star managed to have a Shroud of Ether to combat the Dynamis. Every single star succumbed to celestial currents. Desperate to avoid the same fate, a comrade and I boarded a ship and fled upwards into the starry night. We flew and flew until we found a planet, your planet, untouched by the phenomenon. But the rigors of the journey had so damaged our craft that we were forced to make an uncontrolled descent. Also, interesting to note that, like, the Mandevillians refer to it as planets and not stars. We don't come across many of those. The Mandevillians call them planets. There you go. Dragons called it stars. Omicron's called it stars. I alone crawled from the wreckage, badly injured and near death. But even as I resigned myself to perishing on this unfamiliar world, I was found by a man who had come looking for the falling star. Also, goblins are brought from a different dimension. Yeah, also goblins are aliens. Also, goblins are aliens. Planet, am I right to mention? As a rule, Mandavillians do not take intelligent life forms for hosts. After hearing my story, however, the sympathetic gentleman offered to become my vessel of his own accord. He himself was afflicted by an incurable malady, and with little time left to live, seemed content to know that his ailing body could provide safe haven for another. With his blessing, I set about transferring my essence. The man's form was revitalized and purged of its fatal frailty, yet the mind which dwelled within was now my own. That's just Julian! That's just Julian! I went on to build a new home for myself here, making use of my people's technology to ply the blacksmith's trade. I wed a local lass, and together we had a child. Although not purely Mandavillian, our offspring exhibits the same enhanced physiology. A boon I suspect shall be passed down for generations through the bloodline of House Mandeville. Yeah, because there was only one Mandeville parent, not two of them. My dear descendants, the folk of the star are most fragile. Yet as the first man I encountered did demonstrate, they are nevertheless capable of surpassing love and generosity. So the whole, like, inspiration for why the Mandevilles care so much about being a gentleman comes from, like, it's an honoring of the person who, like, gave their life for the, like, the first Mandeville to survive. Like, that is an act, like, that is the act of a gentleman. To give your frailing body another chance with someone else. That is the act of a gentleman, and so it inspires the family to all be gentlemen. Oh my god, brunette Julian. As the last of the Mandavillians, I have but one request to make of you. Pray employ your superlative attributes, and my armory of Mandeville armaments, for the benefit of these wonderful peoples, whom I hold in the highest regard. So you know how I've talked, about how Hildibrand in Endwalker feels noticeably meta? You notice how I've talked, remember, I've talked about it a lot, about how Hildibrand Endwalker, out of all of the ones, is the most meta about Final Fantasy XIV itself. Memes that come up in the community are, like, brought up here. There's the Louis Soir thing, the grapes get brought up. We have meta-ness on the normal Hildibrand's commentary storyline of Delian being the absurd person compared to everyone else rather than, like, a normal investigator. We have the idea of being able to show off that the Warrior of Light is, like, doing stuff that is, like, more, like, show-off than normal cutscenes because you don't have to have their jobs. We have the entire, like, solo instance. That, to me, cements that that is the point of all of Endwalker Hildibrand. Endwalker Hildibrand is meant to be just, like, meta humor about Final Fantasy XIV itself in its entirety. Because that entire scene was just a parody of all of the times that we get lore dumps in this game. Every single time we've gotten a lore dump, it plays that music, there's someone telling us all the lore and the massive amount of exposition, all of that, but it is about fucking space aliens, big fucking symbiotes that make the Mandevilles just indestructible gentlemen with these fucking shadow puppets. And it's the best. That is the best Hildibrand has ever done. That is the best bit that Hildibrand has ever done. That was so fucking good. That was so fucking amazing. Best bit Hildibrand has ever done by far. What the fuck is that sound? What's an astounding development? I, Hildibrand Hilidor Maximilian Mandeville, shall heed the passionate plea of my illustrious forebear. No case is too big nor too small, should it be in service to my fellow man. Yeah! You're descended from an extraterrestrial being, and it's still business as usual? But wait a minute. The wise lady Julian's so monstrously strong. Is she a descendant of aliens too? No, Julian's just like that. No, Julian's just like that. There is no explanation for Julian. She's just like that. She is actually just built different. Well, this was most unexpected. Never crossed my mind that our esteemed ancestor might hail from beyond the heavens. But I do wonder if that self-same blood still runs thick in our veins. The family tree I glanced over some years ago suggests that it's not even real. Well, it's real! The lore is real, but it's still not being fucking... Here's this massive lore dump. Here is this massive lore dump to explain parts of the story so everything gets pieced together. And in typical Hildibrand fashion, but not actually, though. My present purpose remains unchanged. I'll bring our man of a weaponry to the peak of perfection, for Godbrand, and for the good of our star. Oh, before I forget, I have a gift for you, Manifest. Pray await me at the Aetherite Plaza, and I shall bring it to you forthwith. Holy shit. The Endwalker Hildibrand's the best it's been, and like, it's by a big margin. Endwalker Hildibrand is so fucking good. Holy shit. Just the meta nature of it is done particularly well. The fact that entire cutscene is just a parody of like Final Fantasy XIV storytelling itself is really funny. The fact that it is just a parody of this game and how it often has very long expositive, like, cutscenes explaining a lot of deep history of the game, and the way that it does those cutscenes is so fucking good. As I've noticed, like, it's been meta since the first thing that we did. Like, even the first step of it going to the first, there's the meta moments of just, like, giving fucking Hildibrand the boss title and giving him the fade-in for a boss fight. Like, it's been meta about 14 since the start of it. And that is very clearly, especially with that cutscene, the intention. This is an expansion that's, like, using all of the tropes and all of the little things and a lot of the little details that people who play a lot of 14 are gonna know all of that stuff. Will see it and just get a kick out of it. Get a kick out of just like the referential and nature of like other parts of 14. And again, like even like it's including community memes of the Louis Soir face and the fucking grapes. Some truths can shatter the foundations of our beliefs when brought to light, but I have to say this wasn't one of them. The more certain discovery is that I have devoted reason Charlian. Those who peruse my publication are allies against the ever-expanding webs and lies of deception, without exception. I misjudged the Charlian people. Delian has been one guide, but like, about people being positive about him, finds one person in Charlian who reads his stuff, and it's just like, I guess they're not all traitorous, evil, like, alien co-conspirators. They are not collaborators or the architects of conspiracy. They are seekers of knowledge unafraid to plumb the depths of the unknown. They're also nerds. They are also nerds, and you can't skip over that part. The Master Poo-Poo, though, that one still has ulterior motives. I bet my life on it. Stand ready, for we shall have need of your strength when he shows his true colors. There's one section of Hildibrand after this. Hope you've not been waiting long. This is the gift I mentioned. Hey! Mazbubu's earnest quest inspired me to indulge in a spot of clockwork craftsmanship between weaponsmithing sessions. I thought it only fitting that you be one to the care for this diminutive simulacrum. Consider it a memento of your adventures together. Aww. Aww. Yeah. And as for our Mandeville weaponry project, I believe my ancestor's artifact does unlock the door to the next stage of improvements. Should you find time to offer your assistance, announce yourself to Master Gerald, and I shall endeavor to join you with utmost celerity. Until then, my dear Manifest, wind up, Pippo! We'll bleed you drive elixirs if you aren't careful. I assume that is a reference to what Pippo is in other Final Fantasy games, which makes me realize that Pippo is probably just a reference in general to other Final Fantasy games, or at least the name, or the shape of it. One or the other. Possibly both. Meanwhile, in Alvanemold, Luke, are you gonna give up? I can only do so many sports at you. UFO. It is the capital, as they mentioned earlier. Probably. It is! Lord Van Hoodia, come with your tidings. Professor Lugai set an ambush for his nemesis, who was once more defeated. His current whereabouts are unclear. Welcome, Eagle Falcon. We're Hildibranding. We're almost finishing Hildibranding. That blithering dolt! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Eagle Air Raid. Sound the sirens. Woo! Aliens! Look, it's aliens. Who's coming out of the airship? Hey, Raid and Rumble, gotta prep for bed EX. That's the hardest extreme everyone has to deal with in their life. The most impossible trial. Bedtime. You cloned yourself! He's worked out the alien cloning technology. No matter. Preparations are well underway. The manifestation will proceed as planned. Oh! Oh, they're all clones. Oh, they're all clones. That's a worry. Why do you need so many of yourself? Why do you need so many of yourself? That's a concern. That's a concern. Joining Hildy, I assume. I love Hildibrands. I love Hildibrands. Ba-ba, ba-ba, ba-ba. Ba-ba. Cosmically altered physiology. Fuck. Truth can be stranger than the tallest tale. Aww. The little pyramid. With the posing first family. Aww. Aww. I love Hildibrand! I know one of my walls would totally go for an army of herself. I mean, Minifist would. My Warrior of Light Minifist would have some methods of finding uses for cloning technology. Wind up, Boo! Wind up, Boo! I gotta wind up, Boo! Wind up, Boo! This automaton was created in the likeness of the alien Pip-Pip by Godbert Mandeville. It was inspired by the Interstellar Visitor's exquisite curves. It was programmed to follow you on adventures, and its curious fondness of elixirs. What you guys say, Pip-Pip? What you saying? Pip-Pip? I probably should have been able to predict that. My whole cannot be trusted with a cloner. I feel like I'm starting to think there might be multiple. I feel like that might be a lot of people. I feel like a lot of people's Warrior of Light's probably gone. Based on the sample size we've currently got here. Based on our current sample size, maybe not many warriors of light can be trusted with clone technology. maybe not. As my favorite Bugs Life scene went. Poop. Oh, not crafts, not the gross poo poo. Who ordered the? I don't remember that. I always get Bugs Life and ants confused. 3,000, not 3,000 raptors, 3,000 dodos to feed the raptor. You just go upstairs, steal one of the hamsters. We'll just clone them. We'll give them the original hamster back. It'll be fine. Endless food supply. Just got to be careful with the hamsters. Apparently, if you cut them and like slice them up wrong, part of their insides are poisonous. So you have to be careful at the very least of that. Anyway, now that we've done the next awesome stage of Hildibrand, it's time to do the awesome next stage of the relic. Yeah. Ans is the one with the guy who married his underage stepdaughter. This surprisingly doesn't help. This surprisingly doesn't help. It is time for the next awesome stage of the Endwalker relic. Who's ready to start the grind for another relic stage? Who's ready for this very in-depth grind we have? Woody Allen? I'll be honest, I didn't realize Woody Allen was in either of the movies. I didn't realize Woody Allen was in either. A spirited reforging. You'll get a stage weapon. I think this is the stage weapon I want. I hope this is the stage weapon I want. I'm doing these as stage because I want one particular stage. I'm hoping it's this one. He was the main and I had no idea. Well, there you go. Girl seems even less enthused to see you than usual. I thought you were excited after you won that fight with the mum. Glam Games is the reason to do these. It is. I just wish there was any gameplay reason to do the Endwalker ones as well. I enjoyed Bozia. The glam was a bonus. But here... Oh. It's you. Geralt, we've been through so much together. Don't owe it's you me. Suppose that bespectacled fop did mention make some kind of breakthrough and need to round up the usual suspects. I shall inform his lordship of your arrival. The Endwalker relics are a travesty. They're so bad. No fun stuff, just millions of tomes. Just endless tomes. No actual unique content. No actual, like, specific focus, even. Like, there was no, like, unique things to do for Heavenswood. For the Heavenswood relics. Can't say the same about A Realm Reborn. A Realm Reborn did introduce you to basically nothing trials. But you can't say the same about A Realm Reborn. Like, Heavenswood Relic didn't introduce any new content for the relic. But at least there was, like, do something specific. And, like, you could be like, oh, let's try to, like, min-max how we can do that. Like, oh, let's run, like, these dungeons unseen. Let's find groups of people to, like, do these steps. Let's diversify and, like, do different things. You got steps like the Aether Sand where you can, like, get script or poetics. You've got, like, the daily, weekly turn-ins for stuff like the singing clusters. There's nothing new to it. There's no new things to do to it. But at least the focus on something specific gives you a bit more of a something to focus on. I literally don't even notice that I get enough poetics to do the next step for this. I was thinking to myself before, like, getting ready to do the next step of Hildibrand, oh shit, I better run some roulettes in case I don't have enough poetics. And I just happen to have enough anyway. I don't even need to do shit. So bad. Looks like we're a thing. Annoying grind, but at least you get random goals. That's the thing, like, random goals that are at least specific goals for you to focus on, it makes you, like, actually engage with a bunch of different things in the game. But this, it's just, yeah, play the game, I guess. You'll eventually get there. I mean, on content, it would have been a bit different, because it wouldn't have been poetics. But even then, on content, it would have just been, like, do what? Do daily roulettes or like hunts. There's a way to change your guild indicator to poetics. I usually check my poetics frequently enough. I need my guild indicator to be on screen. I need to show everyone that I have 33 million gil. I need to flex on people in chat who are poor. It was uncapped times, the grind method was the same, we hated it, yeah. Well, like, I'm thinking with it being poetics now. With it being poetics now, yesterday I did Mount Rokkon. I did the, like, Varian dungeon yesterday. And I got poetics from that. So with it being poetics, even more stuff gives it to you. So it's, it's definitely easier. Like, if I went back to do Eureka now, I would make progress on my Endwalker relics. Because you get poetics for doing anything in Eureka or Bosnia. So it's like, a slightly more variety, rather than just run roulettes every day and make sure, like, you get to uncapped tomes. Again, especially the fact that it's, like, uncapped tomes, it's just, like, you can have your uncapped tomes ready the moment Hildibrand drops. It's not even like, oh, it's so bad. I don't know how they thought people wouldn't hate this. I don't know how they didn't realize people would hate this. I am a positive person with this game usually. I often am the person who's called toxic positivity when it comes to like compliments of this game. I like a lot of it compared to most people. How the fuck did they think anyone would like this? I don't get it. I really don't. The better my products than all the masters relics, so eventually I'll passively have them all. Yeah, there's at least something to spend poetics on now. Yay. No, there's literally zero incentive to not just grab a credendum weapon. Yeah. Just like, it's so... Manifest, welcome. I do hope you're prepared for another spot on Modest Labor, for I've bunch of new weaponsmithing secret from the depths of my family's extraordinary heirloom. Well, actually, no, there is one thing to get credendum. Most credendum weapons look better than, like, final stage fucking Mandeville relics based on what I was being shown before. Finally started doing old relics for the grind, which I started getting real good at this step, if I recall correctly. I've been shown what the final step is for this, and the final step for these relics is fucking awful. You're red mage, aren't you? Currently, Sage. I main fucking Gunbreaker, but I play a lot of things. Because people complain about literally everything, so they tried to do something that wasn't a new zone. But Bosnia's peak. But Bosnia was peak. By the way, just poetics does actually mean they're more worthwhile to get them. X's red mage got the royal deal or both. Oh, they look. Oh, they look bad here. Oh. The final step's a choice. The final step is bad. The final step is a choice, a bad one. Do be able to remember another spot on Modest Labor, for I have put the new weapons. I already read this. I like Eureka Bosnia, but I know a lot of people hate it for some reason. I like Bosnia when there's people in it. I hate solo Eureka, but when I've got people in there, I like it. I've done Battersea and Arsenal like 6 or 7 times at this point. It's really fun, and I love Bosnia. Bosnia's my favorite gameplay in the game. Like, beyond, I assume? I assume beyond. Beyond the gameplay being fun, you're gonna Bosnia at least, have glams and mounts tied to this. This has... this. There is other stuff to do in Eureka and Bosnia. You get fun mounts, fun minions. Credendum weapons at least usually look good. Yeah. Just because of, like, I'm playing on US servers and I live in Australia. There's just a lot of times if I go into Eureka that I'm literally the only person in Eureka on Crystal. So, for me going into Eureka is like, if I want to do Eureka and I go in there and there's no one there, I just don't bother. If I feel like Eureka, I'll zone in and see if people are there. And I'll join them. If not, I won't even fucking bother. I mean, part of that is just its old content, but part of that is also time zones. Crystal does have a decently active Eureka community still. It's just... they're not in there when I can play Eureka. That's why Hildibrand abandoned his cipher journals. So it seemed he desired the greatest security afforded by the relic's recording apparatus. That he so feared this knowledge falling into wicked hands bespeaks the destructive potential of what we seek to recreate. Speaking of which, this stage augmentation will require fundamental alteration to the weaponry's design. Hildibrand understood that individual wielders have different needs and preferences, and thus conceived a method to modify each armament's base qualities. As under the process is a new type of oil known as Maxilamandaville. By subtly adjusting the precise ratio of ingredients for this coating, we can influence the paths of ethereal conductivity as we see fit. Yes, choosing stats. This is substats. More bloody oil. The oil's chief ingredient is once again derived from a meteorite. Specifically an achondrite with amplifying properties. That's why all of the fucking... That's why every stage of this weapon is a fucking meteorite. That's why every stage of this weapon is a meteorite. Because aliens. That's why. So many out of this world materials. But it's unsurprising now that we know the alien origin of Hildibrand's weaponsmithing techniques. What, wait, what? The fuck? So I didn't get a rundown on this. Alien what? Alien origin, you say? Little wonder I wasn't familiar with them. As become customary, I shall prepare the bulk of the necessary resources while you procure our supply of achondrite. Super rare meteors. Rowena already has them for you. Oh, and how bloody lovely custom that is. Many amaze, I reckon you can buy a mountain of them space rocks as well. Then I'm glad to do so. Except the merchant in question will accept not less than a specific type of tombstone in trade. Much of the pains being imposed upon manifest further. She is the best equipped to handle that onerous task. I love tombstones. These improvements shall go for a drastic reforging. It's your expertise that shall see us succeed or fail as well, Master Geralt. Fine, fine, I'll show me goblin till I'm told. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm getting the distinct impression you've lost interest in this project. You bloody think? Look, I took this show to pay off me drinking debts. Now that I've managed that, I'm gonna decide to keep working for an underdressed, overprimped, pretentious ass. I see. Admittedly, even from the beginning, your distaste for me was rather poorly concealed. And I fear such festering antagonism will adversely affect our smithing endeavors. Yes, let us resolve our differences over a flagon of fine spirits. Or several as circumstances dictate. All at my expense, of course. Oh, what if I buy you alcohol? Will you like me then? Free liquor, is it? Then you best be bringing your biggest purse. Godbird found a way to get Geralt to like him. Just buy him booze. Manifest, you must join us. Here's some kind of secure a table to my hide. I shall be along in short order. Sorry, I will read chat. I noticed I was like reading like 6 messages in chat and then reading 1 message in game. I'm just like waiting to get to this cutscene at some point. Don't worry about it. I go into Eureka Instance and it's empty on NA times. I guess this far in, especially as like Dawn Trail has a new zone. I don't know anything about it, but it has one, so therefore that is immediately going to depopulate Eureka and Blossom. Just in of itself. Then there are groups that do weekly events to grind. I don't know where to find them anymore. I mean, there's, at the bare minimum, there's like Cafe and the Helplines. Cafes on Crystal, Helplines is on Primal. I know they're still running like BA runs. So they might have people in there who are just like still doing some of their like midweek, hey, let's actually get people ready for BA by getting them and all the other stuff. But yeah, with a group of people, I like Eureka. It's just, you know, solo that place is miserable. Whereas Bosnia, you can actually do stuff this solo. Is that why this final stage of this relic looks dick and balls across the board? It's alien. Currently doing things that resent that remake. TBH second dick and balls would be better than this relic. Last candy dropped on the oh, there's candy. What current content is candy? What current content? I mean, we're calling candy. Apologies for all the coughing. I am recovering from being sick. That's why I'm having so many slurps. I should really never shove another lozenge in my mouth. People are referring to current content as candy. Da-da. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Yeah. Just for the new people who are here. Just for the people who are here. I'm like super strict with spoilers. I'm not gonna like yell at you and be a dick about it. Well, I'll try not to yell at or be a dick about it or anything like that. It's just I'm very strict with spoilers. Not for the like, it's not for the sense of like, oh, I'm strict with spoilers because that's just like, oh, I have to be like, I don't want to know anything, like on a personal thing. It's just like, even the littlest things, people have gotten like massive kicks out of like me seeing it and reacting to it for the first time. Like, as an example, Bosnia, right? I didn't know what Bosnia was. I knew there was another zone like Eureka and Shadowbringers, and I didn't know what it was. So we just constantly referred to it as Eureka 2, because I had no idea what it was. And as someone who's been a Gunbreaker main since A Realm Reborn, I've heard about Bosnia since A Realm Reborn. And then like little bits of details get dropped about it, like Bosnia gets brought up during like Omega raids. So I had no idea what Bosnia, like what the second, or like what the relics were in Shadowbringers. So when we started the quest, and I was like, oh, by the way, it's Bosnia. I lost my mind. Yeah. I also thought Shadowbringers was going to be about going to Bosnia, because every job until Shadowbringers, like, is from where it is. Every Heavensward job is situated in Ishgard. The 2 jobs added to Stormblood are from Alamigo and, like, Hingashi/Doma. So I thought Shadowbringers would be about Thavnera and Bosnia because of Dancer and, Gunbreaker. Fuck me, I was wrong about that. But then I was right about Endwalker. Endwalker has Sage and Reaper. And Endwalker does go to, Charlene and Garlemald. So it was just Shadowbringers that fucked me over with that. Will you switch your Sage gun when the patch drops? Not Sage. Sage, I'm waiting for Dawn Trail drop gear. My Sage Glam's gonna have Dawn Trail drop gear. And possibly the weapon we get from this quest. Possibly the weapon we get from this quest, which I have seen. Well, I hope it's this stage. I believe it's the second model, and that should be this, because we already have the glowing one of the other one. Oh ho ho! A splendid night for spiritus beverages. Can we bring out some of Zero's curry while we do this? I just think Garrett eating that would be really funny. Things goes, it was always expected in Heavenswood, but the job quests in the area are easily accessible. And then they were not canon to where we went. Yeah, they had the idea of like, let's put the Heavenswood jobs starting in Heavenswood. And then they realized for future ones, wait a minute. What if people want to play like the new job and they haven't finished several expansions? Fuck it, Zoruntia now shows up in Limsa or something. Which I think he shows up in Uldar, but still. You're sure about this then, are ya? I have a mighty thirst and I'll not be slaked by the cheap stuff. What have you, Manifest? Will you be following Master Geralt's fine example? Bring on the high-class brews! I want it to bring on the high-class brews! Bring on the high-class brews! Very well. Then I shall order us all the same to start. Yeah, and so many job quests ever since Stormblood just be like, hey, characters who are like from somewhere else, let's go to Uldar, let's go to Limsa, let's go to Gridania, maybe let's go to Ishgard. Your beverages, Lord Godbert, enjoy. Thanks, Malil. To your health, my friends, he says as he gets us absolutely fucking shit-faced. Yo! Oh, hell yeah, I got something high class. I got a fucking lime on the rim. Right, no point beating around the bush. I've had your guts for a good long while now. So even my insides offend you. And why might that be? Because a robot artisan, devotion to your craft ought to be your #1 priority. Trying to think if Geralt's #1 priority is blacksmithing or if it's alcohol. Because I think in his mind he would say his devotion to alcohol is his devotion to blacksmithing. But you're not founding a consortium or building some fool's playground for the for fleecing the masses. Yeah, you're a bloody merchant. That's what you are. You believe my devotion is insufficient, then? Yet our works require not only the sweat of our brow, but capital to cover expenses, no? Thus, does not a steady revenue facilitate the creative process? In that respect, my business ventures have allowed me to indulge in goldsmithing projects I could have never otherwise afforded. Is it not true that you craft kettles as a means to repay loans or simply make ends meet? Would not a substantial source of wealth spare you such tedious drudgery and empower you to pursue your heart's discipline? Booze! We got any more booze over here? Starting to feel it, Mr. Krabs. War, really? So, he's had 4, Jesus. Sour with me is when you say your ass on the syndicate. How can you craft all worthwhile with your head buried in political shite? You may be surprised. My participational does governance opened my eyes to a different world, which in turn provided a great inspiration for several original pieces. Well, I gave you a blade and inspiration. Oh, nothing to do with prissy rule makers of your ilk. More alcohol! You and your bloody fucking reasonable arguments. Rich swords ain't got a clue what it's like for poor buggers like me. And what have you got against wearing clothes any road? We're more alike than you realize, Master Geralt. Especially when it comes to the simplicity of our attire. You're not wearing a shirt, Geralt. You never have. Even in Eureka Pagos. So clear now. You're the Master Craftsman. Oh, sudden failure. He wore a shirt once for his wedding and that was it. His imaginary wedding in his mind. It's why we knew it wasn't a real memory. Of course he only respects somebody out drinking him. Godbird's got that alien tech inside of his body. Alien physiology. Do not try and kiss me. Rhino! Where'd you? How'd you? Ah, bugger. I'm a sorry excuse for a smear to the mouth. He seems to be mistaking you for someone else. Perhaps you could offer him a kind word? Or if it's too kind, he's gonna try and kiss me. Geralt, your craftsmanship is flawless. He knows that there's no way we're going to say they'll snap him out of it. But, there's a lot coming from you. But thanks. Okay, never mind. He's that far out of it. He doesn't even realize that Rowena would not say something positive towards him. Alright, don't wave at enemy cups. I'll fix up them weapons. And the hell's with the money? I'll do it on my own damn sense of pride. Assuming he gets back to the Eye Crucible. It was because your haircuts are similar. I'm only like twice the height of Rowena. I can understand why it's easy to mix this up. And 2 months ago, deserve a company's aversion to our partnership. Splendid. Though I never guessed I would have guessed carrot juice could be so intoxicating. I was concerned for our good Smith's health, you see. Had Melio switch his spirits to something less potent several rounds ago. The Mare Hind's like us sublime, but too much can wreak havoc on a man's constitution. So that's the secret, is that Geralt's actually a lightweight. It's just he doesn't know when to stop. It's the worst part. He always switches drinks up halfway in. I literally did that to someone else, didn't I? As part of I think a role quest. Yeah. There was a time when I too devoted every waking moment to my craft. But alas, running a mercantile empire comes with its own responsibilities. Monetary woes notwithstanding, I do envy Master Geralt his purity of purpose. And on that note, let us return to our pointed acquisitions. We shall require 3 chunks of the aforementioned chondrites as soon as you are able. I do like this questline in terms of, like, the 2 best smiths in the realm, like, collide in their interactions. I do appreciate that. Fuck, I wish the process to get the relics was anything better. Sometimes you think Geralt's liver has tried to kill itself. He builds himself a new one. Where are you? Jabrana! I need 3 of your rarest meteors, thank you. A chondrite! Amplifying a chondrite. Make sure I buy the right thing so I don't have to, like, rhyme poetics on stream. There we go. With my amplifying a chondrite. Go back to the High Crucible. Geralt! I think the furnace has me all sobered up. And also the fact that you only had a couple drinks because carrot juice. Let's have them special rocks, yeah? The Sunken meteorite contains deposits of rare form of pyroxene. Once injected to an advanced extraction process, the chondrite produces mineral oil, which can be used to manipulate the pathways of ethereal conductivity. It's gonna set up like 15 minutes, it'll be fine. I do need to go back to Zadnor. I need to finish getting my Valors of, like, murder or whatever it is. I reckon that's enough. There's one other thing that's been bothering me. Was Rainer there at the Mayheim? I don't really remember. Ah, forget it. Let's get this lordship over here before I lose me will to forge. Now for the finishing touch. The Maxilla Mandeville oil. Before you finalize the mixture, however, you must tell us how you wish your weaponry to serve you in battle. The ratio of the coatings ingredients will greatly influence the armament's various qualities, so think carefully how you give your answer. Doesn't really matter, but big crit determination, small spell speed. I was gonna go all in on piety. I was gonna go all in on piety. Oh, it just like automatically maxes it out for you now. You don't even like choose the individual rates. It is actually just, it is max on this stat. And the other stat's a little bit. But piety sucks. That's why it's funny. That's why it's funny. That's why it's funny to put piety in my relic. Understood, your wish is our command. I'm gonna pentiment piety on this, just to piety all of you. What? I don't think it makes sense. But this is the weapon I wanted. Yo! Oh, we start with the glowing stage here. We've immediately jumped. I mean, I guess there's one more patch after this, so they don't have enough time to actually give us the non-glow and then glow versions of this. And just done! Beyond the result, undying devotion to craft and excellence. An array of majestic Mandeville wings. Yeah! Yeah! Had you not so bravely confessed your grievances that evening, I dare say this degree of collaborative work would have remained unattainable. Oh, well, my memories are might fuzzy on that score, but I'll take me victories where I can get them. As always, Manifest, should you wish to enhance other mandible weapons or possession, needle say the word. My diligent retainers at your service. Lord Godbird. Though it shames me to admit, the expertise necessary to manufacture the Maxilla Mandeville oil is beyond my limited alchemical knowledge. Don't look at me. If I can fix magic potions, I'd have grabbed my hair back a long time ago. Oh, I'm aware and proven insurmountable feat for you as well. Which is why I haven't played a Master Alchemist. Huh. Bloody old taste in clothes, but at least he's wearing some. A newest addition to House Mandeville retinue will assist with further augmentations, and oversee the preparation of the oil. It'll also be able to readjust your weapon's properties should you bring him the required quantity of a contract. Change the stats, man! I have found another muscle to join our group. This has been a monumental step forward, my friends. The one stage remains ere the Mandeville weapon's evolution can be considered complete. I know you was leading up to that. Let me guess. Would a sit here breathless with anticipation while you sort out what comes next? Precisely. But the process is likely to be a lengthy endeavor, so I do suggest you continue breathing. Final step is upon us, Manifest. Pre-indulge this ambition of mine one last time. Well, I have the whole reason I'm doing this as Sage now. What comes next? Go get tomes for more space junk. Yay! Yay! Man of weaponry adjustments can be do there. It's a single chunk to readjust the stats. Reforge! Majestic Mandeville wings. Hello there. You can readjust my tributes. Oh, you're just gonna sit with that above your head permanently. Fun. Okay, cool. Let me move that into my inventory in the proper spot. No! No! No. There we go. Leave him there. Yo! Disciple of... That's Disciple of War. Disciple of Magic, sorry. Matte Replica, Majestic Mandeville Wings. These are the weapons I actually wanted. There we go. I don't have the dyes on me. We need to stop by a market board. What dyes did I want? I saved it somewhere on my computer. What color did I want these? I forgot. I've done a forgore. We need to go to a market board. Alright, I see what we're buying. Quick! To the roads on either plaza. Wait, where is the market board here? Wait, is there a market board here? Is there a market board here? This is a subsidy. I actually don't know if there's a market board. Not in rats. Teleport to Sharlayan. I shall journey to Sharlayan, strike a bargain with the woman who sells the color of dye that I want at the market board. Alright, where's the market board? There it is. Market my board! Let me look at you. If I dye something now, if I then put it into the, Glamour Dresser after the fact, does it retain the dyes or does it lose the dyes? I actually don't remember. So I need to put it in the Glamour Dresser and then dye it, or can I dye it now and then put it in the Glamour Dresser and it's fine? Because my brain says I've done it that second order sometimes, and it's lost to the dye. Metallic ruby. Metallic ruby red. There we go. Fuck, this dye's expensive. Holy shit. That's so expensive. Oh my god. Keeps it. Doesn't matter if you dye it before or after. The issue is if you dye it on a plate. Oh, okay. Then cool. I can worry about putting it into... a glamour dresser off stream. And I don't have to worry about shit. There we go. Was pearl white the primary color? Pearl white's the primary color. I've tried this on before and I had to make sure I had the right colors. There we go. And then ruby red. There we are. These are gonna look so sick. They're gonna look so sick. This is why I keep Bronze and Sharlayan as my free destinations. I only have one, I think. Wait, actually I have to then apply the glamour. Go over here so I remember what I'm doing with you later. Cast glamour! There we go. I did it the wrong way! No! Fucking... Oh! Now I've wasted the money. I did it the wrong way around. Now I have to buy more pearl white though. I guess it's a good thing that other one came in too. I did it the wrong way around. This is why I usually bother with the glamour dress and not just do it out in public because I don't know what I'm doing. It's alright, I have 33 million gil. An extra 20k is a well, I guess more than that. The drop in the bucket. Though I do need to dispel the glamour. Terebinth! Terebinth! Give me, I don't need that many of them. Buy this, thank you. Okay. Cast glamour onto this. Remove it. How do I not have... Oh, glamour, oh. Terebinth's undying it. Oh, I'm so bad at everything! I'm going to the end. I don't know what I'm doing. I always use the glamour dresser. I use glamour dresser for everything. I only do things with the glamour dresser, and this is why. Because I don't know what I'm doing because I'm an idiot. Ojika! Send me to my room. I'm too dumb to be allowed on the streets. I'm shoving this in here. I'm gonna stop being lazy. Don't understand why. Because I was too lazy to walk over here. I was too lazy to walk over here. I was too lazy to... Stop it. Stop. I'm gonna scream at myself for being an idiot. Wait, I'm already doing that. There we go. Change glamour plate. What? There, finally. There we go. I did it! I did it! I did it! There we go. I finally have my sage weapon that I wanted. Let's go! Would you like to see it? There we go! Hell yeah. I finally did it! I finally worked out how to do things properly. There we go. Yeah. Sage is one of those weapons where it's hard to pose with it and actually like show them off because they all stand around you. But look! There we go. This is very much built around the glam that I'm planning on using for Sage, not my current one. The only change is the Dawn Trail top. I'm gonna use Dawn Trail job gear. Because the Dawn Trail job gear has like a scarf. And on the back of the coat, it has like a like the scarf goes down in 2 pieces. So the idea is going to be that it will look white, like the base of it will be white, and then the scarf of the job coat will be red. So from the back, the outfit is white with 2 red stripes. And going along those red stripes is these long, sharp red and white weapons. It's very much built around the glam I'm planning on it having, I just don't currently have. Raven 7 might want to bring an even better looking sage weapon. I mean, it's gonna take a bit for it to top this, for how it's gonna work with the glam I plan. How this will work with the glam that I have planned for this weapon, that's gonna be the harder thing to find if something beats that out. Because yeah, just these running alongside the big red stripes on the white on there. I mean, I can show it to you now. Is anyone online? Oh, T-shirt, you're in a duty. I was gonna say, if you're online, you can link me the top because you're in Dawn Trail, and I can show you. But yeah, I'll do this. I'll try on, and I'll save the outfit. So when you send me when you can, I can do that later. When you link it to me, I can show you what it looks like today. I'll save the rest of the outfit because the rest of it's staying the same. And then you can send me that, and then I can show you what it will look like now. Anyway, what else? That took a while to do, Hildibrand, because I'm really slow at everything. What are we doing next? Oh, we're going to Crystarium. We have the other Geralt. We have Geralt at our second home, right? We have Geralt at home too. Well, I think these two are cooking up something over here. I will leave them to their own devices. I will not interrupt them, nor will I put on names to show that there's cameras next to their names. Gretel! I brought an alien. Do you like the alien? The joy of Zoe. Gretel has good tidings to share. A sight for sore eyes is ever manifest. Splendor is still treating you well, I hope. You might be pleased to know that our work's paying off, and Line and Mistress Mullen's coffers besides. With the schematics of the tools finalized, we forged a fresh batch for the boutique. And I'm told our first shipment sold like hot coffee biscuits or something. Coffee biscuits! I'm back. I remember the first of the month is buy your free PS Plus teleportation again. For some reason, though. Oh, yeah. I don't... Do I have PS Plus? Oh, yeah, I do, because Monster Hunter Wilds. Yeah, I do have PS Plus because Monster Hunter Wilds. That might be the free size. I could probably use that then. Because I think my free destination I currently have is because of two-factor authentication. So I probably could actually get a second one. Because I just have PS Plus because of Monster Hunter Wilds currently. So I probably actually could save a bit extra gil. Truly, Master Colonel. Well, that's wonderful news. I put my heart into every strike of the anvil, of course. But I was rather worried that the quality of my work might suffer when we began mass production. You heard the man. Coffee biscuits. Hot coffee biscuits. You know how much the lesbians of the first love their coffee biscuits? My encouragement is much appreciated, Manifest. Really, you must take more pride in my work. So should you, considering how much you've contributed to this endeavor. PS Plus and Taveta. It's a great guild save when you're questing. Yeah, I probably should put one on Radzet Han. Would have helped for like the entirety of the Endwalker patch series, but well, too late. I'm dumb. It's not like I need to save the gil. I have 33 million gil on my... The tools and masterworks in their own right, Miss Orosley. It's only natural they are lauded as such. Our patrons have no but praise for what you have wrought. What the tools' adaptive nature is spread throughout Yulmore like wildfire. And connoisseurs from all over Northront are lining up in droves to inquire about our next shipment. Aww. In fact, Mistress Moore has requested your presence in Yulmore to discuss further business opportunities. So it seems she has mind to introduce you to one of our most influential patrons. Wicked white! Never mind wildest dreams that I think I'd be invited to Yulmore of all places. It's an honor, really, it is. But are you quite sure she wants me there? Mistress Moan's a sharp one, lass. As long as I've known her, she hasn't once steered me wrong. If she means for us to take part in the next step of her grand design, I reckon we oblige her. Pleasure is perfectly fine, but the thought of it still makes me twitchy as a mort's tail. If we really are going, I'd feel a little less out of place if our friends the Warrior of Darkness accompanied us. What do you say, Manifest? I'll join. Ba, 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 ba. Can I remember if it's CFA or the extra chocobo bad that gives you the frame, which gives you the preferred? I think TFA is free, because I don't think I have the extra chocobo bag. Oh, we've got a queue of people here. Let me guess. You're on one of the boutique Splendorous tools? Ha! You and everyone else in Northront. Every skilled arson worth their salt's been climbing for a tool that draws out their full potential. Myself included. Just good to see you, my friends. By your expressions, I take the throng of artisans' hunger for your handiwork, made for a warm enough welcome. As you can see, with no shortage of patrons hoping to savor the fruits of your labor. Few can resist the allure of tools created with the Warrior of Darkness's collaboration. And there are viewers still who would gainsay their efficiency. Our patrons were especially captivated by the adaptive properties you've incorporated. And I have no doubt that your work shall remain a staple of the boutique for quite some time. We did well. As everyone must consider what this success means for the future of trade in Northrend, and how these tools might revitalize our markets. To that end, I should like you to meet with one of our patrons, if you would follow me to the outer deck. Tried to crack my neck, it didn't work. Ah, there we go. Will it be someone we know or a brand new character? Here's the question. Here's the question. Dwarf. It's a dwarf. Iron Frog! Look out, Mistress Moen! Prepare to crank your rusty bastard! Into the ground? Yeah. Didn't think a move all in one of them bloody old dreams would come in handy. But if it means getting the 3 you're safe and sound, that's all what matters. Is that him doing the fucking mammoth fighting? The mammoth fighting thing that Gerald had to do? Oh my god. Now that I think about it, something seems up about the way this little bugger charged at us. Maybe I can fix some of their faulty mechanisms. What about the grounds around it? That completely shattered. Can we actually get a flying Iron Frog mount? I want a flying Iron Frog mount. And done! With the amount of improvement to its movement capabilities, so the great one can fly just about anywhere. It needs rusty old wheels weighing you down, eh? I want. That's like a reward for Square Slab, so happy. My humble apologies. That poor creature sat dormant in the dwarves' stores for quite some time before I welcomed it into my collection. Precious as they may be, some antiques are simply bound to have more dust and rust than the others. But I must say, the rumors do, is this? But I must say, the rumors do not do your work justice, Master Grenell. Had I not known any better, I assume the Sign Frog was one of the dwarves' newest models. Yo! I wonder who it is. So, ooh, mysterious. Ooh, I don't know who it is, actually. Never mind. Ooh, I can't work out who this is. So it's an opportunist time ever for introductions. Oh, it's actually a... Oh, okay, never mind. Oh, never mind. It is actually a new character. Generic Gilmore of a character. I'll be honest, I thought it was going to be the Chais again. I thought it was going to be Delia. It is my honor to present you to Keshi Tarao, collector of curios and friend to the boutique. A generous assistance allowed us to procure the countless components required for our travails. Is it the fact that she has the exact same face as Dahlia? Sorry, Dulia. So they just, like, hide it with a masquerade mask so we don't have to, like, remodel the face. They made one model, so this one has to wear a mask now. The honor is all mine, really. The city may be known for its pomp and circumstance, but he didn't place me on a pedestal. At the end of the day, we Yulmorons are sinners, one and all. See, during Lord Vorthry's reign, I went to great lengths to obtain oddities of all sorts, reveling in relics from a realm that once was. The bulbs of the old world and their histories would be mine and mine alone, or so I selfishly believed. Can't believe all of these motherfuckers have, like, won on Seal Rock 100 times. Nah, I'm only at, like, 50, so it's bullshit. But our city's on the cusp of great change, and I feel I must change with it. And my contributions might shape the future of Norvrant is the most heartening prospect, and I am more than happy to play my part for the boutique. My prize possession to become the beating heart of this endeavor. Could not have dreamed of a greater purpose for them. They're the proverbial flames that will fuel your forges in the days to come. Like putting jetpacks on an iron frog. That is to say, you do plan on honing those adaptive tools further, yes? If you wish to reach even loftier heights, I'd be pleased to offer you the most priceless treasures I own. And I assure you there is plenty to spare. Yes, ma'am, that'd be wonderful, ma'am. I sort of put forth every effort and craft something worthy of your priceless treasures, ma'am. Let us make it official then. As chairman of the Boutique of Splendors, I hereby declare our newest venture underway. We shall forge superior tools to lead us onto new frontiers and serve as a beacon of hope for our builders and providers. I can see it now. A brave new age of tradesmen and tradeswomen, inspired by the trailblazing Mistel artisan who brought her cherished dreams to life with her companions. In order to bring this useful inspiration to the fore, however, I propose a new name for this new generation of tools. One that calls to mind the trailblazing Mistel herself. After I kindly offered to name our initial batch of tools for the boutique, 'tis only fair I return the favor. A splendid idea, dear Moen. Could not have said it better myself. I beg your pardon? I very much appreciate the sentiment, but me? You? You're as keen to improve this next batch tools as you say, and I know you'll do a damn fine job of it, then you've earned the right to brand them as your own. Your enthusiasm is encouraging, Miss Chorosoi, but you needn't fret. We have plenty of time before we must finalize such things. As the main matter of business is concluded, I recommend you bask in Yulmore's glorious sights before you depart. Perhaps it might serve as inspiration. Local cat girl is freaking the fuck out. As Euryphus, would you attend me a moment? There's another matter of business I wish to discuss at the reception counter. Yes, I'll get to the Resplendent tools someday. So I'll wait until I can literally macro all of them and I don't have to think about it. Not a goddamn day sooner. Willing to do the expert crafts without a macro for the freaking, like, Sky Steel tools and these ones. I'm not doing it for Resplendent. You can't make me. I now have my own hover chair. Moen, what's up? Our dear Grounds is quite chivalrous, is he not? Standing steadfast in the face of amphibious disaster. 'Tis an image I shan't soon forget. I did not request your presence simply to swoon, you understand. Your attendance at our dealings today was most appreciated. I realized the proposal to rebrand our tools was a shock to Miss Chorosoi, but I felt it necessary for her growth. Her ideas are a boon to her soul, and she must learn to take pride in the great success she has forged with you and Grounds. To feel like these works are truly hers. Knowing Grounds as I do, I'm certain he'll be eager to lend us his aid, but what of you? The house is not easy work. Will you join in with us and lend your support to Chorosoi once more? Excellent. You have my deepest gratitude, Manifest. Fostering connections and collaborations about a better Northront is the true mission of the boutique, after all. We'd be honored to have your assistance. If I'm not mistaken, Miss Granald and Miss Chorosoi have already departed for the Crystarium. Send them my regards, won't you? So I did with the current Dawn Tribeston slot. Yeah, just wait. Just wait until you can actually macro without thinking. I like expert crafting. It's just, like, at worst, the amount of expert crafts you had to do for the Skysteel tools was like 30 or 40 or so, like at absolute worst or something. Whereas at absolute best for Resplendent, it's 90 and they're harder. No, thank you. I'm not doing that. Can off have fun. Bye, Disbunny. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. I hope I've provided some entertainments after your stream with Eagle. Like, I always feel bad when I don't raid. But also, by the time I finish stream, everyone is just like, I need sleep. It is 4 in the morning. Don't you dare fucking raid. I can't remember the last time I set foot in Yulmore. Couldn't even be asked to visit the place another stone's throw away. Then again, it was alright paying to come and go anywhere from the underwater sanctuary. But enough of me mindless blabbering. How'd you find the trip, Miss Shoresley? Feeling refreshed after some time away from the main? I think I might be the opposite of refreshed, actually. I was so shaken up by the whole experience, I could hardly enjoy it all. It's very kind of interesting moment to suggest man next tools after me, and I don't mean to sound ungrateful, but I have the skills to become the beacon of hope she thinks I am. Well, then what am I to do, Master Criminal? Easy now, lass. First thing you want to do is take a deep breath and some time to calm yourself. Whether you think it or not, you do have the skills. And no matter which way you feel like taking this on, I'll be right there with you. That being said, Manifest, we're counting on your support. Together we'll forge out summoners to make the whole bloody realm want to take up a trade. Yay! Ba 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 ba. There we go. A tool of her own. Our Gabana. Gonna Gabana. Josley is going to continue improvements on the Slenderous tools. It feels like these relic tools have started awfully late. Like, after this patch, there's one more. Although I guess these tools do actually introduce 2 steps per patch. That's actually, now that I think about it, there is 2 steps per patch for this. 3.5 had 1, 4.5 has 1, and then I think like 5.1. Like, they each have 2 steps to do. It's the Hildibrand ones where there's 1 step for each thing you do. With a monumental task ahead of us, Manifest. This tool is truly to be named after me, but I must be sure to put my whole heart and more into its creation. When I originally suggested naming tools after Boutique, I did so to commemorate Miss Mowen's relationship with Master Grenell, but I think she would turn my proposal around on me like this. Don't want to integrate the regular crafting stuff? I guess that's fair. You wait until regular crafting and stuff is done, because they finish adding all of that stuff in 3.0, I believe. Is it 3.0? Right. Extra crafting materials and like the master recipes and everything like that, they get added in 0.10 and 0.30, right? Like the extra gathering nodes. I believe that's 0.10 and 0.30. So then 0.35 is like, and now you have the tools. Get best in slot with like with basic things that you'll have by 0.30, and then you'll work on the tool for the rest of it. 3's craft the best in slot, 4 is just new script gear that isn't as good. Ah, okay, so 4's the catch-up, yeah. 4's the catch-up. I mean, I guess that's also like how tome gear works. 4 will also introduce new tome gear, but also like the raid gear is there, like alongside it. What's all this about me and Mistress Mowen? Oh, nothing of import, really. It's just that you both have a very diligent working relationship. Yes, that. So diligent, in fact, I should really learn from your example and give my utmost effort for these next steps of the project. She wants to see you too, fuck. Who do you think those deep breaths I asked you to, lass? If you keep on panicking like a dwarf on their beard, your nerves will prevent you from showing your true colors on the forge. You need to relax them, then hammer away. And remember, your tools have already met with critical acclaim from the boutique. Send you a pile of orders from the size of Mount Gold, guy. But for you to get an opportunity more golden than that. Now's the time for action. Having the mean as our witness, we'll reshape your tools into something special. Not to mention, we've got the support of Mistress Kesha Trial this time. And who knows what sorts of areas she'll be providing. With components that remarkable, we've got the potential to craft something the world ain't never seen before. You're absolutely right, Master Colonel. I'll do my best, very best to not let you down, of course. But will we really be able to forge tools with items that rare? Promise Mrs. Kesha Trial that I would, but I'm beginning to have my doubts. It's possible. But when you work with new materials, you need to keep a sharp eye on them. Not only should you incorporate familiar components to keep your plans from going awry, We also want to observe how these new items altogether alter the forging process as a whole. Once you learn how to utilize them to your advantage and shape into something that satisfies you, it's also naturally take on features and flourishes that make them uniquely yours. Now, I may have helped you sort out things from our first tools, but this time I want you to craft them all by yourself. From concept to creation, so to speak. No project comes without its challenges, but I know you'll design something what will be proud to call your own. You got this. You really are the best team I could ask for. I suppose all I have to do is get to work. But let's see, for this project we'll need a healthy supply of customized carpenter's components. Well, I can supply those, of course, but they'll need something equally valuable for their trouble. In this case, a shipment of connoisseur's picture frames. Carefully crafted by one and only warrior in darkness. If I may, I've been entrusted with a letter from Mrs. Keshi Trow regarding our trade goods. If perhaps you wish to prove your promise as a provider, I shall share the secrets of several bounties forgotten by time. From them you may gather to your heart's content. Anything contained from these areas may be ethereally reduced in the components you require for your tools. Ethereal reduction is actually required, oh my god. Doing so may allow you to obtain what you seek faster than I can provide, in fact. Because perfectly acceptable to exchange your components as normal, so you're going to gather your supplies however you wish. Look forward to hearing tales of your success in Yulmore and beyond. For some reason your stream's background on mobile is Akiyama hitting a baseball? Why? Why? Ominous battle waiting to hit a there. Why is that? I'm honored to know that Mistress Keshi Trow has placed so much of her trust in your endeavors. Just as she says, clear the components required for gathering tool you may utilize ethereal reduction to obtain the same materials offered by the boutique. And that covers the main task, I should think. Everyone else is just same as before. Remember to use your tool during the procuring process, and our stores will be full of rare components in no time at all. And the rest of your way straight to Kanana, she'll provide us the components we seek from our usual stock. Any questions? Please note them the master ground, since I'll be especially busy this time. I know very well how much I'm asking of you, so there's no rush. Once you got exactly what we need, bring them to me along with your tool, and we'll forge up something extraordinary. To craft, go craft. Craft. And also place things in the right spot so it works. So what's the... there's the replicas. Yeah, so this is the picture frame to get the component. It's in Discord if you want a visual. Why? Why is it that? It's so confusing. So, what's this about ethereal reduction? For this step? I'm confused about the ethereal reduction element. Because she said, like, give us hunts or something for it? Grant us eyes or whatever. Is that decent? No, there's a specific thing that is ethereal reduction. You use it on stuff that you gather from ephemeral nodes. Prove your promise as a provider. I shall share the secrets of several bounties forgotten by time. From then you may gather to your heart's content. Is this just for gatherer? Is that the idea? Is this a gatherer specific thing? Look, craft brained enough for this. Because that's kind of what I'm getting. If you're doing gatherer, like you have special nodes now, gather stuff, desynth, turn in desynth items. So it's a gatherer thing specifically. Wait, so is it... Wait, so when you do the ethereal reduction, Is it this you get out of it? Like if you can decent gathered items. Ethereal reduction, it's a very specific thing. Do I even have it on my... I don't have it on my main menu. Actions and traits. Go to general. Ethereal reduction. Break down an item to its ethereal components. So yeah, this is effectively decent for certain items you gather. It's specifically called ethereal reduction. Generally, there's only a certain type of node that does this, called ephemeral nodes. Like if I go to gather a log, I don't know if I'll have any of them here. Primum Sublime collectibles? Okay. Sky's still added too. First it was gathered on base steals, future 17 items from ethereal reduction. Oh, okay. Oh, so here's this. There we go. When gathering collectibles, you may come across prime collectibles, items whose composition is in flux. Prime collectible items will, that have reached maximum collectability will, on occasion, yield exceedingly rare items from ethereal reduction. These prime collectibles may also become sublime collectibles when they are gathered with maximum collectability, which guarantees the yield of rare items from ethereal reduction. A higher gathering rate increases your chance of a prime collectible becoming sublime. Okay. Okay. It's for special rare gathering for the expert recipes. Oh, okay. Sometimes they can only be gathered after attaining a sufficient perception rating. Yeah, that I'm familiar with. Yeah, so see how it says, like, legendary node? I believe ethereal reduction is generally stuff that is ephemeral node, I believe it's called. Is that correct? It's usually ephemeral node. I forget the exact difference between unspoiled and legendary and ephemeral. That's also new. There's different tiers within certain nodes. I'm so ephemeral I dissolve in water. Yeah, all these are the same legendary. I forget. I forget. I forget. This is end tier. This is like end game gathering. It's not something I'm that familiar with. I'm not even doing gatherer for this. I'm just gonna make a bunch of shit. I'm just gonna deliver 90 customized carpenters components, which will require me to make 30 of these picture frames perfectly. Which for this I require I require 30 select dark chestnut lumbers, and then some red pine lumber and some linen canvas. Show me raw materials list. Red pine flat. Okay, I don't need like extra. So let me just buy 30 select dark lumbers while I'm here, so I know that I gotta do that. Select dark chestnut lumber, was it? What's that? I've already forgotten. I've already forgotten. Yeah, chestnut. It is chestnut. It is chestnut. It's what your mum did to me last night. Chestnut. Doesn't really work. Doesn't really work. Either way, there. I now have this. I'm gonna chuck this into this, and I'll do that off stream. I'll come back next week. Unspoilable basics have like rarefied stuff all time, stuff that isn't level cap. Legendary are the actual endgame folklore nodes. Oh, okay. Legendary is folklore as well. Okay, got it. Gotcha. Understood. Understood. Anyways, while we're here, let's do things a little out of order to how we normally do them. Let's do a custom delivery while we're here. Because we are only a couple of steps away from Leader Laurent anyways. The sound of my custom deliveries and vibe. That's That's the way to do it. Don't know custom deliveries and vibe, and you're still max level and everything. And then buy script gear, and don't worry. My thing is more so, I don't see a point in me bothering. I'm not at the actual endgame. Feral stuff's like you said, time stuff for ethereal reduction. Then they're regular gathering. Look, okay, I just couldn't find any examples then. Yeah, my thing is, I'll worry about, like, what endgame crafting and gathering is like when I'm actually at endgame. Like, I went to the effort of making best in slot for Shadowbringers for Crafter to be like, what is it like to do the craft, like, what was it like to get the Sky Seal tools with best in slot that I could have for Shadowbringers? So I made best in slot Shadowbringers gear, but obviously, like, traits and extra abilities past level 80 kind of made that cheating. Train die itself is like a massive cheat. Everything like that. But for me, it's a case of just, I'm not going to worry about going super deep into that endgame crafting gathering stuff for expansions that aren't actually at the endgame. I'll wait until I'm at actual endgame to learn more about it. Because trying to bother with that for old expansions, there's just no need to. There's so many other ways around it. Good morning, Manifest. I feel likely to regain the rest of my memories at any moment. Just a little further, I'm sure to recall my true form. Oh. There we go. Sorry, let's go Sage for a quick second. Let's go Sage. This is what I'm talking about. This is my plan for eventual Endwalker Glam. This is this is the idea. It'll be this. It'll be the metallic red. And there we go. There we go. See? Look how cool that looks. Because this is the top I want to use. The Asclepian coat. It's really nice. I really like it. But look! This is why I think like these weapons work well for this glam. Because on the back it lines up with the big scarf on the back. That's the idea. Again, Sage is one of those weapons where I want to build the glam around what it looks like sheathed. Because when the Sage weapons are around you, they're so far away from you and so far away from each other that it doesn't really give it a visual aesthetic unless they're huge and chunky. So for me, the Sage weapon is like, what does it look like when it's sheathed? Because that's what actually matters. And for me, I really like that. For me, I really like this. Just like lines up with the scarf, all nice and everything like that. And because it's all like metallic colors and even like metallic white, well, it's a pearl white. It like makes it shine compared to the outfit. But like, look how perfect this hat ended up being. This new hat that they added. Because you can dye just the brim of the hat. So I can dye the hat to have a red brim to match the scarf. I struggled for so long with Sage of just being like, what hat do I put on Sage? I can't find any hats in the game that suit Sage and like feel like a Minifist hat. What do I do? And then they added this hat. And then they added this hat. It's like a star hat or something like that. And yeah, look. They also made the brim dyeable and it's like, it's so perfect. The behatted doctor. Dr. Hat. What's the name of this hat? Yeah, I'm a Star Captain hat. It works so well. It works so well. I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it. This is the surgeon in residence on the love boat. Not AO's here. No. Andon! I have some traditional Verbicide handicraft to hand you. Both the high population artisans who crafted armor, weapons, all sorts of things. No doubt a master craftsperson stands somewhere in these flowering fields. A leaf man forever dreaming of creation. Thank you, thank you, thank you again. We're nearly there. We're nearly there. Oh, fuck, babe, we're so close. Yes, just like that. Keep going. Bad 80 show? 70 show? Don't remember. Look what I got. I must say, it recently feels easier than ever to recall details from my former life. I'm all aflutter. I don't just mean the breeze through my branches. I have little doubt that it's all thanks to you and this incredibly familiar supplies you've been bringing me. The desire to put my hands on them is overwhelming. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Yes, I know these waves of inspiration well. Without a doubt, I passed many a happy evening absorbed in my crafting. Remember making and selling all sorts of things. Sheepskin rugs, for instance, and they fetched a good price too. Nothing warms a stone house better. You have a warm, fluffy rug in your house too, Endon. Oh, it was so very, very soft and lovely for snoozing. Oh, I did, didn't I? Remember becoming so absorbed in the finer points of crafting and leatherwork, I wanted to petition different sorts of skin from this Mistel hunter I knew. What was their name again? Renderai. Oh my god, Mistel. He's a leaf man, we don't know how he's talking. Yes, yes, I had a feeling this was coming. You know me so well, Endon. But don't restrain yourself. I do so love it when you bluster and fluster and wiggle about in delightful confusion. Go on, go on. Huh? We flustered on commands, that's not... How am I supposed to... Oh, I'm doing it, aren't I? That reminds me. They say there's a fiery and Mistel made entirely of crystal who's friends with that king. Any friend of the king must be friends with their sapling, right? I'm gonna slap you. I'm gonna fucking slap. I swear to fucking God. I'm gonna fucking hit you. I knew it! Orange and the Crystal Mistel. What lovely friends you have. Friends. The Warrior of Life had started weeping. The Warrior of Life. I like that new title. I am the Warrior of Life now. You suppose I had friends? I remember a particular group of people with whom I associated. Yes, they would help me with work sometimes, and... I'm tired, so am I. Oh, that's right. It's people I've been remembering. They were travelers. A Gaugen, 2 elves, a dwarf, and a Mistel, eh? There was one more, wasn't there? Who was it? Hume? He's been transforming into all of the members of the Warriors of Light of this world. Of course! Ardbert! Oh, fuck. Wait, what's that look for? Did you know Ardbert as well? What a coincidence! I suppose he did traverse the realm on his various adventures, but he and his comrades spent a winter here once. They held with all sorts of little requests and errands, and at the end of the long day's work, we often broke bread together. Our first meeting was rather dramatic, though. I seemed to give them all quite a shock. But after that initial awkwardness, we became fast friends. If ever they ventured nearby, they would always make a point to call. Wait, why were they so shocked by me? Something feels odd. I wonder what it is. Warrior of Life sounds like an anti-abortion vigilante. With the power of misogyny, I will harass this doctor. A familiar friends-alike face. Seems a different sort of question to ask you. Satisfaction guaranteed. Every Andon of the rainbow. Andon is deep in thought. Also, one may assume. His face remains inscrutably leafy. Q, manifest! Travel far and wide as Albert once did. Tell me, what sort of encounter would leave one so forthright as a loss for words? Meaning a talking shrub might do it. One with a person all too like myself. If you mean to ask Albert, why not consult Seto instead? Seto. Where have I heard that name? Oh! Albert's Amara, was it? Wait a moment. I recognize a certain irony in my asking, but Are you suggesting this Amaro can speak? It's highly unusual. So at least I dare say I would be the one in shock if I were to ever meet. Rare occurrences, unexpected experiences. Oh! That's why none of AOT's glamours felt quite right. Might have called the Fairy King. I think I've remembered who I am. I know where this is going. Because the game spoiled it earlier. Farewell, my most beautiful and beloved branch. I need you. Oh, to be called so passionately by my sweetest sapling. My spirit is all song. Farewell. Of course, of course. Your branches come to offer up the full extent of their power, just as they promised. Leafman, heed me well. These magics are to fail. You will melt into earth this naught but an amalgamation of soil and grime. Have you remembered your true form? Marrow to soul? Yes. Yes, I have! I think. Very well, then. Let us see what you become. Oh my god! All this time, Anson was a male Vieira! That's why they were so surprised by him! Because there's no other male Vieiras in the entirety of Shadowbringers! It worked! I'm a person! A real person! So, yeah, when we first started this custom delivery quest, when Andon was still entirely a leaf, with, like, a leaf man without any form of head, there was a couple of frames. Where Andon turned into this model, like at the very, very start of the quest line when I did it. We loaded out of a cutscene. This Andon, male Vieira Andon, loaded in and then quickly turned into the giant leaf man. So, yes, I've been completely aware where this is going the entire time. One that's just off screen at Yellow Quest. There we go. It's kind of cute. Just look at me! I haven't got roots or leaves or anything anymore. I'm free! Ooh, Andon! True Andon! I miss you of most of all Andons. You're the one who turned him into a leaf man in the first place, presumably. Makes sense, don't it? Men's desire hardly coincide even amongst our own people. I'm sure I would never expected to meet one of us out here. Yeah, green hair, like fuck me. Talking mad to me now. I left the Great Wood to explore outside the world, came to Vobert, met my very first sheep, and the rest is history. I was truly happy as a shepherd. If it were not for the flood. Of course, the flood! My village. Did it survive? I must go and see what became of it. You're leaving, Andon? But you've never left, not even when those white beasties came to slope you up and crunch your bones. Leafless man, understand. We pixies do not want to release the mortals we adore. As you yourself were once so favored by the Fae, I grant you permission to remain in the Kingdom of Rainbows. If such is your wish. In your true and rightful form, of course. Yet, however, you're no longer bound to our land. You are free to travel the wide realm as still as my brave sapling. Think carefully upon your decision, mortal, though you have no cause to regret it. Oh, I've so enjoyed this time with you, my adorable dearest sapling. Let us meet again soon. Yes, very soon. Bye, farewell. I'm legitimately worried that between today and yesterday that this is gonna go over 12 hours. There's a lot to cut out from both of them, so hopefully it'll be fine. Have you ever been to Ratika Greatwood Manifest? I'd imagine you've had a course to visit the V settlements there. I lied to them and said I was a Rokkon descendant. No, they're Ronka. And you been to Fano? Well then. My village is far in from the woods, but Fano might be a good place to start. We weren't going to be that far. To be honest, I'm not sure I could explain myself with any credibility if questions. I tell you, there's more than just one view of a village. Thank you. Your presence is more reassuring than you know. No, 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 no! How could you, Endon? I thought I tried so hard to keep you safe. I tried to help the others to give you leaves and roots so those awful monsters couldn't touch you. So you could live happily ever after with your precious sheep. Ow. You turned me into a leaf man to protect me. Oh, Aotea. My apologies, Manifest. I think Aotea and I need some time to speak alone. Go on in to find out, would you? I'll meet you there. No need to pray, Aotea. I was gonna visit, nothing more. Oh, I've heard that one before. So I was filled with pretty V's, lady V's. You know, leave forever and forget all about me. I forbid it. You mustn't go. Oh, and then please don't go. I've heard they got bunny girls over there. I know what you men are like when you see bunny girls. I mean, not wrong. I mean, not wrong. It's been a while since I've been laid. It's been a hot minute since I've been laid. There you are. Hope you weren't waiting over long. Been quite some time since I've navigated these woods or had legs. You there! Halt! Same color hair. Undivided male blundering gracefully through the trees like a child. Feel like the scout thought to call me before anyone else. But to think we'd meet again, Jiltet. Jiltet? Oh, of course, Jiltet! Which makes you Talina. Just came back to me. And it is an assumed name, you see. My birth name is Jiltet, and this person who looks quite a lot like me is... Talina, Jiltet's younger sister. It's an honor to make your acquaintance, Rokkon. Before I spoke to me of your departure, but after the flood, I had given up hope on never seeing you again. I don't think part of your name is one thing, but to forget it entirely. What the outside will do to you, brother? I don't know how to explain. I was turned into a leaf man by pixies. Lot to explain. I hardly believe what I'm hearing, Jiltet. While we were fleeing unimaginable disaster, you were too captive with your sheep so much to seek shelter. Spared certain death only by the caprice of a fae, who spent the intervening time as a leafman, blissfully unaware of your own existence. Immitigable disaster. So our village is painful though it was, the band in the village when we did spared many a fate of worse than death. Many, but not all. Some, but not many, but not all. Some fell to sin eaters, while others had since left the woods as you did. I may not find many you recognize here, Jolton. If you decide to join the Gatewood even so, however, I would welcome you. I had best return to Ilmeg. Someone needs to look after the sheep. Also, owe debt to someone there. Very same as someone who transforms me, actually. I too assumed that they made me into a leaf man on a whim. But that's not the case. It was all to ensure I wouldn't become something far worse, or even that the true me might safely live on. To turn my back on them after that seems... Gosh. But I never abandoned my little sister either. Perhaps I can visit, as my duties allow. Unfettered yet on a bounce. What? Yeah. Not even being changed into a bush could shake that from you, I see. Very well. Come and visit when you have the chance. I'm sure the other girls would be glad of. Or... Struggling. Good V's boys, or any V's boys for that matter, are in low supply these days. So I suggest you leave ere you find yourself some less tutors. Unless that sounds like better fun than your sheep. Your stage guides is duly noted, sister. Truly, Tina, I'm glad to see you well. Let us meet again soon! Let's turn to the hunt. Be my thanks. Lahi. Lahi. Oof. So fun fact, if you're a male viewer, she extends over to you if you want to go out back and fuck any hot bun girls. Incredible. Incredible. Glad we got out there without any fuss. Smoke and Salinas did not bode well for me. Death by snowstorm. I can't believe our village is gone. But I'm grateful that I've seen my sister again. I remember my birth name. I was lied to when I left forest. I thought taking a local name would be to strengthen my resolve. Thus, Andon the Shepherd was born. A good Vertebrate sheep king with a good Vertebrate name. As saying as I am still of a Vertebrate sheep keep, or close enough to one anyway, I think I'll stay Andon for the time being. Though I doubt some balls took that up. Oh, my thoughts are finally clear. Finally, I feel like my own self. True and whole. Thank you for helping me manifest. So I couldn't have done it without you. Oh, I'm so happy you came back, Andon. I was ready to throw you into a scary, sticky dream if you didn't. Just as I promised. Can't wait to get back to shepherding. And I have a debt or two to repay when you're concerned. Eotir. Silly Andon, you don't owe me anything at all. Don't you remember? You used to leave out little offerings of sheep, silk, and sweeties all the time. Say that you remember. Oh, I did, didn't I? I heard tales of pixies that lived in these parts, so I made a point to leave them little things they might enjoy. Call it a force of habit from my days standing woodland spirits. But you don't mean to say. I do, Andon. Long ago this land was ruled by people, and those people never really believed we pixies were anything more than clever little stories. And why should they? We always kept ourselves snugly out of sight with glamours. But you believed us. Kind, sweet, trusting Andon would always leave treats and milk. Oh, I'd never known so much happiness. So I watched over you always, Andon. Even when it was hard to. Even when you were in such peril but refused to even look at your flock. Couldn't watch you turn into one of those monsters. I had to do something to repay all your kind and generous gifts. That's why I turned you into a leafman, so you can stay safe and whole with the sheep you loved most. But if you wish to thank me with bushels and bushels of adorable little things, and then I can't say no. Can't say no. Not to you, my true and lovely Rice. Blah, blah, blah. Blah. If you wish to thank me with bushels and bushels of adorable little things, and then I shan't say no. Not to you, my true and lovely Andon. Oh, a flattery of yours. But I can tell it would make you happy. And that rather makes me happy. So I'll prepare some milk and sweets for you again sometime. Ah, that's right, Andon. Dearest Andon. Let us live happily and together forever and ever. And ever after on. We need something for you to keep crafting forever, I guess. Well, the kings actually think carefully, and I believe they've reached a decision that suits me well. But they're never, in fact. Mortals are fine, I suppose. But I feel freer among these fae folk. And now that I can hold things, I can draft and grade for whatever my flock might need. Lurking leaf and irritations of my former colleagues. Not to mention myself. I'm still rather unnerving, though. Kind of think that. As long as I'm here, I might as well serve as sort of guide for any mortals who unwittingly stumble into Ilmeg. Been quite a while since I had to consider such things, but what are people wearing these days? No, wait, maybe best if you show me. If you found something that would make me look welcoming and approachable, I'd be most happy to try it. Well, see, there's this glam. Ameliance loves it, right? She absolutely adores it. Funny girls are okay. I'm just gonna hang out here with my sheep instead. Pretty things, lovely knickknacks, and Illy does. With bigger rewards. Now we can just claim him however we want. A labor of leaf. Iltia's looking particularly pleased with himself. But there's another! What's happening to the king? I have a fascinating delight to show you. But he seems to have wandered off somewhere. Could you look for him, please? When I say him, I mean another Andon. You'll know once you find him. You'll see. I made another one. I made another Andon. Andon! Slaughtering Love believes looks strongly similar to like Andon. He wants you. Perhaps this is what Aeltir is seeking. The event's trying to communicate, but unlike Andon, seems incapable of speech. Oh, you found him! Now, now, I prepared this sweet shrublet for a very special reason. Will you hear it? As long as I've known him, I've always wanted to speak with Andon. Oh, how I hoped to mind. Then suddenly my wish came true. Now here I am, spending day after day talking and laughing and playing with you both. I don't think any pixie's ever known such fun. That is why I wish to repay your kindness with a little gift. Not a talking leaf man, but a walking leaf man. His name's Andon 3. I borrowed some of the original Andon's leaves after pruning him. Twisted a branch here, nip a bud there, and there you have it! Oh, isn't he adorable? Your very own personal Andon! Speaking of personal, I mustn't keep you long. Lest the game think I'm trying to steal away their precious sapling. What happened to Andon 2? Don't worry about it. As though I would when I have Andon. Ooh, Andon. Andon 3 horn for a mount. Oh no. Oh no. Ba 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 ba. Horrifying. Horrifying. Can you check the bisexual gemstone vendor? I can do that. But I can also do this. Lovely box of pretty things. Give an air to milk and sweets like I used to. If anything handmade you think they might enjoy, I'd be most obliged. There we go. There we go. Thank you for bringing me so many nice things, Manifest. It's always so good to chat with another person. Pixies certainly make their own fun, but their games can get rather exhausting at times. Yeah, they'll do that. Ta-da! Ta-da! Alright, bisexuals! Bisexuals! I love bisexuals. Andon! Andon God! Hey! Andon God! There we go. There we go. Andon God! Yeah! Fucking Leafman head. Just be an absolute bastard and glam Andon and put this back on him. Just be an absolute prick. What is another mount that we have today? Andon 3! And gratitude for your kindness, the Pixie Ale did give to these particularly ambulatory plants, which I carried from the leaves of the original Andon after printing him. While it resembles its namesake, it lacks the power of speech, and there's no telling what thought lies behind its permanently horrified expression. Well, if you time something new shows up in the stores from a quest. Yeah, I guess, yeah. Without, like, knowing, like, without going through, like, the log specifically and just being like, oh, why is this Endwalker thing sell from a fucking gemstone trader in Ilmeg? Should be a Lara Brea and Elpis on lungs from Pandemonium. I'm finished Shed Fates for, I'm not at a point where I'm finished Shed Fates for, a lot of Endwalker. I still have Elpis and Ultima Thule. I've done Shed Fate everywhere else. Though I did notice some of the 12 are now appearing as triple triad cards in the Gold Saucer. I did notice that. So I have some of the 12 as cards from Gold, like, you just buy them from the Gold Saucer vendor. It's the same with, like, the Endsinger themselves. The Endsinger card, you buy this from the Gold Saucer. Because the card you get from the trial is Medion. But yeah, like, I've got Biagot here. Naltenthal, Roger, and Azima. I don't know which ones of these, like... Yeah, so here, yeah, Thal's like Gold Saucer. Biagot's also Gold Saucer. Halone, Gold Saucer. So there's a couple that are Gold Saucer for, like, buying them as well. That is like, oh shit, every fight is important in those Lance Reigns. Where did you get gay Andon? Where'd you get a gay Andon? Kind of as we Pixies decided to turn him to a lovely Leafin. Where did you get gay Andon? I want a gay Andon. Why do you have a gay Andon and I don't have a gay Andon? This is gay. I'm gonna get a drink. I'm starting to get the shweepy weepies. Ah, it's a Dawn Trail thing. Is it bisexual gemstones in Dawn Trail and it gives you a gay Andon? Better be. Better be. Come here. Lemon drink. I must have you in me. Ah. I can definitely feel myself drifting off already. Wow. Because I crashed super hard after stream yesterday. And so I slept for like an hour sitting in the chair. And then I woke up and then I was like drifting in and out. But when I went to actual bed last night, I was doing basically the same thing the whole time I was in bed last night. I was like sleeping for an hour, waking up, sleeping for an hour, waking up. So I've slept very poorly yesterday. So it's probably a big reason why I'm so extra tired today. Anyway, is there... I can think of 2 more things. Loporits and Island Sanctuary, right? I think that should be the last bits. I can't think of anything else. I was gonna change job and then I realized Loporits are also actually just crafter. Because I don't have enough to do the Omicrons yet. The Omicrons, like, they did their big conclusion. So their next step's the epilogue, which takes longer. Which that'll also end up being what happens next week. We'll have enough to do the epilogue of the Omicrons, but we'll have to wait another week after that. Ah, drop sleeves as you fly around. But we have to wait another week after that to do the Loporit epilogue. This is the big one, though. This is gonna be the big one. Counseling Way is gonna have, like, the big breakthrough here, hopefully. This is always the big one that has, like, the special, unique cutscenes. A million mums away. Dreaming Way is contemplatively eyeing the remaining open space in Hopper's Hold. The big thing is I hope doing this one is how we can buy this song, because I want this fucking song. Could you join us for a moment, Minor First? We have to redo all Shadowbringers Blue Mage real quick. Oh yeah, that is part of this. Part of my thought is also, once Beastmaster unlocks, do we do Beastmaster when it unlocks, or should we also do Beastmaster, like, once we catch up to 7.5 or whatever it's gonna fucking come out? Because part of me wants to say, fuck it, I might as well wait. We'll have so many other things to do that part of me is just like, we can wait. But then part of me is also thinking it's a job, we need to level it up. So maybe do like a base unlock early, but also depends on like what Beastmaster even is. Like how Beastmaster functions as a job is like its own entire thing. I'm gonna work it out. Could you join us for a moment, Manifest? My survey, best place Burrow, and morale indicates the situation is as we suspected. Though efforts have reached the majority of wayward ways, a few yet remain in the doldrums. The erstwhile Counseling Way first among them, of course. I've stretched my imagination ever so hard for dreams that might inspire them, but nothing concrete has come to mind. I propose that we examine the issue of their personal motivation more closely. Per Living Way, they were once passionate about their work after all. We cannot change the fact that people of Atheros won't be coming to live on the moon, but reaching out to them is hardly beyond our means. There is not stopping us from utilizing our Ashenford Associates' communication skills to aid mankind, albeit remotely. Thus making their old dream their new dream. But what sort of station would be suitable? One useful sharing of useful information for people of Theros. A station that individuals could contact with questions. A call center, obviously. Counseling Way needs to work at a call center. That would be quite similar to not Counseling Way's previous job. How would people contact us, though? One of those Garlean radios, as long as you refrain from any mind-bending schemes. Everyone and their minion seems quite happy to call me via Link Pearl. Link Pearls, I'd totally forgotten! That would have made finding you on Atheros a lot easier. Unfortunately, but just dedicate Link Pearls to the entire population of the star would be stretching our budget rather thin. To say no to the nightmarish logistics and distribution. Oh. Why don't we use those Garlean radios? As long as you refrain from any mind-bending schemes. Schemes sound bad, but radio sounds intriguing. Tell me more. So basically, people listen to this box, right? Turns them into monsters, summons anima. And you can truly distant voices through the tiny box. Incredible. So we must find a way to transmit to these radios. For science! Eyes on the project, objectives please. Instead, I quite agree. If Garl wanted such technologies, like the Charlines have studied it, if not invented similar devices of their own. If so, they may have shared its secrets with Living Way. No doubt Inventing Way will have thoughts on the matter as well. Highly technical details in your capable Paul as Managing Way. In the meanwhile, I tried to have a chat with the Luperate, formerly known as Counseling Way. Please join me in inviting them to join us. Widespread radio is going to soon be invented on the Theros. People are going to be I'm now realizing we are about to invent the radio for a Theros. I mean, the radio exists, but we're about to get, like, the radio spread on a wide scale across the Theros. Which means we have now started the path that ultimately leads to a Theros having podcasts. This is where it begins. This is the turning point for the star. The invention of the radio inevitably leads to the creation of podcasts. Because you can see so much of the moon at once, and because everything, like, monster here stands out, I end up seeing the hunt targets so frequently on the moon. Just flying around. I still really like that the MSQ restored the brands here. It just looks so cool now that they're not all broken to shit. Again, obviously, like, the cracks in the grounds, but... yeah, that was done over a very long period of time of holding back a Zodiac. Ashenverd Loperette. You again. You want me to assist the people of Atheros remotely? Construction of the station is underway as we speak. Using the magic known as radio, we can transmit all manner of noises across space and darker space. For instance, music. Goodness, we could share my music, couldn't we? But do not bother people of Theros with that noisome peeping. If we don't believe the station of yours, surely there are myriad better uses. Better than music. If you ask me. Many of Theros people lost loved ones during the final days, did they not? We could let them know that they're not alone. Or, purely as an example, you understand. We could use our unique vantage point to describe cloud formations. Oh, I don't follow. With that information, those on the ground could more accurately predict incoming storms, forestalling ill-fated forays. Surely I'm an expert in helpfulness. Those things would have never occurred to me. I suppose I can come in and look on you once you've completed your facilities. Clearly, someone needs to tell you when you're going wrong. Please do. I can only wait for you to join us. Together we shall create radio noises like no one has heard before. Well, I suppose we actually need to finish the station first. Weather, music, what else do we need for radio? As I said, we're on the path towards podcasts. We'll see you there in the Dreaming Workshop. Make sure to come. If I do, will you listen? Is construction proceeding apace? We're on schedule, though I've been awaiting Manifest's return. I trust you'll have little difficulty producing equipment to the vague and mysterious specifications provided by our Charlian correspondents. If I may, we require a soundboard. I told this device to adjust the signal produced by the microphone. I can even produce some of its own sounds.
Best! 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 Best!
I don't have anything else on my soundboard. I'm yet to add anything else to my soundboard, so all I can do is...
Best! Whoa! Best! 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 Whoa!
Editing Fire, what do you think of that? Why is there so many cuts here? Why do I have to make so many cuts in this part of the video? It's like, what am I doing? These are the materials. I assume you can manage the rest on your own. Should you require additional supplies, as always, our stocks are with the Dreaming Supporter. I do need more things on my soundboard. I don't want to, like, make my stream sound like a fucking, like, Howard Stern, like, fucking sound effects going off all the time radio show or anything like that. Like, I don't want to have my stream sound like it's starring, like, Spoofy and Buzz just being like, but, like, I need a Vine Boom. I need Metal Gear music for when a stealth sequence happens in a video game. I need something. I'll be occupied in ensuring that no one shocks themselves into a stupor while assembling the booth. But Dreaming Wake should be free to collect your finished creations. I'm being Yoda, I have low headphones. I will switch, just in case. My arms are getting tired. It's because you've been holding that carrot there for several weeks there, Loperet. You've been doing nothing but hold a carrot for several weeks. Yeah, they're both connected. While I'm editing, while I'm doing this. Quick! Work on a thing! Work on the radio equipment! Radio equipment! Yeah, look at me work. I did it! I made a box of radio equipment. There we go. Again, this is technically like a unique item. And at some point in the past, I do believe we bothered getting unique versions of this as well. I'm not going to now. Because every one of these unique things looks the exact same. It's always just a box. It's not anything special. Like, at least with the Gathering... At least with the Gathering ones, there's, like, unique pictures for the unique stuff that we gather. Like, in Ultima Thule for the actual quests themselves. Whereas everything for this, it's just boxes. So it's, like, doesn't feel as special. And again, I've already missed so many of them ones. The crafting ones I don't care because I can just look at the crafting log. That is true. These actually show on the crafting log, yeah. These ones actually show in the crafting log they exist. The Gatherer ones never appear again. So yeah, you can never see it then. So there is also that. But also, like, I've missed the Gatherer ones. If you want to do the Gatherer ones and have all the unique items, actually, you need to redo it before turning it in with every Gatherer. Because they actually gather different items. Obviously, a Fisher is not going to be able to get a bunch of rock for a quest. Coral. I guess, yeah. I guess Fisher can get a rock. Damn it. This is incredibly delicate, you say? Well, I suppose I don't need to shake the box, strictly speaking. Well, coral's actually a living organism. It's only a rock if it dies. So most coral on the planet currently. Ooh, it's even weirder than I expected. I shall exercise the utmost caution as I hop over to managing way with this. I promise. You don't need to hop. Stop bopping to the music for like a couple seconds. Yeah, it's the middle! Yay! It's the big middle piece. Yeah, it's what they did with the hippo thing, where it was like the actual entrance area and then like the overall top area. So it made like a really big difference. Elysion hasn't quite done that. The Omicron section of Elysion hasn't had like a massive like drastically change everything, but also Elysion exists as a separate instance. Like a separate fucking map. So, you know, that alone is a lot. So this is this is radio. Won't you dream of a brighter future with us? Dream? You may! You may! You have to believe in you may! Can you tell we've recently beat Yakuza 5? My dream was always to be of help to your people. I must ask. Do you think my voice will reach them? Of course it will! That's the magic of radio! Very well. I would like to assist with this station, if you're still amenable to the idea. You won't find a harder working way. I promise you that. Again, another incredibly adorable ending to it where it's just like, oh, a bunch of the other operates change their dreams because what they did before is like not suitable. But it's also just like, you don't have to. You don't have to. Yo! Yo! They have a radio booth! And with that, the broadcasting station is complete. We might want to check whether it's working. We never did decide on the content of our first message. For once, I fear I am rather at a loss. That's where our newest way comes in. Take it away, my friend. What, me? There must be something you'd like to share with the people of Atheros in honor of this special occasion. Little radio desk. Ah, there's a soundboard. Test. People of Atheros, are you there? Can you hear me? Far away as I am. All the way from the moon. I hope I can be of use to you. I hope I can tell you something you didn't know before. I hope that in your darkest moments, I can lift your spirits. But perhaps I should start from the beginning. For so long, We awaited your arrival on the moon. 'Twas be under the most unfortunate circumstances, to be sure. Yet that only increased the determination with which we set to our preparations. In the end, of course, the final days were averted. The moon was no longer needed. We were no longer needed. Make no mistake, we are glad for your fortune. If you are happy, we are happy. But for many of us, myself included, this marks an end to our very reason for being. Until some leopards dared to dream again, to show us that there is always hope, so long as we reach for each other. Should you ever lose sight of your dreams, I hope you'll remember that you are not alone. We are here, and the future is a dream we all share. And now the weather! Oh, God. I fucking love Endwalker! I love Endwalker! That concludes our inaugural broadcast. Thank you one and all for listening. From the very bottom of my heart, and on behalf of Loperate Kind, I wish you the very best. Was it too long? It felt awfully short. Do you think they can hear well enough? Suppose we shall never truly know our audience. But if my voice reached even one person, that is enough for me. That is my dream. Aww. Aww. People in Garland pogging at their bigger whole second radio channel. And this one doesn't, like, temper us. Where's Sworn with the Dreaming Ways? And more things to buy. Every which way! Let's go! Yo, they even, like, bring them all together. They tie them all together with a big ceiling light. And even though this section doesn't, like, have anything on it still, they actually updated this part. Even this wall that doesn't have anything, because it's got the vendors in front of it. Even this one got the addition of, like, the carrot and the rabbit faces there. Yo, let's go. Lights in the sky above the carrotorium. Doing the little radio show in there. Ashton Fedloper. Do you think my feelings reach them? The distance is so great. Now you can just come here and see different ways doing radio shows, talking about their own niches with their own shows. Oh my god. Oh my god. Some of those watching over there. Got some of them working on the radio over here. Aww, it's adorable! Adorable! Oh, man. Again, I've said it many times that the society quests are, like, typically at the highest end of, like, storylines for each expansion. Quite consistently, they're some of my favorite parts of every expansion. Fuck it, I'm just gonna say it. This shit's, like, required reading for Endwalker. The hippo ones, I would still say, like, the hippo ones are absolutely worth it. And the hippo ones do also still lean into, like, the themes of Endwalker as a whole. But, like, I would say this, and especially the Omicrons. The Omicrons are number one in terms of, like, importance, I would say. Like, it's the type of thing where it's like, I don't think you've experienced everything that you want to get out of Endwalker unless you do this in the Omicrons. Like, I would legitimately put it on the level of just, like, imagine doing Shadowbringers without doing the Eden Raids. I would put it on that level. Like, Shadowbringers straight up feels incomplete if you don't do the Eden Raids, I would say. And I would say Endwalker's the same for the Lopera and Omicron quests. Dreaming Worker. Yeah. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Given the 6-hour first broadcast, not counting ways, agreed to continue hosting on a regular basis. They're also training others in the ways of radio. Aww. I have extras to turn in. So yeah, now our next stream won't have another Loperate because it will be Epilogue, but we will have Epilogue for Omicrons, and then stream after that will be Epilogue for Loperates. And then 6.55 stream is the one where actually all connects, which we haven't done one of those in Stormblood. Shadowbringers didn't have one where they all came together. This one does. Endwalker does have that, which is, oh, I'm so excited for that. Finding Way, Battle 1, Moonhopper! There it is. And now we can get a Moonhopper. Still no music for this. That might be the epilogue. This track is it might be the epilogue. Or it's Mog Station. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a Mog Station, honestly. I would not be surprised if it's a Mog Station. Moonhopper! This enhanced version of the supporter was lovingly created by the innovative Inventing Way. Not satisfied with merely making it rideable, Lopert also fitted a compact speaker that can belt out Dreaming Way's feel-good sounds. Let's up to it! Did these people the combined roll quest so I'd fun imagine them finally getting to talk to people with Theris. And then we just bring Nero and his friends up to live on the moon anyway. Yeah, it is a little weird that it's just like, these quests don't bring up the fact, I mean, obviously because, like, you don't know what they've done. But it is a little funny that it's like, we do have some people who have just come to the moon. Like, Nero and others are just coming up to the moon. Which, by the way, look at me go. I finally got the mount. I got the rabbit mount. Arion J! I swear we'll get to the Zoromas thing soon. I just had to help the bunnies. You'll understand. Anyways. Let's quickly do this, because I have no idea if everything's going to fit into a single YouTube episode at this point. With the amount of cuts there should be just for breaks. I'd hope so. But let's quickly do this, make sure it actually does. We have Island Sanctuary as our last thing to do today. So let's quickly go and do that. And then it turns out that today has an absolute shitload to do. Rockfish. Despite the existence of fishes raised on colorful local folklore, this massive knob atop this freshwater fishes are not contained hidden treasure. My hicks and my ups. Not even hiccups, they're coughs. What am I talking about? I built things! You can fish off rocks. Ah. That's what it's about. Look, I built things! My workshop's a level, I think 4 this is. Look at how complicated the top is. We build shit. Majima. Yeah, level 4. Level 4. I have another one that's built. There we go. Another level 4 structure completed. But wait, there's one more. Because they're all level 4 now. They're all level 4. Sanctuary rank up, let's go. Oh, I got 5,000 for each of these. I think the granary is only worth like 2,000 XP. Fucking look at how big these things are getting. These started as like little wooden huts. Look how big they're getting. We are hitting the industrial age in the fucking Island Sanctuary arc. Turns out the final stage of these workshops is actually just Bitmine farms. Bitcoin farms. That's the edge that is mining Bitcoin all day. That's the final stage. Look at it all. Look at how many gears there are. Hey, Artesia! Welcome to my island. This is my island. It has an island. So, yeah, that's the thing that show off there. I do also get my experience from my weekly buff over here. Fucking Christ, the next level's a lot. Oh my god. I did not realize. Okay, it went from about 40k to now 60k for the next level up. Fucking hell. There we go. Yo! No rest cycle for the wicked. Yo, let's go! I got that without even trying. I got 10,000 in a week. I didn't, like... I'm assuming getting 33,000 in a week is going to require actual market manipulation. 17 we can just get with one more workshop. And just, like, upgraded workshops. 33 I'm going to assume requires actually, like, min-maxing the marketplace a lot. Might have as the final thing that we do is like, all right, before we do the final thing of Island Sanctuary, like before our final check-in, I'll actually look up the thing that tells you how to do this. I'm not bothered with that right now. I'm already on 65k. I don't need to worry about much. So what did I get for level 15? Does level 15 give me anything? I have learned a new recipe. I've learned a new recipe. That's what 15 gives me. 15's big? Fuck. Not gonna fit into one episode. It's not gonna fit into one episode at this point. Fuck. Bestest est. Mammoth-sized builder's tools. Bestest est. With these tools, any mammoth may transcend their manufactured limits to become metaphorical and literal machine of productivity. I can make it right now. I'll be 2 logs short. I will need to grab those before sometime tonight. There we go. That's this one up here. Let's go. So this should be access to hopefully where we can build another workshop then. I'm hoping another workshop. The workshop menu very, very obviously shows space for a 15th. Not 15th. That's our current rank. The workshop very clearly shows space for a 4th workshop. We're trying to explode you with the Reaper mount, but you have the effects turned off. No. Are those tools you have there? Beautiful, dangerous tools for cutting things, smashing them up. Give them here nice and easy. While you're out of place, also give me 3,000 seafowl carriers. They're not for me, mind you. And funds hire a team. Some mammoths want to be paid for their work, but me? The thrill is payment enough. Bring down that wall. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bah, bah, bah. Bah, bah. Bah, bah, bah. Yo! Oh, does that go up again? How many lots did we just get access to? How many lots did we just get access to? Shit. I can do more minions! You've completed development of your hideaway. The hideaway may be expanded with tools. You've completed development of your hideaway. You can place a great number of furnishing glamours, construct a great number of workshops, a greater number of minions, and new landmarks. Okay, so this is actually quite a lot. So yeah, one final facility, we can actually make another workshop. I don't have enough logs for it. So that'll be a workshop, and I just gotta have to slowly upgrade this up to the level that we currently have. We can make more landmarks. We can make more landmarks. Oh yeah, the Gambling Garden. I saw a picture of this. It actually looks really cool. Quaint clock tower. We can put a clock tower down somewhere as well. Clock tower's near. Yeah, the Gambling Garden we did have access to before. Where does this go? Where is this going? Jeepo's spot. Like looks out at everything. So you can, yeah, so you can see those ones. And it goes all the way down to the hideaways, like way down there. You can see the big thing you have over there. Oh, okay, it's just a cute little spot that you get for finishing it. Hey, we did it. We did it, let's go. So that'll be, yeah, another big spot, another big landmark, and then I'll have several upgrades to do on a workshop there, which is going to help out massively with, like, we're gonna craft so much shit per week with one extra one. If I go to this, can anything upgrade? So no cozy cabin upgrade, cropland and pastures are done. They're done a while ago. No reviews on... No reviews on anything of those. It's just 2 big spots to build. And also it completes everything. Okay. Okay. Right, now the 5th landmark and workshop up and upgraded. Okay, so that's the type of thing of I gotta get ready. I gotta make sure I'm ready for that for the next stream. Okay. Because I think that's what happens with one of the visions before, right? I think one of the visions earlier required, like, back when I only had a couple of spots, I needed all of the landmarks filled. And I think I had, like, 4 shops. I think it was, like, 1 granary, 3 workshops or something like that. And I needed all of them at max level. So I'm at that point again. I assume this is, like, where a patch stops then? I assume that's the idea. The first time that, like, they introduced Island Sanctuary, get everything maxed out to what you currently can. You get a big thing. Then we have another stage, get everything maxed out to what you can, get another big thing. Can you check your crafting thing? I don't have anything crafting now. I can't remember if you ever get crafting stuff from visions. We might need the vision. We might need the vision that happens when you get all of the stuff. Because our current vision is just enrich your island experience, which is basically word for max out everything. So yeah, nothing specific here. I mean, even if I had the materials right now, I couldn't do it on stream. Because I have to wait X amount of hours to, like, upgrade that stuff. But that's just the thing of I've got to make sure that's ready for the next stream. I mean, it gives me a lot of work to do this week. It gives me a lot of work to do for this. We're basically at the end of the 6.4's update. Well, we're timing it pretty well. I don't think we're going to max out Island Sanctuary before we get to Dawn Trail. Because, fucking hell, the jump to 65,000 experience is a lot. That is a really big jump. So I don't think that's going to happen. I just get a funny feeling that getting this maxed out before Dawn Trail is not quite on the cards. But hopefully it won't take too long into Dawn Trail. I'm hoping it won't take too long into Dawn Trail. If maxing out everything here and then doing the next vision is the end of 6.4, we'll be doing that like on the 6.50 MSQ stream. So we're not that far behind. But just... I'm limited to how much XP I get per week based on the shop. Which the workshop will also give us more XP per week with another shop to build. So I have to, like, start building that now. Because if I build it, then I get the XP. And that's, like, fine for the week. So that's just got to start up to get ready soon. But, like, how much the shops do, how much upgrades I get from all of this. Because upgrading the, like, the thing up there, that'll give me experience throughout the week. Because I'll upgrade to make sure it, like, is ready to max out by next stream. Building the thing there, and obviously, like, the weekly management there. That'll all do things. If we think we're all done, if we think we're good, landmark will help with more money too. That is true, because it increases your groove. Yeah, you get more groove with more landmarks, so it helps with that. So that is also quite nice. I think we're all good. And this kind of thing is like we're at a point where I don't know if it's all going to fit into a single YouTube video. I don't know if it's going to fit into a single YouTube video at this point, so I'm trying to just like not ramble if I don't need to. Just like rush towards the end and get ready to sleep. There is something to be said about how we're doing, like, Endwalker and less, like, finishing entire patches in a single stream. But also, Endwalker's post, the patch streams for Endwalker are consistently, like, 10 to 12 hours. What if we look at the Aetherite for an hour? It is pretty. Anyways, next episode is a big one. Because we are doing 6.5 MSQ, the end of the Void storyline. Because I already know 6.55 is about the lead up to Dawn Trail. So next time, we finish the storyline for the Void. Basically, we do, like, what will be the equivalent of, like, a end of an expansion. I guess, like, next episode is basically the equivalent of a normal expansion's 0.3. But it's, like, 0.5 because of the way it worked out storyline-wise for that. I'm very excited. I'm very excited. I've been super enjoying the Void storyline. So I'm very excited to see how it wraps up. Possibly terrified. I don't know how it's possible to save Ashdire at this point. But either way, that'll be next time. We'll see what happens then and get ready to cry. Thank you all so much for watching. And until next time, this is version 2, signing out.